I released these studies because I felt that the concealment of this information for 25 years has now led to the death of 50,000 Americans and several hundred thousand Vietnamese in the last few years, a couple of million over 2 years, over the 20 years of this involvement. And I think that the odds have been weighted in favor of secrecy. Judgments at this point of whether the American public is to be trusted to make these decisions versus the U.S. executive branch can now be judged by you and by citizens and by the courts and by Congress in the light of where secrecy has led us over the last 25 years. But for what it is worth, I'm a professional. It was my judgment that not one page of the 7,000 pages that were released could meet the standards that have been quoted in the newspapers of grave damage to the national security. Obviously, if I had thought differently, I would not have revealed that particular page. It's my impression, but again, I'm not entirely up on the case, that the government
impact of the Supreme Court decision as it regards your case, as it applies to your case?
I don't understand the legal technicalities of my own case. I'm not a lawyer, nor do I understand the technicalities that in some of those Supreme Court opinions. I understand the decision, and as a citizen, I am delighted by the decision that their judgment was that the American people should have this information. I can only be delighted by it. And I'm also delighted, by the way, that those Supreme Court justices have the opportunity to read that material, and I hope each one of them reads every one of the 7,000 pages. I think this whole country will be better off for it if they do. But I'm very glad that would apply whatever decision they've made. I'm very glad that they've made the decision that the American people will have that opportunity, and I hope people will use the opportunity.
Why do you not oppose the other members of
I did not want to contribute to even the possibility that I would get in the way of negotiations like that. Therefore, I did exercise the judgment of giving those materials to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which I felt had quite an overriding need to know, and not to any newspaper. Secret studies of history don't get read by officials because they obey the regulations and they don't take them home to read them at night, and they sure don't read them during the day because they've got many other things to do, and the kind of things that they do during the day we can now read about. But if you ask, have the policies changing? What are you asking about specifically? The policy of kidding the public? The first day brought out a wealth of statements by several branches of the administration that they had never heard of the study. That was a set of lies, no different from the lies in the past. It was just a reflex action.
Here at his home in Cambridge, having accomplished what he set out to do, Dr. Ellsberg is free to come and go, free to enjoy the results of his efforts. But he still faces federal charges that could bring the loss of his freedom. Stephen Gear, ABC News, Cambridge.
I've dealt with material of the highest order of secrecy for some 12 years. These are not matters. What the effects of various disclosures on the public are not matters that professionals are too qualified to make a convincing case to either Judges Gerfine or Gazelle ruling on this, that they could point to a single page of the 7,000 that in fact did meet those criteria. There were, in fact, several volumes dealing with negotiations. They were past negotiations, but they obviously involved the possibility of channels, private channels, that could be used in the future. I will say that I didn't think that that was of absolutely overriding problem, inasmuch as we have not used those private channels very effectively, one would have to say, in the past, and we do have public channels now. Nevertheless,
the report, as it's been printed, has been that it's too lopsided. Dr. Rostow, in his criticism of it, says that you flunked a history student who would use this kind of research to arrive at the conclusions that are in the reports. That many of the principles were left out in their interviews. That, in other words, the report is full of holes. What do you say to this?
I'm not going to comment on individuals, and therefore I'll not comment on whether a history student of Dr. Rostow's could expect to get a more comprehensive picture than is in these 7,000 pages. But I do agree with him that it's an incomplete report. I thought that the New York Times expressed very well the limitations, and I was glad to see them do it in their very first issue, and not to make any false claims. There are many limitations of the study. It's a beginning. It's a beginning of history, and it's a beginning of honest history. Now, on the question of interpretations, those definitely reflect the backgrounds, the points of view of the analysts who wrote it, and to my mind, very creditable work. They reflect very creditably both on the people who wrote them, on the freedom and objectivity that was encouraged by Dr. Leslie. I've worked for the president, and certainly all my instincts were, the Tsar must know about this, right? If he knew, he wouldn't do this. And then some time was spent being newly disillusioned on that score.
Thank you. Fine.
Here at his home in Cambridge, Dr. Ellsberg, having accomplished what he set out to do, is free to come and go. I'm being distracted, excuse me. Do I look all sweaty?
Speed. No, speed. I'm white.
Here at his home in Cambridge, Dr. Ellsberg is free to come and... Here at his home in Cambridge, Dr. Ellsberg, having accomplished what he set out to do, is free to come and go, free to enjoy the results of his efforts. But he still faces federal charges that could result in the loss of his freedom. Stephen Gear, ABC News, Cambridge. Here at his home in Cambridge, having accomplished... Keep going. Here at his home in Cambridge, Dr. Ellsberg, having accomplished what he set out to do, is free to come and go, free to enjoy the results of his efforts. But he still faces federal charges that could result in the loss of his freedom. Stephen Gear, ABC News, and a car's going by. That didn't help the shot, I'm sure.
Speed.
Here at his home in Cambridge, Dr. Ellsberg, having accomplished what he set out to do, is free to come and go, free to enjoy the result of his efforts. But he still faces federal charges, charges that could bring the loss of his freedom. Stephen Gear, ABC News, Cambridge.
Speed.
How's that look?
Look.
Here at his home in Cambridge, Dr. Ellsberg, having accomplished what he set out to do, is free to come and go, free to enjoy the results of his efforts. But he still faces federal charges, charges that could bring the loss of his freedom. Stephen Gear, ABC News, Cambridge. Get a little extraneous noise in there.
Yes, is that? I guess am I condemned to be behind this battery essentially?
Well, it'll help a little bit. That's just the radio, that's it. We'll go here
Away
next,
from
please.
this. Yeah. Sure. There'll be a chance afterwards. Appreciate the way that the press took to heart my request that we have a couple days to ourselves. It was very good, and I know that it created difficulties for you, and I appreciate it.
Dr. Ellsberg, I wonder if you could tell us something about the mechanics by which the documents reached the newspapers and what your part was in that.
My part was that I took, along with the newspapers, the responsibility. Okay. Incidentally, I'm not going to make a statement. Stay in front of these? Okay, I'm not going to make a statement. I've stayed away from the press for several weeks, as I guess you know, and I'm here to answer your questions now. If your questions suggest some comments that I might want to make later on, I may do that. But I am open to all questions now. On this first question, the press and I guess at this point, share the responsibility for the decision to bring this news, this information and history to the American public. I couldn't have done it by myself, obviously. The press had to have the material available so that they could make that decision for themselves, and each paper had to make it for themselves. I do feel rather strongly that the importance of what's happened is the issues that are presented by the documents themselves. I felt for a couple of years, since I had full access to these documents and had the chance to read them for myself, that the public was not well served by relying on me or any other dozen experts to analyze that material and give our analyses and recommendations in secret to the executive branch. That it was just essential that it be available for the citizens of this country to learn from, to understand, and to make their decisions as citizens. And I include in those citizens their public servants, and I mean by that the four branches of government, the press, which has performed very well and it seems to me earned its reputation as the fourth branch of government, the courts that I think have enormous need to have access to this material and have had to some extent the last couple of months, very much the Congress and the executive branch of the government. That was my concern. I really am anxious not to divert attention at this time from the content of those papers. And I know better than anyone else, how hard it is to get any citizen of this country to sit down and read through those memos. So that's what I hope will be happening.
Dr. Ellsberg, attention is now focused on you, sir.
Could you answer the question, please? Dr. Ellsberg.
Senator Barry Goldwater said yesterday, you should be tried for espionage.
Dr. Ellsberg, would you answer my question, please?
As a matter of fact, on the mechanics, no, I don't think I will. Is there another question?
Senator Barry Goldwater says you should be tried for espionage. We realize you don't want attention focused on you, but it is now.
Yeah.
Would you respond to the team that prepared these papers didn't take the same action as you did?
I certainly understand how they feel. Their background is my background. And the moral choice that's involved in something like this, and I say that not to dramatize it, but just to state that it is a grave choice, is one that each person who has had access to this material and to these cables that go back 25 years and memos that go back 25 years, each person who has had access, who had knowledge of that, has in effect faced the choice day by day over those 25 years as to whether the secrecy regulations of the Department of Defense, which I know very well, and I've been a professional at that for 12 years, should override today, last month, and next month the need and the right of the public to have that kind of information. And on no one of those days would that be an easy choice, and I know that. I can't answer for how they made the choice. It's obvious that they made the choice in their own minds in favor of secrecy. I reached the point where I no longer could judge it that way. Could I take another?
Yeah, I've had it unconfirmed.
Could you split around, please?
Yeah, I've had it unconfirmed that at the time of the uncertain hours immediately after President Kennedy's assassination, the United States military command in Vietnam and the Joint Chiefs planned to withdraw all of our forces from Vietnam back to the States. We were stopped from doing that only because the South Vietnamese blocked Consul. Have you heard anything about that, or can you comment about it?
My knowledge of that would be based on the reading of the studies. There is a study on the plans for the phased withdrawal of American troops, plans that were devised under the Department of Defense's direction between 62 and 64. I'm not sure whether that particular study has come out. I think when it does come out, it'll answer some of the questions in people's minds as to what seemed peculiar projections in 1963. You may remember from Secretary of Defense McNamara and Taylor that we would perhaps phase out all our troops in 65. I think it would not use our time well for me to summarize the studies for you. As I say, I hope and expect that study, along with all the others, will be out page by page, and you'll be able to read that and answer those questions yourself. On the specific question you raised, the study does not confirm that statement.
Dr. Ellsberg, there is apparently a choice of whether you make your court appearance here in Boston or whether you make it in Los Angeles.
The choice is not mine.
Does it matter to you, though?
That's not the kind of issue that I know anything about, and the choice is not mine or my lawyers.
Dr. Ellsberg, was there any document so sensitive that you did not release? Are there still secret documents that you saw during your study that were so sensitive that were not divulged?
Indian men we've sent to Vietnam to do in combat. I have that opportunity then to make it available, and I couldn't find any excuse to myself for not doing it. Excuse me, could we spread the questions around a little? I'm sorry. Well, you have a rather favored position there, and I'd like to get some from the back if I could.
In your thesis about the escalation, the fact that escalation was always willful as opposed to us being in a quagmire, these papers have somehow seemed to be shown that there were a lot of serious miscalculations on the parts of presidential advisors, which somewhat counteract your thesis. Could you respond to that?
Could you be specific? Are you thinking of a particular?
Well, I mean, like Bundy saying that the bombing would be successful, things like that.
You know, after reading the documents, and I invite you to check this judgment when you read them. After reading the documents, I came to feel that there were a number of evasions, a number of explanations given for our involvement that looked critical and objective, but were in fact excuses. You know, the quagmire thesis that you speak of, the escalation thesis, doesn't look like a flattering one to the president. It implies that he didn't have control. I'll tell you a secret. They don't know it. They don't read it. Do you think there's an official in the government who has read 7,000 pages or 1,000 of that study, although it has been available to them? I'll tell you another technical factor from some professional background.
Of escalation in Vietnam, the same basic orientation in its regard to Vietnamese people that Johnson and his predecessors seem to have exhibited?
As I see it from the outside, that seems quite evident. If you add my Marine Corps experience, I've spent all my life outside of college working, what I would have said before, for the government, but I've gotten more discriminating now, working for the executive branch of the government, the branch to which Congress is the enemy, as we all know, and the public isn't part of it at all. And I thought that they will want this information out. I won't go through that history. I do say that if I say I'm grateful to what the press has done for the public, that comes after some long history. But I've gotten away from your question. I do think that in fact, what I suspected and was told by officials within the administration whom I trusted but could not reveal, that the policy was essentially the same, tactically different in terms of reducing American man. How could I not but feel regret that the actions I had taken a year and a half earlier had not, in fact, been adequate to get this material out, and now 2 more invasions had taken place. Do you realize that since the McGovern-Hatfield amendment was first voted on and first defeated by the Senate, which thereby forswore responsibility for losing a war, just as the president, like 4 past presidents, has been willing to pay certain human prices to avoid being the first president to lose a war. Since that time, 2,800 Americans have died. I hope the Congress and the men who voted against the McGovern-Hatfield amendment in both houses have made that connection. But I've been in a way of thinking for the last couple years that could not protect me from making that connection and feeling that I shared that responsibility.
Does the executive branch have the
Keep these secrets on the basis of what may be called loyalty over these years has meant that those officials did not serve the government as well as they served their boss. I'll take one more question, gentlemen.
Throughout the war, the new peace movement acted on assumptions that since
That real analysis. And I think that no one has, and that'll take a while, and I hope that the radical press and the others will, again, do the effort now to go through the material. I'm, by the way, more confident they'll do it than I'm confident that many other parts will. And I think that what they've been saying over the years, the truth that they've been saying about what was happening, means that their explanations deserve a very serious hearing from everybody. I think that's it.
Would Mrs. Ellsberg be willing to come up for just a minute? Charlie, would Mrs. Ellsberg come up with some pictures? Would you ask her?
because the time has come for the public to form its own opinion. It has the opportunity. It can only do that by reading those words of their public servants themselves and making their own decisions as to how well they've been served and how they want to be served in future, which is, after all, the real problem.
Dr. Ellsberg, you follow that up, to follow that point up, what other studies, what other material do you think would be important to help the public get a fuller understanding of the origins of U.S. involvement in Vietnam and why we're still in Vietnam?
If Walt Rosdow has a personal file of studies and memos that have not been released in this study, I believe that it would be an excellent service to the public if he should now present it in full, and it might well be that his own role will appear wiser and more thoughtful than it does in these studies. I would say the same for every former official of this government who may have his own files of documents. I think it would be a very responsible and useful act if they were to complement this incomplete set of studies with what they may be able to provide.
Sid Zion revealed your...
Judge Harlan's charge that the studies may do such damage as kill more people, hurt negotiations.
Sid Zion revealed your role, Doctor. Would you have disclosed your part in this if he had not spoken out?
Oh, absolutely.
When? Did you plan to at that time?
The only thing actually that led me to be so unavailable over that period actually had nothing to do with Zion. I had taken steps to make myself temporarily unavailable a day before I'd heard of Zion's revelation. It was related, in fact, to the actions of the administration to censor this material and the possibility that they might be successful. At that point, a decision that I made some 2 years ago that this information should be available to Congress and the public called on me to get to work and to take some further actions to make sure that it was available to the press and to the public. I stayed unavailable as long as that work needed to be done. I needed privacy for it, and I made myself available to the warrant, in fact, as soon as I felt confident that this material would get out.
Dr. Ellsberg, you're talking a lot about the content of these papers, not how they were taken and distributed. Is it because you're under a federal grand jury indictment that you do not care to tell us today how this was done?
It is not for that reason.
Why? Well, what is the reason?
In answer to the comment I had here earlier, I'm perfectly well aware, and that's why I'm here today, that the act that I took was a political act, hence a public act. Public had, I think, a right to know who I was, something of how I saw, why I had done it. In other words, although I think that individual privacy is a very different matter from the privacy of executive departments lying to the public, I don't claim rights of privacy for myself at this point. It would be too bad if I did. But my answer to your question is that I am not going to make the decision for other individuals what happens to their privacy. They're absolutely free to make that decision for themselves. I'm not going to make it for them.
Magistrate Prince, said at your initial court appearance the other day that these papers he felt belong to the people of the nation, not to you as a private citizen. What's your reaction to this statement from the bench?
He didn't quite say that. He made a very interesting statement as he was closing his argument. He said, and these papers are not the property of one man. They belong to the people. And my lawyer, one of my lawyers, Charles Nesson, got up and said, Your Honor, that is the essence of this case.
Dr. Ellsberg,
I agree with that.
You have said that you have given the documents to the press. Did you give them to the New York Times?
I'm not going to name any individual paper. I gave them to the papers of this country.
That includes the New York Times, though, Dr. Ellsberg.
It is for the New York Times to decide how far they want to go in concealing their sources, and they've done a service to this country by defending that in front of the Supreme Court. I'm not going to decide that one for them.
Doctor, a little short of the newspaper's involvement, can you tell us, did you alone deliver the documents to the newspapers? We're not talking about newspaper editors or reporters coming to get them or anything.
It's implicit in what I've said, I think, that other individuals helped out in various ways, had to. I'm not going to name them, and I'm not going to talk about details that would, as I say, make the decision for them what happens to their private lives.
Dr. Ellsberg, you said your decision was a political decision, but it was also a moral decision. Would you say something about the base of the moral decision? Do you think it was more moral to reveal what was said than to keep secrecy? Could you say something on the base of that?
Evidently so. If I can perhaps respond a little more to a question that was raised earlier. Did I make decisions with respect to these documents? You know, that the public know who was responsible. I was determined that I would take public responsibility for that.
Dr. Ellsberg, you said you took your stand with a colleague in San Diego during the period when you were not around here.
I'll answer that question. No.
Doctor, were you the source of the documents published in all of the newspapers or just some of them?
To my knowledge, all of them. Now, if some other people were getting in on the act, that's fine, and I'm not aware of it.
Dr. Ellsberg.
Were there any newspapers that turned down the documents? Did you ever offer to a newspaper that would not accept them?
No. That's an interesting question. I don't think there was.
How about a magazine? Did a magazine turn you down? That's why I bring it up.
Well, if you regard the Christian Science Monitor and the Washington Post as an anti-war newspaper, I must say that I exercised I satisfied certain personal tastes. I was anxious to give it to newspapers that I thought had told me truth in the past, and I thought they ought to have the chance to make this decision now.
Did you make the phone calls, Dr. Ellsberg, to the newspapers? Did you make those phone calls?
No, I, in fact, didn't make all the phone calls to newspapers for reasons that I don't know.
Dr. Ellsberg, there's been a great deal of comment about your change of heart regarding the war, and some people have suggested that you feel guilty about your earlier role. Would you address that question?
If I feel guilt about my earlier role, and I do to some degree, it's based upon some rather high standards that I've come to hold for public officials, higher than I had at the time. You might say it's a feeling that I wish I had felt guilty, that I was concealing this information before. As for actions that I took, I had plenty of reasons to think that I was doing good things for this country and good things for the people. I was trying to reduce civilian casualties in Vietnam, trying to improve the effectiveness of our approach, and I told myself, it's good that an official like me, who's critical, let's say, of the bombing, which I felt to be bad in a number of ways, who's critical of various abuses, to have access, to have his voice heard. And if the price I have to pay is to ignore constitutional questions of Congress's right to know and the public's right to know in order to improve my service to that other branch of government, the executive branch, I'll pay that price. And that's really the main answer, I think, to when somebody asked earlier, what about the officials who didn't reveal it? They certainly had good reasons. I think they could saying that I've been wrong a lot in the past, and to a congressman must be willing to risk the loss of votes. He must be willing to risk the loss of financial support and bad columns in the newspapers.
I'd like...
The inhibition against using that power has been that the President has made it clear he will not share that responsibility with them. To me, the meaning of the support for the McGovern-Hatfield Amendment and others such as it has been is that many congressmen are willing to share that responsibility for getting out with the President. But as I say, the President has made it clear they will have to fight him. They will have to take all the responsibility. And Senator Stennis spoke when last the McGovern-Hatfield bill was addressed. I think for many congressmen, he said what was on their minds when he warned his fellow congressmen against a bill that would take upon Congress the sole responsibility for ending the war by ending appropriations, and thus the responsibility for any bad consequences that may follow. And God knows there is no guarantee that only good consequences will follow from that act, either in this country or in Vietnam. So he urged his fellow congressmen not to take upon themselves the recrimination that would follow from that responsibility. That is humanly understandable. But to dodge that responsibility is to accept the responsibility for continuing the war. He will be embarrassed, he will be criticized and laughed at, and he may lose his job. And hence, I am speaking here, and I'm here today in hope, in a real feeling of hope, that congressmen, like other citizens, when they have the information on which to make a responsible choice, will do that and will use their power to end this war.
Yeah, I know, but what if, I know, but, I mean, we don't run that. You want the floor?
Announce that inasmuch as we have so many people...
Small bit, but that entire 7,000 pages, for all its limitations, which is a massive beginning on a history and an honest history of the war. And I think that measures to make that available to congressional staffs as well as to the congressmen themselves and ultimately the public are very strongly called for. Nevertheless, this history does show very clearly that the executive is on fairly strong grounds when they claim that they have had the support and collaboration of Congress in waging this war over the last 20 years. Congressmen, many of them honorably, have spoken out strongly and truly about the war, but so long as they themselves, and this is true of some of them, many of them, vote the appropriations, they have given the President all that he needs from them to help wage the war. They have given him their cooperation and their collaboration, and they are accomplices in the war, as each President has pointed out. On the other hand, the responsibility of those lied to is not the same, it's not as great as the responsibility of those doing the lying. And even among those who have been here as in the past is the fact in recent years that if they are to use their power to end the war, and that is a short answer to the question, what can Congress do about this war? It can end it in a number of ways. Congressmen's willingness to fight the President by cutting off appropriations, by moving, where appropriate in terms of violations of international law and of the Constitution, toward impeachment of various officials who may be found unequivocally to have lied or to have usurped power under the Constitution, to take suits against officials, as I am glad to see some congressmen have done recently after looking at these papers, to take other unusual measures, and the responsibility of them, that each individual in this room, and specifically the congressman, should take in judging whether he personally has done enough is set by two types of behavior that are familiar to all of us. The first is the standard of the 3 million men who have answered the call of Congress and is it reasonable to ask him to take those risks in this case? I think the standard did when he tried to inform the American people on his committee the other day of the contents of the papers, in part, and nothing is more ominous to a politician, I think.
Yes. Nice to Don Edwards. You know Dan Ellsberg? Who's nice to see you? Good to see you. Don Edwards.
How do you do?
Nice to see you.
Taxpayers' money to spend in part supporting a war on the people of Indochina for 25 years, a quarter of a century. Last May marked, a couple of months ago, marked the 20th anniversary of the month in which an executive asked Congress and Congress supplied funds for use directly in the war in Indochina. In each year, then, of those last 20 years, money from the producers, the firms, the individuals of this country have been voted by Congress for napalm, for hiring Vietnamese soldiers, initially to fight against their own independence from France, from planes, other equipment in that war. That means that a young man, and there should be some here today, I see, about the right age, who was born in that month of May 1950, would now, this year, be able to vote on these issues, even without the new voting regulations reducing the voting age. But for each year of his life, his parents would have paid taxes, voted by the Congress, to support that war, and for each of the last 3 years, he would have faced a serious possibility of being drafted for service in that war. Something which no French youth in the 8 years of the French war supported by us against the independence of Vietnam ever had to face. One Vietnamese who objected strongly during that first Indochina War to the use of American-produced and supplied napalm against his countrymen who were fighting for their independence was a patriot and a nationalist named No Dinh Diem, who stood apart from that war. Later, thanks to our support, he became the ruler and ultimately, essentially, the dictator of South Vietnam. And in that role, he asked for American napalm. When the executive did so in the fall of 1963, as the Pentagon Papers show, the coup plotters then benefited by the realization of every officer in the Vietnamese army that they faced the total loss of U.S. support for their military budget, that is, their salaries, the pay for their troops, the income from which many of them then and many more now derived corrupt income, unless they joined the coup and opposed Diem. They did so. Diem was assassinated. An act of liberation of the Vietnamese people from the leader that we had supported so long and imposed on them, so popular that the man who led that coup is today widely recognized as the most popular and respected figure in the Vietnamese armed forces. A man so politically significant that he can run against the incumbent president, benefits from all the advantages of U.S. support now, and would in fact be a sure winner this year in the campaign coming, this is Dung Van Minh, were it not for the fact that it is against U.S. policy that he should win, so that his chances of winning are in fact minimal. One more anniversary, or it's almost the first. Last December, the Congress was asked for a supplemental appropriation that would extend the use of American firepower, or support the use of American firepower, to Cambodia, as well as to Laos. Fanatic, extreme. I know that because I know that I was called all of these things if I was deceived, which range in a way, some degree, from citizens to the president. The responsibilities aren't all the same, and I hope we will be discussing today this question of responsibility. Among those lied to, as I say, there are differences of degree of responsibility corresponding to their power to have known the truth, to have found it out, and their responsibility under the Constitution and citizens to find it out, to use that power to find it out and to inform themselves. From now on, thanks even to the Banham book, but I hope ultimately to the whole record, which is available to Congress, any congressman who remains ignorant of the data and information in those studies takes on himself a very heavy individual responsibility for his own ignorance and for the wrong decisions that may follow from it. The same is true for the administration, of course, for each day that they persist in denying this information to the American public. But supposing this responsibility is faced to inform themselves, as it has not been in the past, what can anyone laying on the Congress, the executive, and risked their bodies and their lives in the paddies and in the jungles and in the cities of South Vietnam? How many of them have paid for that willingness with their arms and their legs is a statistic that I understand Congress has not yet been able to pry out of the Department of Defense, which apparently believes the American public has no need to know how many of their sons have suffered in that way. But we do know that 55,000 have given their lives and that hundreds rest in foreign prisons today because they felt it was their right to answer Congress's and the President's demand. Second, though, there are several hundred prisoners of war in this country, young men who, before they had read the Pentagon Papers, instinctively knew what was in them and responded to that knowledge by deciding that they could not, that it was not right for them to go, that in fact it was their duty as Americans and as free, responsible human beings not to collaborate to resist that war and are in prison for it today, while thousands of others are under jeopardy for that, for resistance. At least one of them is known, I know, to several people at this table and is known to many of the sponsors here in Congress, Vincent McGee, who used his last months while the Supreme Court was considering his case for draft resistance, working for business executives' Move for Peace, working on the Hill to inform congressmen and encourage them to resist the war, and that's how they know him. He got married, finally, while waiting for that Supreme Court decision a couple of months ago. He is now in Lewisburg, and how resolute should one be in opposing it is simply this: what can you do to resist the war if you're willing to risk the loss of your job or your career or influence or access with powerful people? No one in this room will be asked, I think, to give his life opposing the war, as your brothers and sons have been asked or will be asked, perhaps, to give it in pursuing it. That's not the issue. It's not the issue for me or for anyone here. But there are people in this room young enough to have relatives who have chosen to go to jail in opposing it. And when it comes to much lesser things, like the embarrassment that Senator Gravel experienced the other day, I know that he felt that was well worth it, and that he would feel that a great deal more was worth it.
By letting others do it.
Congress within the executive branch, arrangements within the executive branch will always remain very responsive to the president's desires, whatever the desires of Congress. I think that I've come to appreciate in the last couple of months, more than ever before, I think, the wisdom of the signers of the Constitution in providing for parallel responsibilities and for some independence of the various branches of government. People ask whether, after all, people in the executive are the only ones who can be corrupted by power or who can shirk responsibility, and obviously not. We're talking about a generation of behavior, very similar behavior by a large number of people, and that in itself almost proves that it's not the character of any one person that is to be judged by this, but the performance of a system. Nor is it the kind of people who go into the executive. The Pentagon Papers is very largely the history of such people as Richard Nixon, Melvin Laird, Lyndon Johnson, who came from Truman, Kennedy, all of who came from the Congress. And in fact, I saw in the papers that Richard Nixon protested strongly, for instance, the withholding by Truman of certain documents. I think his conversations with MacArthur, if I'm not mistaken. At that period, so these same people could have been relied on 20 years ago, a little earlier in the Cold War at least, to have opposed the kind of behavior that the executive is foreseeably showing right now. In other words, I think it does have to be one has to address Congress's own relations with the executive. This applies to the courts, but we're in the halls of Congress now, and let's focus on that. Congress has in effect signed over its responsibilities under the Constitution over 20, 25 years, and I think you're exactly right, as I heard you attribute it to the legacy of World War II. The definition of the situation we're in as a war, a Cold War, had very fateful consequences for the functioning of our constitutional system and our democracy. That is one of the perceptions that all of these people shared. And what it meant to them, they had learned very vividly in the 4 years of our participation in World War II. And what it meant was that our affairs in the world were to be conducted by the President. Congress... Well, I felt really, as I say, for a couple of years, and I'll repeat it, I think it's important, I think there really is no substitute for having very large chunks of this available for the citizens and for the Congress to look at. It isn't a question from the beginning when I read this. I felt it was not a question of a page here and a page there, and a collection of secrets, of sensational secrets. In fact, I was asked that by members of Congress. Could I give them a list or some examples of some fairly dramatic points? And I said, it's not like that. What you have to have is to read enough, what you have to be able to do is to read enough of this in sequence to get, for example, a feeling for what is not there when you see a document here, a document there, one can quite reasonably react to that and say, well, that's not representative, or that's a contingency plan, or there must have been something more sensible, more humane, more concerned that month somewhere else in the files. And you really have to read about 3,000 to 5,000 pages before you begin to get a very strong sense of confidence, which accompanies a sinking feeling, that such things are not there. And that's the main answer to your question. Secondly, there are individual documents that if I'd been selecting, I would have put in, but I don't think that's of major importance. Everyone would choose differently. However, I do regret that the journalistic limitations here of space made it, I suppose, really difficult to give a lot of space to the earliest period. I guess if there were two large chunks that I would like to see out much more soon, one would be the entire sweep of intelligence estimates. Almost none of them. I'm not sure that one of them is included by the Times. Perhaps that was perhaps that was I don't like to ignore your questioner. The intelligence estimates, I think the Times seems to have made a decision not to have put any of those in verbatim. And in fact, maybe Mel would comment on this as another person who's read the study. To me, the most eye-opening and stunning aspect of the reading was to read how accurately the intelligence estimates from the primarily CIA and State Department analysts how accurate they had been over the years, and that threw this question of presidential responsibility into a very sharp light and raised many puzzling questions. The other chunk would be the 45 to 54 period, including the Geneva Conference. I think that reading that had more effect on my own attitudes toward the war and toward the legitimacy of our involvement. So long as one is able to think of this as a civil war that one has wandered into for whatever reasons, one doesn't question the legitimacy, and one thinks that the United States at worst is simply adding to the burden of a war on the Vietnamese people that would be going on anyway. To read the history from 45 on in some detail is to have that attitude shattered, and that worked a very great change in my own thinking, not only about the war, but about what the responsibilities were of an American citizen who possessed this knowledge. So I hope that that does come out shortly.
Do you think, Dr. Ellsberg, that the Times had that data available, the 45 to 54 period?
Oh, from what they have published, it's obvious that they had it available.
It's paraphrased. In the first
it's paraphrased. I think it was a question that, and I can understand their reaction, that a lot of people have, well, that's only history. In fact, I found it over the last couple of years, even now talking of people who had fully authorized access to this, to get them to read even a year or two earlier was difficult because of the attitude, well, that's past history and it's no longer relevant. I understand the attitude. I didn't read the earlier part myself until the very last. I worked backwards, in effect. And what I found was that year by year, my perception of the nature of the war changed kaleidoscopically as I peeled off one year after another of American involvement. And when you get back to the 45, the right of the executive to lie directly to you. Or put it on the other way. What do you regard as your responsibilities under the Constitution, your responsibilities to your constituents to do when an executive official, and we're not talking only of the president, but of the appointed officials under him, comes before a congressional committee and not only on the one hand conceals, as clearly happened before Cambodia, for example, the Cambodian invasion, but lies, as happened in connection with the Cambodian invasion and the Laotian invasion and the San Tay raid. I know that I happened to be in Washington when Secretary Laird appeared before the Fulbright Committee for, I think, the second time, partly in connection with the San Tay raid. It was perfectly evident from the information that had come out in the newspapers that the Department of Defense, and I believe Secretary Laird, had made untrue statements about what we had done in the outskirts of Hanoi in connection with that raid and firing rockets, a wartime act against another country. And the American people had to learn correctly about that from Hanoi radio, which naturally at first didn't get a lot of plausibility. I happened to be in Washington and I attended that hearing and expected to hear the panel of senators confronting him jump down his throat. Presumably he hadn't done it on his own initiative, but still he had done it. On the contrary, I think they were on the defensive in the exchange, if anything. This does happen again and again, and I wonder why it is regarded as almost lèse-majesté to talk of impeachment, as Representative McCloskey has talked. Again, one doesn't have to start with the President. There are Secretaries of Defense and the Air Force and the Army who, from time to time, are in the position of deliberately misleading Congress. We do have the case in Cambodia of the President telling the people in a public speech, making the statement that the intelligence estimates indicated that North Vietnamese troops were massing for the purpose of going west into South Vietnam and endangering our troops. That was an untrue statement, later abandoned by the administration. But again, I heard almost no criticism from Congress. In short, congressmen seem almost to act out this role of helplessness and lack of legitimate right to know, need to know, which I can't believe is serving their constituents well.
I think some congressmen should reply to that. Congressman Eckhart.
I think the main thing we can do when we I think we're all rather adept as progressive-minded people to snatch defeat out of the mouth of victory.
Was that the reason for the stay, to take it to the Supreme Court?
Well, I just heard that I just talked to my lawyer, Michael Balaban, and he just informed me that we have to stay until Monday.
Mr. Russo, you talked with Ellsberg in the past few hours?
Have I talked with... I've been in contact with Dan, yes.
What does he have to say about his reversal back in the East?
Well, we talked mostly about my going to jail.
What is his recommendation to you on that score?
Well, he expressed solidarity and expressed some very warm feelings.
Look over here, Mr. Russo, occasionally.
What will you do then? Do you intend to go to jail purely to protect him, since he has already said that he released the papers?
If we, if we don't get a further stay from the Supreme Court, I'll go to jail. Yes, that's right.
And you're willing to remain in jail indefinitely, Mr. Russo?
My position is one of non-cooperation with the grand jury.
Hey, let's not crowd. Let's get back here.
Do you have any misgivings about your position?
The news of my stay reaffirms my faith in the courts.
How long are you planning to hold out?
Well, we have to stay until Monday.
You're still blocking us off.
And we're going to get to work right now in making our appeal to the Supreme Court.
Rule that Mr. Ellsberg will have to stand trial here on the West Coast. How do you react?
First of all, I don't believe a judge has ruled. I believe a magistrate in Boston, Massachusetts has recommended that to a judge, and the judge has not made his final decision.
What would your response be if that is a final decision?
What's that? If he has to come out here, well, that's how it goes. He has to come out here, we'll face it out here.
Is Ellsberg planning to come out here, Mr. Russo, in the near future?
I have no knowledge of that. He was planning to come out here today to be with me. But I learned yesterday about the legal situation, and talking with him yesterday, I expressed to him my wish. Well, I think it was late last night. I expressed to him my wish that he stay in Boston because I felt that it might prejudice his case if he came out. But that was, of course, before we've heard this recent ruling just a few hours ago.
Has he ever suggested that you talk?
Dan has never suggested anything to me along those lines. I make my decisions myself.
Mr. Russo, would you
Of course, Dan is a very close friend and colleague of mine, and whatever advice he gives me, that I value and I cherish, because he is a friend, and he's given me advice on a lot of matters, not just this. But my decision to do what I'm doing in my position is my position, and I've arrived at that on my own.
And you're going to maintain that position?
I'm maintaining my position of non-cooperation with the institution of the grand jury.
Why is that, Mr. Russo? Why don't you want to cooperate with the
Well, because I think that in this case, you see, there's a lot behind this. There's a lot behind this. The grand jury is an old institution. It's as many things. It's a legal instrumentality. The law is an instrumentality, and it can be used in a good way. It can be used in a bad way. I feel that the way the United States government is exploiting the institution of the grand juries against the movement is unjust. And because of that, my position is one of non-cooperation with the institution of the grand jury.
Will you set up any conditions for your cooperation with the grand jury? Will you set up any conditions for your cooperation with the grand jury?
I think at this point, I think in view of the stay, which the Ninth Circuit was kind enough to grant, and in view of the fact that the remedies that Mr. Russo has have not been exhausted, that any further comments would be improper, and I'm going to ask that we terminate this at this time. And I thank you.
Going to turn himself in?
No, I'm not saying that. Oh, no.
What are you saying?
He is going to comply with all orders of the court. The court has now stayed the order for him to report until Monday in order that we may take other remedies before that time. Okay? I was just substituted into this case yesterday.
That means the anti-war movement is the movement against the war in Southeast Asia and against injustice at home, because I don't separate the two. Well, that's the way it looks right now. There may be some further. I will obey all four orders.
Okay, at this time I would really like to terminate the interview, and I thank you very much.
I was trying to get it off air. Maybe
Not Mr. Ball, what we can do is what I explained before. These apply for
Daniel Ellsberg may be back in Los Angeles sooner than he thinks. Today in Boston, a federal judge recommended that Ellsberg stand trial here on charges he stole the Pentagon Papers. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. Pardon me? All right. Daniel Ellsberg may be back in Los Angeles sooner than he thinks. Today in Boston, a federal judge recommended that Ellsberg stand trial here on charges he stole the Pentagon Papers. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. Okay, I have to have a series here, so let me just cut it. The central figure in this case, Dr. Daniel Ellsberg, was supposed to show up today, but he didn't. Ellsberg, however, may be forced to appear. Today in Boston, a federal judge recommended that Ellsberg be brought to Los Angeles and stand trial on charges he stole the Pentagon Papers. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. Try that again. The central figure in this case, Dr. Daniel Ellsberg, was supposed to show up, but he didn't. Ellsberg, however, may be forced to appear. Today in Boston, a federal judge recommended that... Do that again. The central figure in this case, Dr. Daniel Ellsberg, was supposed to show up here today, but he didn't. Ellsberg, however, may be forced to appear. Today in Boston, a federal judge recommended that Ellsberg stand trial here in Los Angeles on charges he stole the Pentagon Papers. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News. The central figure in this case, Dr. Daniel Ellsberg, was supposed to show up here today, but he didn't. Ellsberg, however, may be forced to appear. Today in Boston, a federal judge recommended that Ellsberg... God damn it. The central figure in this case, Dr. Daniel Ellsberg, was supposed to show up, but he didn't. Ellsberg, however, may be forced to appear. Today in Boston, a federal judge recommended that Ellsberg stand trial in Los Angeles on charges he stole the Pentagon Papers. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, Los Angeles. Okay. All right, the first one. Okay. Daniel Ellsberg may be back in Los Angeles sooner than he thinks. Today in Boston, a federal judge recommended that Ellsberg stand trial in Los Angeles on charges he stole the Pentagon Papers. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News. Okay, I got... Anthony Russo is the first man to go to jail. Wait, cut, that won't work. They just changed that. Anthony Russo considers Daniel Ellsberg to be a true patriot, and he said he would not do anything to help the Justice Department send Ellsberg to jail. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. Anthony Russo considers Dr. Daniel Ellsberg a true patriot, and he said he would not do anything to help the Justice Department send Ellsberg to jail. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. Okay?
I'm very disturbed by this indictment, naturally, because it's just one more acting out by the government in full view of the public of this commitment to untruth that's characterized the war. I'm much more disturbed by their commitment to violence they've been acting out this Christmas season in Indochina. One of the people mentioned here out of the country and is a co-conspirator, not indicted, so he doesn't have a chance to use the defense process to defend himself. So I think it's not premature to say at this moment the allegations about Vu Van Tai, which I read here in the AP Dispatch, are flatly, totally untrue.
Do you think there's a group of people or a person who has set out to get you, so to speak?
Well, the name Mr. Mitchell is in the AP Dispatch here, but of course he's only doing his job for his boss, and his boss is the president. The president is doing his job as he sees it, that's bombing Indochina. I'm doing my job as a citizen trying to stop him.
Okay.
Go ahead. To what end do you see this deception?
Rather than let the grand jury hear the facts of this case, the facts that would have shown the allegations in this dispatch account of the indictment to be false, under the conditions ordered by federal Judge Ferguson in Los Angeles, which would have meant giving Mr. Russo, they have chosen to indict him on the basis of charges that are certainly false and which they may know to be false, rather than let the grand jury hear the truth. I call that a deceptive use of the grand jury to mislead the American public into making them think that these false charges are true, and generally to build up the drama of the case and make it appear that we have an international conspiracy, a long-run conspiracy, which is not the case.
What is your basis for the statement they may know he's not guilty?
They have heard testimony before that grand jury, I think sufficient to give them a pretty good idea already as to what Mr. Russo would testify to. He's said a lot of it in public already, and I'm sure he'll be saying more. I won't say it for him. They know enough, I think, already to know that this is probably untrue, but perhaps not. What is clear is they have chosen not to let the grand jury hear his testimony before bringing this indictment.
I'd like to address a question to both Mr. and Mrs. Ellsberg. How have your boy club harboring hard radical? What is your reaction? What is Mrs. Ellsberg's reaction to these kinds of statements?
Well, my husband is profoundly committed to doing everything he can to end this war. And if in the course of this people choose to make him seem in a mode that he isn't, that's something that you live with. I do know that our lives are very similar. They're busier. But Dan was resisting this war last year. He was talking in teachings. He was talking to everyone that would listen about the immorality and wrongness of this war. He's doing it now.
Do you always accompany Mr. Ellsberg wherever he goes?
Started on the anniversary, the 25th anniversary day of the beginning of the Indo-Chinese War. December 19th, 1946 was the beginning. December 19th was the day we began to have flyers lost over North Vietnam in this bombing. So it's been going on for 25 years, and Pentagon Papers don't tell me that I should presume to be able, I or even the 73% of the American people together can count on bringing it to an end in 1 year against a determined executive. We've just got to keep at it.
Well, how precisely? Is your vision of what's necessary changing in any sense?
All I can see to change it is truth and commitment. I think the people have the desire to end it. more and more people, I think, have to act in a committed way, and I think truth will encourage them to do that.
Dr. Ellsberg, a great many people disagreed with what you did with the Pentagon Papers. What would you say to them to justify what you did?
I wonder if they have been following what's going on this Christmas. Before this bombing started, we were bombing at the rate of 50,000 tons a month in Indochina. That's the rate of World War II, twice the rate of Korea. My justification, if any is needed, is that I don't think we should bomb another 500,000 tons of bombs in Indochina.
Now that you have been joined by another man, do you think that has changed the circumstances of this case, or your reaction?
The facts of the case are what they have been right along. I believe the testimony and public statements have been enough that the government knows pretty well what the facts are. The public certainly will know, if not now, before we're through. And nothing has changed on that.
What's the next legal step? You said something about Tuesday.
We'll be Tuesday answering hearings on motions in Los Angeles on the first indictment, which is included in this new one, so all the motions are still relevant. And there will also be an arraignment apparently on that same day.
Doctor, do you have any idea of why, or perhaps Mr. Goodell would know why the indictment should be released to the press before you were notified about the indictment being handed up?
I don't think there's anything particularly insidious about the process of releasing an indictment. It frequently happens. It's a matter of physically conveying the indictment to him and to his attorneys, and we expect to get that expeditiously.
Wouldn't it have been more courteous for them to notify you and yours about it first?
It might have been more courteous, but it isn't certainly a matter we think is of any great significance.
Discussing courtesy from this administration this Christmas season is almost obscene.
I wonder why, or possibly you have some ideas on this political year, when certainly the war will be one of the issues mounted against the president.
The president has said that it would not be one of the issues. I certainly feel that it must be, so long as he continues what he is doing, so long as he's continuing the bombing, and that's what our job is.
Dr. Ellsberg, knowing with what you know now, would you proceed along the same course if you had to do it all over again?
Oh no, I would have released the papers 2 invasions earlier.
So?
I'm not aware of having violated any criminal statute. So, although I haven't seen the full indictment of which you're accused, I fully expect to be pleading not guilty on Tuesday to all of the counts.
Did you steal the papers?
I stole nothing. I did not commit espionage, as indicated by the Espionage Act that I'm under. I have violated no law, to the best of my knowledge.
But you did distribute the papers.
And certainly have not in any way intended to harm my country, as is a factor under the Espionage Act of any crime.
At the time.
What was the reaction when New York Times wrote that he was swimming in a pool with 2 nude bunnies?
Look, I don't think this is the occasion to give further publicity to a very frivolous article.
Dr. Ellsberg, despite your own efforts with the papers and years of protests over the last almost a decade.
This Christmas season. Can we end with you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Where's your coat?
Come back.
Hey, report. Mrs. Ellsberg here.
Dr. Ellsberg.
Pardon me.
Are you still teaching at American?
I'm not teaching, I have research.
Hold this. Pardon me. May we ask a personal question? Mrs. Ellsworth's first name for the
Tricia.
Thank you very much. Ellsberg, I mean, I'll send you off somewhere else.
Ellsberg is my middle name.
That's the only one, really, but, you know, it ran out and as I tried, I missed you
Very That's all right.
At least I'll have her first name.
Is this Towns?
way. Here? Okay.
Go ahead, Gail.
Don't walk too fast! Don't walk too fast!
Can you move back, please? Can you move back?
To stand together with the Berrigan trial defendants. President Nixon and J. Edgar Hoover want to send these brave men and women to jail because they represent the moral revulsion that Americans feel against the war that has polluted the atmosphere, our hearts and our souls in this country and destroyed hundreds of thousands of people in Indochina. The war goes on, but our pressure here indicates that as long as it continues, there will be Americans, and it is the majority of Americans, who will not be silent, who will be continuing to oppose it until we make sure that the Congress and the White House set the date, stop that bombing, bring the prisoners home, and stop supporting with billions of dollars that government in Vietnam. I hope and pray with you that inside the halls of justice there will be a recognition of the innocence of those who have fought for the morality and the conscience of America. But if it does not work out that way, I want to leave one message with you. The time has come to make a national commitment to amnesty for all who have suffered from their refusal to participate in the Vietnam War.
Mayor, and I'd like to welcome all of you here in the name of the Harrisburg Defense Committee, the Angela Davis Defense Committee, and the People's Coalition for Peace and Justice. We're here today to express our solidarity with the people of Indochina and all of those today by introducing a sister who is going to co-chair the rally with me. She has long been active in the black struggle and the struggle for peace. So it's a great pleasure to have Ruby Dee with us today.
$80 has crumbled. Social services are deteriorating at an alarming rate. Unemployment soars to unprecedented levels in this country. And these crises that the war has precipitated, these crises have laid bare for everyone to see the basic antagonistic relationship between the interests of corporate government and the interests of the masses of the people in this country.
Turn. By the way, I understand that this is the largest anti-war rally in the history of Harrisburg. So the trial lasted long enough. Harrisburg is getting turned on. I'm sure most of you are from Harrisburg. We thank you for the hospitality. The fact is that the Catonsville trial was meant to prevent Phil Berrigan and Dan Berrigan from speaking out and from a lot of people from supporting them, and obviously it didn't do that. Probably one reason, a major reason why there's a trial going on today and why those people are meeting today in the courtroom is that the FBI was embarrassed by the fact that Dan Berrigan managed for 5 months to elude them, to speak out. And that's why there had to be a trial. Now, I can tell them how that came about. I haven't told leaders believe that we would not allow this war to remain unknown.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. My brothers and sisters, I need not pause to tell you how delighted I am. Thoughtless and senseless war in Vietnam and the repression of our people, and they had better get on the case or we are going to change the government. On next Tuesday, April the 4th, will be the 4th anniversary of the assassination of my brother in Harrisburg, who committed violence against any human being in America. Have they murdered innocent people in Vietnam? I have to ask, did Angela Davis participate in a racist war in Southeast Asia? Is she guilty of a conspiracy to lock up black people in ghettos called colonies and tormenting and oppressing poor people each and every day? I have to ask, is it Daniel Ellsberg who is really responsible for the lies, the deception which he exposed? And I cannot escape the conclusion that there is a pattern of political repression in America. Repression that comes about because there is a movement to end this immoral and racist war, a movement to struggle against racism and poverty, a movement to give this country back to the people. I am not a lawyer. I have no desires or ambitions to be a judge, but I am who is breaking the laws today. In my opinion, the war hawks who condemn draft resistors should be challenged for waging an illegal war, and Richard Milhouse Nixon should be the first to get down on his knees and beg the American people for amnesty.
a message of greeting, first of all, from the seminarians and theologians who are in jail. They say, brothers and sisters, we stand with you today in your opposition to the war in Vietnam. We may be jailed in body, but you cannot imprison the word of the Lord. Pray for all of us. And the love of oneself as being very, very important to the whole process of liberation. The other need is perhaps less attractive, because to speak of liberation is to speak of the giving of lives. Our evocation of the lives that have already been given is not enough. It will have power only if we are able to speak finally with the witness of our own lives. As Jim Douglas says, in perhaps a different form, we are saved by the liberator's blood only when we allow it to mix with our own. What is the task before us? To discover a way of liberation from the assumption that it is normal and right for individuals of one class to reap their wealth at the expense of those who produce it. To discover a way to free the world from the 3,401 military bases that we operate overseas as a means to our wealth and our power. To discover a way to revolutionize the American economy so that it is no longer dependent on war. The ways we discover or create must contain the ends we hope to realize. They must be human, respectful of life, truthful and loving. And we assume this task knowing that the more successful we are in it, the more hate we can expect from those in power, and the more hateful the means that they will use against us. We have learned a few things in Harrisburg. We have learned again both the pain and the power of community. We've come through this more loving, I think, stronger, I hope. Whatever the jury's decision, that is in itself a victory. We have learned more sharply the evil intent and means of our government. We determined together that that government had no right to the truth of our lives and our associations. But our lives and our experiences are at your disposal, just as you have shown your lives and experiences to be at our disposal. And that has meant everything to us. And that's Easter. Very happy Easter, and thank you.
Until the American people clearly understand what has been happening. The people themselves will ultimately drive from public office and the command posts of power those guilty of racism, those guilty of repression, those guilty of a godless and senseless war, lies about peace talks and repression here at home. I believe that in 1972, that this will be an excellent year to begin this process of changing the power relationships in America. In my opinion, if Richard Nixon does not ask for amnesty, we should retire him in November.
For burning draft files. Very good.
I want to thank Ruby for the beautiful introduction. That's the first, you probably just met the first Jewish Jesuit in history. Daniel Ellsberg, that bad priest, is down there somewhere. I just returned from a 4-hour visit with my brother Philip, and he asked me to send some good words to you, and I have them here. I'd like to read them. Consider they come from him and from that Catholic kangaroo court. Sisters and brothers, love from all the defendants. We thank you for coming to Harrisburg. More importantly, however, mankind thanks you. The majority of men and women at least, the poor at home and overseas, the Indo-Chinese, the men and women in prison for conscience or politics, those in exile or underground, those of goodwill and justice everywhere, the peacemakers around the world, all thank you. But at the same time, all of us and they remind you, even now, that one has to live the peace. One has to make the peace. One has to be the peace. And in that sense, your presence here is just the beginning. In order to turn this trial around, one has to liberate people from the real dock. One has to free them from the real indictment and indeed the real conviction. Do I make myself clear? The Harrisburg 7 are not indicted. Even if a conviction comes down, they are not convicted. This is merely the government's definition, the government's fabrication, the government's violence. The real indictment is to be violent in any way, to hate to any degree, to be ignorant of community and fearful of risk. The real indictment is to be indifferent to God and to feel we can do anything ourselves. The real indictment is to be warlike, actively or passively. That alone allows Nixon to take our power and use it as he sees fit. To turn this trial around is to take ourselves and others off trial, from under indictment, out of the dock, free from conviction. The slaughter in Indochina will end in no other way. So the word from jail is build it and keep it going. Let peace become our time, our preoccupation, our passion, and our lives. Love to you and thanks from Philip. And then I have a few practically immortal words from myself. Dear friends, Boyd Douglas is a free man today, and Philip is in chains. The simple news must stick in your throat and mine. Reading as we do this week the story of the Passion of Jesus. As you recall, something like this. Then Judas, one of his friends, went to the priests and magistrates in secret and said, "What will you give me? And I will betray him." And they appointed to him $1,500 for the capture of the Flower City people, $200 for a letter leading to the capture of Daniel Berrigan, and some thousands of dollars marked in their ledger, quote, for services rendered, which is to say, he entered an agreement with them to deliver them up in secret. When goodness is punished and evil rewarded, and when the Son of Man goes to his death and the betrayer pockets the silver, and when, moreover, Catholic hangmen, Catholic FBI agents, Catholic prosecutors, Catholic informers savage the lives of nuns and priests, we may be sure that a new page is turned in the history of the people. Read with me this afternoon briefly the heading of that new page, the 24th chapter of Matthew's Gospel. Jesus was led from church to state and condemned by both. And informers came to condemn him, but their testimony did not agree. And Pilate washed his hands and said, "I am innocent of the blood of the just man, look you to it." And they crucified him there. Which, being translated to Harrisburgization, is complete. The pacification of peacemakers is underway. The war has come home. Or in an older German phrase, the case of these troublemakers has ended in a definitive solution. Dear friends, this is not the day we can wish them well. That is to say, Philip and his friends and his brothers prayed here that the children might someday choose prison before killing, lives above property, and official disgrace instead of blood-stained silver.
My dear friends, we've heard from all of the previous speakers that struggling for peace and justice is indeed a struggle which makes great demands on all of us, a struggle that demands sacrifices from all of us. The purpose of political trials such as Angela
So call upon your congressman, call upon your senator to
They look so funny, it smells so...
to fill the stadium, to deny constitutional rights.
Fascist regime that we're now confronted with, to realize that the government...
And I think that once we decide that we can't blame the war on Dick Nixon anymore, and we can't blame the war on the Pentagon anymore, and we got to understand that the honest, ethical, decent folks in this country is strong enough to end that war in any given 30 days. When we decide to quit playing around, the war is going to end. Enough to believe that all it takes to end the war is get rid of Dick Nixon. You are out of your mind because you thought that when LBJ was in. You ran LBJ all the way back to the ranch and the bombs are still falling. You run Dick Nixon all the way back to California and the bombs will still be swallowed if you think you can depend on some of these stinking, slimy, degenerate freaks to end that war. You got to end
the war. It depends on $1,000 contributions for the presidency because it's a move.
Fish and 5 loaves of bread. Well, the hunger that runs through my body now has...
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a privilege to be asked to welcome you here to Washington. And before I get into that, let me read a very brief telegram to you. Peace and love to our brothers and sisters of both hemispheres, from two people of different hemispheres. All of our love, John and Yoko. Yay! They also sent some flowers as a symbol of their struggle for peace. Ludicrous and arrogant on the part of this country to assume that as a Western power we can solve the problem with the Vietnamese people. Let them do it. The names of the young people who died, I ask myself a question that you must ask. Why is it that the old folks don't go to war? If you think about that for a moment, perhaps it's because the old folks are so much in love with life that they all of us, you and I, define a nigger in this country as someone whose role is defined by others, whose humanity is defined by others, whose opportunity to move is defined by others, whose justice is defined by others. You find very quickly that you don't have to be black to be treated like a nigger in this country. We can organize under the banner of fighting
bases and the true plane, ship, and supply movement.
This is not a movement.
We were here in '70 when President Nixon invaded Cambodia and called it an incursion. And we were here in 1969 when he continued the Johnson war policy. And we were here in 1968 when President Nixon promised a secret plan to end the war. It's time for no more moratorium days. It's time that this administration end the war, and only a movement such as this is going to bring that about. The President defies the will of the American people. He defies the express law passed by the Congress. He has re-escalated the war over North Vietnam. Instead of winding it down, he rains it down, raining down tons and tons of bombs, which have brought more devastation during his 3 years in office than all the bombing before that. And the funds, it can stop the war. It is clear that the Nixon Vietnamization policy means only more gas and destruction.
And I said all you needed to do was to look for a black skeleton, because he's been using his body in the strongest, toughest way he could to move the energy to greatly.
Thank you. Let me say I was here last year, this time, hoping then I wouldn't have to be here this year, this time. And here this year, this time, hoping we won't have to be here next year, this time. Sit up and we can talk about the capitalists all day long. We can talk about the imperialists all day long until you're willing to move and deal with this system, baby. The war is going to go on because you sitting on these steps and this jive rhetoric we've been talking for 10 years don't mean nothing, man, to the people that control the fate and destiny of wars. This is what we're talking about. System that permits the type of mentality that's doing what we see happening in Vietnam today. That's what it's all about, baby. And if you don't believe it, you look at your American passport and look at the 4 countries that's off limits to all of Americans to go to. Cuba, North Vietnam, North Korea, and mainland China. And there's no accident the 4 nations Americans can't visit happen to be non-white communist countries. What do you think that's all about, baby? Because how you can explain to me 98% of all the ammunition, of all the weapons, of all the equipment that the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong get come from them funky white Russians in Moscow, but ain't nobody in America upset over the Russians. Why is that? They too white for you? We just decided we're going to sell some wheat to the Russians on credit. Every time an airplane gets shot down over North Vietnam with a SAM missile, it came from Moscow, Russia, but ain't nobody uptight over the Russians. We still bring the Russian ballet to America. We still bring the Russian track team to them. I tell you what, if them Russians woke up tomorrow morning as black as me, we would be fighting on 2 fronts, baby. On reservations permit bombs to fall in villages, not only in Vietnam. If we end this one without changing the basic structure of this sick, degenerate nation, there'll be other Vietnams and other Vietnams and other Vietnams, and this is what we got to deal with. And that's why I decided that I wouldn't eat again until the war was over in Vietnam. And at the 24th of April, I've gone a year, and I decided on the 24th I would do the next 40 days on water. And I tell you that now because I'm hungry. When people ask me, oh, how do you feel when you quit eating? What goes through your body when you haven't eaten over a year? Can't describe it. And if I could, it would be, you'd have to read the Bible to understand where Christ went through the multitudes and decided that he was going to feed 5,000 people, and it said he took 2. That's right. When he got through doing his trick with them fish, he would look to bed and say, boom. When black folks started moving in the civil rights movement, degenerate, funky country, faced this earth, y'all thought we was playing with it. We didn't. Then mom and apple pie. We tried to tell y'all that America used more for niggers than just us. The Jew was the nigger, the Italian was the nigger, the Irishman was the nigger, the Catholic was the nigger, and then it was our turn. The Indian was the nigger, and we was mellow niggas, but we tried to tell y'all we was gonna share that nigger bag, and had you listened to people that really know the true America, you young white kids wouldn't be in the shape you in now, because if you know this stinking degenerate country, she thrives on having her nigger, and when we wasn't a nigger no more, you young white kids came through with your long hair and your beard and your t-shirt and your sandals. That was the best qualification in the world to be the nigger, and you are the nigger now today, nigger. That's right. And you have any doubt, they think they are. They're just lazy and shiftless white niggas. You demanded an investigation, they had an investigation, and the only people got indicted was 25 of them kids that didn't get shot. Nigga, you better get it. So when I leave you, I say to you, you got a big job. You're going to make a lot of folks mad. There's a lot of people get uptight. A lot of people don't understand you young kids because you're changing the basic structure of this country today. You see, you saying to America that morality in America will no longer mean a Brooks Brothers student, a clean haircut, and a shave, and go out and have all the whores you want to have, and you still Mr. So-and-so. That's what we're talking about, baby. And it's upsetting us what you young kids is talking about.
Let me say to my brothers and sisters among the federal employees who are still employed by the Commander-in-Chief, after 12 years of that, I found a form of useful work. So I hope you are as lucky. You've heard a lot of truth from Dick Gregory. Truths about lies, truth about power, what power is and what it isn't. But we can't let that truth about the power we don't have today be true tomorrow, because an awful lot is riding on that. The lives of a lot of Vietnamese and Laotians and Cambodians remain to die under American bombs, and it will depend very much on what we're doing, on what 1,000 other meetings are doing now, and the pressure that we can bring to bear on our representatives in this building. The war may be ending now. The question before us is what it was that it has been for the last several years. Will it be brought to end without tens of thousands more murders? That's our problem, not just to end the war. And we talk about getting rid of Nixon. Of course, that's necessary, but is it enough? It will not save the Vietnamese lives that are at stake this week and next week. If Nixon decides to have a grandstand play in a confrontation with Russia in terms of blockade, if he decides that Marines have to be put ashore, supposedly to rescue other Americans, but in fact as a dramatic distraction from a process of unrestricted bombing of civilians in the north and in the south. It will go on while the media follow that beachhead the way a bull follows a bullfighter's cape. It's up to us to see through those covers and disguises. It'll be up to federal employees who know what's happening to open their mouths, not just to their bosses, but to the people, and give warning so that we can use our power and withdraw our collaboration from this process of crime. What you're hearing on the other steps, as somebody else remarked, are names of victims of this war, but only a small part. American names. The list of victims that Nixon has shrewdly managed to bring down in numbers and in rate over the last couple of years. So most of those names are from a couple of years ago. You don't hear the names of the people who died by thousands last week and who may die next, month. You won't hear those, but you haven't heard them over the last year. Why not? They're Vietnamese. First of all, how many of us even here
He's a young man, he's only 42 years old, fine family present, that he was a candidate for the vice presidency of the United States. Now, I don't want to go through this whole biography. He's got all the credits, just take my word for it. I want you to hear from him personally. Senator Mike Gravel of Alaska.
Thank you very much. Perhaps by way of information, let's say for the electronic media, I'll be talking for about 20 minutes, and I don't know how large your magazines are, but we'll have a Q&A, so if those who are in charge of the cameras want to shoot some specific footage on the questions they want to address to me, then go ahead and save it for that point in time. The areas obviously of most interest to you was my announcement yesterday that I will be seeking the office of Vice President of the United States. Let me first say that I am very honored to be here. I counted an opportunity to have this forum, one, to meet with the press here of Miami, and of course to have an opportunity to express myself to the press nationally through the representatives here. So I'm deeply grateful for that opportunity. We carried the South because Lyndon Johnson was a skilled, able practitioner at the art of politics. It was because he, as a man, had skills and abilities, not because he came from Texas. He could have come from Louisiana, he could have come from Alabama, he could have come from Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Wouldn't have made any difference. It was the man that counted, the substance of the man. This day and age, with cameras like this, where my voice, my appearance, my views can go out to millions and millions of people, I don't think anybody watching this is going to say, well, yeah, that's the guy from Alaska. I don't think that their consideration is going to end there. I don't think, and most particularly with a book that I've recently published called Citizen Power, is the fact that I define problems as you, and there's two ways. You can be very politic and define a problem with great drama and walk away from it and leave it there, or you can try and deal in some degree of specificity. When you deal with specificity, you deal in things that offend people. And in the specificity, you usually have change. And if you look up the word radical in a definition, you'll find that that exactly is what radical is. It's a change. I think the word radical has been misused, that we've added a connotation to it as a result of the polarization of Richard Nixon that really is not there. And so that if one looks at a problem and finds that change must take place to solve that problem, that may well be radical, but in my mind it does not have an onus connotation to it. Now, the other item that probably places me in the eyes of many in a very extreme and polarized position is what I did with the Pentagon Papers. If there's one thing that baffles me, it's the reaction then and now, and I think it will remain for some time, with respect to the Pentagon Papers. I'm flattered that there's a large cadre of people in this country that think I'm one of the most courageous persons in public office. I'm confused myself, as other citizens are confused, by the lack of understanding of the secrecy issue in this country. And of course, I'm chagrined that a small cadre of people in this country consider me a traitor. But what is really the great tragedy of it all is the fact that what I did would cause such deep-seated and deep-rooted emotion. Because when you rip away all of the emotional reaction and just ask yourself, well, what did I do? Then you come up with, I must admit, you have to come up with a very clear answer that there was nothing extraordinary about it at all. And the fact that we hold it extraordinary is proof of really how serious things are in this country. What did I do? I took a study that was performed by the Pentagon for the purpose of the government, a study of a non-military nature that involved our historical analysis as to why we were enmeshed in Southeast Asia, and gave this study to the American people. There wasn't a paper in it that was worth being classified. The classification was through presidential executive edict, which of course has no force of law. And then the second thing that I did was turn around and see that the Kissinger papers became public. These papers were political documentation and studies, the foundation upon which Richard Nixon has built his Vietnamization program, which has lasted us for these 3 years. And of course, we still find ourselves in this maelstrom of Southeast Asia, where we're killing Americans, killing Asians, spending untold tax, untold parts of our treasury. So I think we're all entitled to know what was the foundation, what's the information that brought about this policy. So often, you and I and citizens say, well, I have to defer to what the president's doing because he knows something I don't know. Well, what I did in giving out the Kissinger papers is to give you the same thing that Richard Nixon knew, and with the statement that if you had the same information, I doubt that less than or more than 10% of you would have adopted the same course of action, because I don't think you would have been saddled with the ego trip that the chief executive of this country has been on with respect to Southeast Asia. So all I've done is given out information in a democracy, a supposed democracy, to the people who are supposed to be running this democracy, a government of, by, and for the people. That's really all that was done, was giving out information. The fact that this could strike consternation in our mind is only testimony to the fact as to how closed a society we had become since the Second World War, and how adjusted we were in our citizenry, in the press, and in the government itself, in the Congress of the United States, into the acceptance of secrecy. And this, in my mind, the very existence of that situation is the death knell of our system of representative government. And I think that Daniel Ellsberg will go down in the history of this nation. In fact, he'll go down in the history of mankind as sounding the gong of alarm to give us one more chance to safeguard man's experimentation at self-government, because that experimentation was and still is in the process of being snuffed out. We were hemorrhaging internally, and it was the actions of Daniel Ellsberg that has now told us, you're bleeding to death, and you've got to do something about it. Now, if there's one thing I'm proud of, is the fact that I've taken to the barricades along with many of you in the Fourth Estate. I've developed a good deal more appreciation as to the importance of information, factual information, in a representative society. And I can frankly tell you, from my conclusions in reading the Pentagon Papers, that I don't care who acquires power, myself included. There is no reason for the people to trust anybody who is given power. And because of that, there is only one way you can safeguard your interest when you give this responsibility to somebody else. And that way is to have total scrutiny over their activities. And that is not the case today. Now, there's two groups that have responsibilities for that scrutiny. You people in the Fourth Estate, and I, equally. I, as a legislator, have a responsibility to open up the conduits of information to the people that I represent. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court has struck down that role of an elected official. And what they've done is they've permitted the reaffirmation of those who acquire positions of power, those who become part of the establishment, to immediately seize the reins of power and build up barriers of secrecy to insulate and guarantee their own security and to perpetuate themselves in office. I think it's a tragedy. I think it's one of the colossal errors of the Supreme Court. I'm chagrined to think that it was a lineup of the Nixon appointees that voted this way, which certainly is an extension of the views that this administration has in expanding wiretapping beyond all proportions, in expanding and using methods of harassment, selective judicial inquiry through the grand jury, a selective prosecution of who they want, who they think are the bad guys. I think, and of course, no-knock invasions. I think that we're just beginning to get a sense of really how oppressive this government can become. As a Democrat, as a liberal, it certainly has alerted me to the fallacy of trying to build a colossus of government to solve all our problems. And that's why in the book Citizen Power I try to move away from that thesis and try to find new vehicles to implement citizen power, which I think is where the action who hold power, who do not treasure that power beyond their responsibilities. And if I've demonstrated one thing with the Pentagon Papers, it is that I do not hold my office higher than human life. I do not hold my office higher than the good of this country, which of course is one of the major frailties of people who do take higher office. The issue that will be made against me, and the Republicans will do it almost like lemmings charging to the sea for their death wish, will be the fact that they will charge at me as if I'm a red cape. They'll charge at me like dumb bulls with their heads down and their butts in the air. They'll charge at me trying to defend secrecy in a free society. I welcome that charge, and that's probably the best thing that could happen to the Democratic ticket is for the Republicans to come charging in and say, we need secrets. We need secrets to run the government. We need secrets to protect this country in its defense posture. We need secrets in order to have a proper foreign policy. We need secrets in health, welfare, and education. We need secrets in our peaceful uses of atomic energy so we can build nuclear reactors and poison your climate. No, we need secrets in all of these activities in government. And you know something? It's not going to wash for one dime. Not at all. Because in a free society, there's only one thing that counts, is for the people to be informed and you to inform the people of this country. If you don't think that that's not going to be a serious issue in this nation, and an issue that is going to inure very well to my candidacy, and I hope contribute to the election of the presidential candidate on the Democratic side, let me just quote you one dialogue that took place between Robert Dole and myself. Now, you know who Robert Dole is. He's the senator from the state of Kansas and the head of the Republican Party. Now, Senator Dole, in the process, when I was trying to give out the Kissinger papers, stood on the floor of the Senate and said, Senator Gravel, you're going to have to live with what you've done. And I stood up angrily and said, Senator Dole, I'm proud of what I've done. You and others are going to have to live what you have failed to do. And let me pose a rhetorical question to you with respect to secrecy. If there's 100 acres surrounded by a barbed wire fence, and inside of that fence you have some military types who are in the process of killing other Americans who have been brought into this camp, and in the corner of that barbed wire fence we have some ovens, and we take the remains of these Americans that have been killed and we cremate them in these ovens to do away with the evidence. If the information in the existence of that camp came across your desk in a top-secret document, compelled to give that information to the American people, or would you feel bound to abide by the top-secret label on that document? The head of the Republican Party, the distinguished senator from the state of Kansas, a very well-known Republican and often a spokesman for the White House, said, Senator Gravel, we have Senate rules that we have to follow. If you don't think that we don't have some problems with that type of thinking at the highest level of our government, then you're sorely mistaken. The day after I gave out the Pentagon Papers, Senator Barry Goldwater stood up and said, Senator Gravel obviously has acted irresponsibly. We should take his top-secret clearance away from him. That's idiotic. Nobody in government. The people of Alaska cleared me the day they elected me, and they're the only people that can take away my clearance. And in a democracy, we don't elect people to high office and for them to go to Washington and sit in a hotel until the FBI or the CIA calls them on the phone and says, okay, we've checked you out, you're clean, you can now go take your seat. That's not the way power is distributed in this country. It comes from the people. I would hope that many more would realize that. And I think if I run a ticket, I think that would be one of the major issues confronting this nation this year. And I think the fact that it would be a major issue would be a most salutary, a most effective dialogue to take place in this nation. I'd like to close at this time. I could cite you other examples and go over more specifically into the Supreme Court. But I would like to leave more time for Q&As, which I'm sure that's more your bag than just a monologue on my part. Thank you very much again for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can see you don't believe that all good guys wear white.
Yet must. I don't think that he's within the possibility of getting the nomination.
Dick Lance.
Dick? Yeah, no. The answer is no. And of course, I don't even think it's within the realm of possibility he'll be the nominee. So it's academic. That's going to be one of the problems you and the Fourth Estate are going to have to mature real fast on, because I think what's got a lot of people bottled up in the press media who have experience in covering politics, and what's got a lot of politicians bottled up, is the fact that they're thinking in terms of past tradition. And tradition has been that the nominee is selected, he retreats to his suite with his advisors, he checks with a few of the powerhouses around the country, and they try to pick a name of a person who they think, in their wisdom, will be an asset to the ticket. Well, the spirit of reform that's going to grip this convention, and it will be the most democratic convention in the history of this nation, will not tolerate that type of a situation. I think that the people realize that they're elected as delegates. They have the power to choose the presidential nominee, which is the most important task. So quite obviously, they have the power to choose the vice presidential nominee. And they will make that choice. So it's not a question of them sitting back waiting for somebody to throw it to them, which was the case in '56. The race is on. I have a petition, Chuck Peabody has a petition, and I think that as other people wake up in the course of the next few days, they're going to find that they're going to have to file their petitions. Now, whoever the nominee would be, if he would be, in my mind, it would be unpolitic, that would be a very strong possibility. It's been strengthened by the statements of Frank Mankiewicz, and I think what they're viewing and evidencing is the same thing that I've viewed in a conclusion that I came to some months ago. My personal position with the pipeline is I would like to see the oil brought to market, but I'm not a pipeliner at all cost. I want to see it brought to market intelligently and effectively. And I think in this day of technology that we can bring that oil safely to market. The problem is are we willing to pay the price of policing it so that it can be brought safely to market? This nation, within 10 years, will be importing more than 50% of its fossil fuels to satisfy our energy needs.
Fate of the California steel delegates.
Over the fact that the decision was made to overturn, or the challenge was made. I think the choice was made. Certainly, the winner take all is not the most ideal situation, but we had ample time before the fact to register opposition. Opposition was registered. There was no countenance given to it. Everybody wanted to live with the situation as it was and correct it at some later date. It was unfortunate that after the fact, then the contest was made in this regard. I think it will resolve itself finally that the California delegation will probably not be interrupted, but the discomfort that will take place and the emotional stress that will take place within the California delegation, I think does us no good in that regard. I think we stand a chance, if there is a shifting of seats at the last moment, to denude the very powerful and important state of California of its true voice at this convention, because there will be such acrimony within its own forces. And I think this is most unfortunate. I wish it had not occurred, but I'm sure that this convention, like any other convention, can handle the acrimony that will take place, and the end result will be a unified stand by all of the candidates who exist now behind the nominee that we will choose next week.
Go ahead, Dean.
I've heard that comparison.
Repeat
The question is are we Democrats committing suicide politically like Barry Goldwater did by taking such an extreme ideological stance and having such an extreme team? I've heard that analysis made in the press repeatedly, and I can't think of anything that really has more error embodied into it. Barry Goldwater essentially stole the convention. He didn't go out and win it on the hustings as George McGovern has done. And keep in mind that in the history of this country, no man has gone through a greater and stronger and more difficult test than George McGovern has gone. Now, some people can say, well, of course, that's just a minority in all these primaries. Well, that is a case. It is the minority. But there's nobody that's been tested to get the nomination more than he has. So if in the past the indications have been that a guy winning some primaries and then getting the nomination has a chance to win, all I can submit is that George McGovern has better odds going in his favor for success in November than anybody else has had. Now let's examine what were the ingredients of George McGovern's victory this spring. And if there's anything that the primaries show is that the, quote, centrist, quote, moderate, there's no room for him in our society today. Our society has been polarized by Richard Nixon. People are tired of the generalities. Now, in the old days, a politician could get away with the question being asked, well, how do you stand on this? And you could throw out a few platitudes, as is normally our skill, and generalities, and they'll wash. Everybody will sit back dutifully and quiet. They all know that it's a put-on. People don't buy that anymore. People are sophisticated. They want specific answers. And so when you deal in specificity, you deal in a yes or no situation. And that some people choose to call radical. That's most unfortunate. No, I don't think that's what's going to be the case. I think George McGovern won these primaries. Now,
through the delegates and the confusion that's going on, do you think that the Supreme Court should be involved on who has what delegates as far as this California?
Well, I'm sure that the Supreme Court wouldn't be getting involved if it were in the interest of Richard Nixon not to get involved. I don't generally charge the Supreme Court with politics, and I won't in this case. But I think all of you are sophisticated enough to realize that if there is some capital made by this, that there may be some advice or innuendo from the White House in this direction. I think it's most unfortunate. I don't think the Supreme Court should be involved. This is a matter of the convention. I think the convention can make its own determination as to the membership of this convention.
We have a chance for two more questions. Back there against the... What's your question, please, sir?
Well, first off, I've already addressed your convention, which I think is something more than any other candidate has done. So I think my credentials should be high in your stock in that regard. In fact, I still haven't been paid for the trip that I took out there. It was just expenses that I was asking for. And it was an unusual experience to me, because if you were there in Dallas, you recall it very well. I think that there's no question, if this is the first I've heard of this convention, certainly as a group of people interested in the issues, and I have particular affection for the Vietnam vets, I'd be happy to make an appearance, and we'll work it into a schedule depending upon the situation. You know, I'll be, if I'm successful, all of my plans are till next Thursday night. And if I'm successful, I'll have to develop a new set of plans. If I'm not successful, I'll be resting, and I might have a lot of time to make an appearance.
Jerry, last
I guarantee you of that. And if there's anything that I could stress for you, and I only do it as a fellow person who's interested in getting information out, I think we're all brothers under the skin. If we're not, I've been made such with you by the Supreme Court last week. And if I can just get one message across to you, is stop thinking in the traditional terms that this is going to be the way it used to be done. It's an open convention, and it's open right now as a result of the facts that exist. And those facts are that Chub Peabody has a petition, which he will file. His name will be on the ballot. I have a petition. My name will be on the ballot. And I think with respect to the credibility of my candidacy, all you need but do is evaluate what happens in the next 6 days as the endorsements and as the support I hope will build in my behalf can give you some indication as to really how open it will be. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you very much, members of the Tiger Bay Club. As is our custom, in 1:45, it's over. Don't forget, next week it's on a Tuesday, our normal day. And Hal will have a good speaker for you. Thank you all. Senator? Sure.
And I'd like to congratulate you. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Very impressed.
Very much.
Let me have that.
Right.
Want to keep it?
You know that you hang on.
Be watching this on television right now, Richard Milhouse Nixon. The fact is that one of every 3 vice presidents eventually made it to the White House.
First-class citizens everywhere in America. That not only my colleague that was invented to make the administration look good,
And because you'll be selected by you, the delegates of
candidates will both speak here this morning, that I'm the only presidential candidate who will appear. I think the theory behind that is that the bid and the competition for the presidency has been so strenuous that no one really expects any one of us to survive, and so the really important focus in this convention shifts to the vice presidency. And I'm glad to see that Mike Gravel is in good health. But there is another consideration.
You'll go out on that floor and demand that you have the right to nominate your own man for Vice President of the United States. I say to you that if you do, that this country is going to be in better shape than if we permit the presidential nominee to pick his own man. Because the worst sins in this nation have been committed in the name of political balance. The country has been turned around in midstream if a vice president sometimes rises to the presidency because he was picked for political balance. You want a man who...
Say that I can't become vice president without your support. It just won't happen. Those of you who feel...
Nominee who will...
On the selection of a vice president, this will catch like a prairie fire through this convention, because you have the power and responsibility to elect a president. You have the same power and the same responsibility to elect a vice president, and you shouldn't defer that responsibility. Under our present system, you only become powerful every 4 years. Don't be a fool. Keep it for 5 days. Don't give it up in the last day. Thank you, and if you choose...
There was only one convention in recent history in which the presidential nominee left it up to the delegates to choose his running mate. That was in 1956. The presidential nominee was Adlai Stevenson. One candidate for the vice presidency emerged as a surprisingly strong vote-getter. Against great odds, he lost a very close fight for the vice presidential nomination, but he won the respect of his party. He was obviously a man to be watched in the future. His name was John F. Kennedy. Stephen Gear, ABC News, in the convention hall.
This man and I complete our respective terms of office.
And of course, a man who may be watching this on television right now, Richard Milhous Nixon. The fact is that one of every 3 vice presidents eventually made it to the White House. That's about as good a reason as any for the widespread interest today in the vice presidential nomination.
I've been told that not only my colleague Mike Gravel, but also Chub Peabody of Massachusetts, 2 vice presidential candidates, will both speak here this morning, that I'm the only presidential candidate who will appear. I think the theory behind that is that the bid and the competition for the presidency has been so strenuous that no one really expects any one of us to survive, and so the really important focus in this convention shifts to the vice presidency. And I'm glad to see that Mike Gravel is in good health here today.
I hope that you'll go out on that floor and demand that you have the right to nominate your own man for Vice President of the United States. I say to you that if you do, that this country is going to be in better shape than if we permit the presidential nominee to pick his own man. Because the worst sins in this nation have been committed in the name of political balance. The country has been turned around in midstream if a vice president sometimes rises to the presidency because he was picked for political balance.
Let me just say that I can't become vice president without your support. It just won't happen. The delegation from Massachusetts passed a resolution for an open convention on the selection of a vice president. This will catch like a prairie fire through this convention, because you have the power and responsibility to elect a president. You have the same power and the same responsibility to elect a vice president, and you shouldn't defer that responsibility. Under our present system, you only become powerful every 4 years. Don't be a fool. Keep it for 5 days. Don't give it up in the last day.
It is a debt to one.
There was only one convention in recent history in which the presidential nominee left it up to the delegates to choose his running mate. That was in 1956. The presidential nominee was Adlai Stevenson. One candidate for the vice presidency emerged as a surprisingly strong vote-getter. Against great odds, he lost a very close fight for the vice presidential nomination, but he won the respect of his party. He was obviously a man to be watched in the future. His name was John F. Kennedy. Stephen Gear, ABC News, in the convention hall.
This man and I complete our respective terms of office.
Rousseau and Ellsberg, is the truth still marching on? People, can you tell me what's on trial today?
We can't let them reveal secrets just because politicians do. It might be embarrassing to guys like me and you.
And it allows them to continue to go on piously talking about invasion.
I will expose the lies, the deceit, the contempt, along with Tony Russo, who is my colleague and friend. We'll make Nixon listen. His ears will bend, and then maybe we can get this horrible war to end.
They did submit to the judge the evidence that there had been a wiretap of one of the principals on our defense. They have not told us who. The judge has not told us who. The circuit court apparently decided that that was a violation of our rights, and they have stayed all proceedings of this trial, starting at 1:30 this afternoon, until they can have a hearing on this and to decide what's happened.
There will be more of these rallies, organized by those who believe that Ellsberg and Russo should be kept in the public eye. They believe the one way they can win is to make sure that the media gets their message. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. There will be more.
We begin trying Russo and Ellsberg today.
Why? What law was broken?
Well, there is no law.
That's because I have spoken.
Now, you remember in
No peace, candidate. Vote for me, and I'll give you peace. I have no quarrel with troops. Well, I mean Vietnamese. I'll withdraw with honor. I'll do what's right. Besides, don't you remember? I'm a good friend of Ike.
So off to Washington Richard was sent. Besides, who could see Hubert H. Humphrey as our president? And you remember when he laid that awful bomb and said in public,
"Our boys have never created an atrocity in Vietnam."
And when questioned about this, Hubie did cry,
"What? I never joke." Who? Me, live?
And speaking of bombs, lest we forget, that was Nixon's first job as our chief exec. Right. Like their brothers and sisters in Indochina, who are doing what's right. See, they're fighting for national liberation, self-determination, for kicks. We're studying documents from the military industrial complex. His name was Dan Ellsberg, and he worked for RAND, whose job is to protect the interests of big industry.
I am confused over the contradictions. Yes, I am bothered about how the government says one thing and then does another. How they assassinated TM, plotted like witches in a brew.
So, like a scene out of Shakespeare, he decided to tame the shrew. He saw people rising, not afraid of trouble, and he made up his mind to join in. He ordered the wage freeze. But then Nixon never wasted time. He sure didn't hesitate when he... Well, Nixon, he just went crazy. We didn't know to what degree. And now he's got Tony and Dan on trial for theft and conspiracy. Just because Sister Angela, they must be set free. Free Dan! Free Dan! Free all political prisoners! Shoot those people! Shoot them! It's them! It's them! All right! We'll yell full out!
Sons of America have the right to know the workings of our government and where our dollars go. This trial is one more move to take those rights away, and there's no official secrets law anyway. So what's on trial? What's on trial? What's on trial today? You and me are ITT in the bonds of the Pentagon. Russo and Ellsberg, is the truth still marching on? People, can you tell me what's on trial today? Back in the time machine, we're tracking down Tom Paine, Jefferson, Sam Adams, yes, we'll buy. Here's the truth still marching on. People, can you tell me what's on trial today? Coast to coast, the press is boast they've got the people at their heels, so they can keep on stopping us with their crooked deals. Lawton, Collins, Smith, Ortiz, it's more than peace that we demand. It's working. No one has to tell me what's on trial today.
About the content of what's in those papers. You only know that certain documents were made public, certain secrets were revealed. Documents.
Any questions? What happened today? Okay, Tony mentioned that we've got a new answer as of this hour to the question, what's on trial, that I just heard in this song for the first time. What's on trial today is the government's, and I correct myself, the Justice Department's belief that it has a right to the private conversations of attorneys and clients, consultants, private citizens in general, that they can do that without a law and against the law. They are on trial today by virtue of a decision of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in California, meeting this morning formally to hear our appeal from a ruling. We said that we had a right to know who had been wiretapped. The government has admitted in camera, that is, they didn't tell us, they told the judge, without even telling us, as they should, that they had made a submission of any kind. In fact, they made a grossly misleading statement about that, and for this country. Tony and I sit in there every day, and we watch a team of people from the Justice Department, the prosecution, come in, and they file papers, when they do give us papers to us instead of the judge. And those papers say that they're from the United States of America. Well, I say they're putting on airs in a pretty dangerous way when they say it that way. They're not the government. They're not the United States of America. There's three branches of our government in the Constitution. There's the press, and there's the people who are the sovereign governors. And these people for too long have felt that they were beyond any law. They have acted like outlaws, as is shown in the Pentagon Papers that they've made the mistake of bringing into a courtroom. And they're acting out this belief of theirs that they're beyond any law in this courtroom. And the circuit court for once for once in this trial has said no and has stopped that for the moment. So I'm happy about that. I know you want to know
What's happening?
There will be more of these rallies organized by those who want to keep the trial of Ellsberg and Russo in the public eye. The supporters of these men feel the one way they can win is to make sure that the media gets their message. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News in Los Angeles. One more time. There will be more of these rallies organized by those who believe that Ellsberg and Russo and their trial should be kept in the public eye. They believe that... Cut for a second. There will be more of these rallies organized by the men who believe that the trial of Ellsberg and Russo should be kept in the public eye. They believe the one they... Try again. Organized... There will be more of these rallies organized by those who believe that Ellsberg and Russo should be kept in the public eye. They believe the one way they can win is to make sure that the media gets their message. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News in Los Angeles. There will be more of these rallies organized by those who believe the trial of Ellsberg.
About the questions which your attorneys proposed and were stricken by the court.
I haven't been over the whole list of which was...
It's going to take at least a month to pick a jury, then 5 weeks for the prosecution to present its case, then another 9 weeks for the defense. That means, barring any unforeseen delays, the fate of Ellsberg and Russo won't be known until the middle of 1973. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News in Los Angeles.
Totally optimistic. As I say, there's no way I could be protected, my liberty could be protected than by having 12 average citizens who are not officials and who remember, I think they'll remember what they learned in grade school about how we're supposed to govern ourselves.
It might take longer because it seems to me that the judge, after being corrected by the Circuit Court of Appeals, I think he's going to be a little more careful and will probably take more time. That is, I would think that he should anyway. He was very hasty last time.
I believe you reluctantly said that you were satisfied with the jury as it was selected, the all jury. But what kind of ultimate juror would you like to see? In what way?
Well, for one thing, young people below the age of 30 on the initial panel were underrepresented by 40%. Now, the judge said that youth was not a cognizable class, which was really outrageous. This judge, as much as anyone, should know that youth is a distinct class. He was chairman of the Scranton Commission on Campus Unrest, and so he should be familiar with this. So I think that anyone who says that youth is not a cognizable class is not in tune with the realities of American life today.
After these continual delays, what are your feelings now, Tony, that this is finally starting?
Well, I'm glad to see it.
So, what about the status of the jury selection now? Actually, we're moving very slowly.
Well, apparently he's going to get underway with some questions this afternoon, and that's how it stands. Simple as that.
Why is the Napoloni case applicable to this particular case?
I think my attorney should talk to that point.
Well, in the Napoloni case, the government was apparently proceeding along the same theory the government is in this case, and that is attempting to demonstrate that the defendant did something wrong, and hoping that that demonstration would carry the jury through to a finding of guilty on the charges which the defendant did not commit. Here you have a situation where the government is asserting, in fact, that the defendants violated certain security regulations and they violated the regulations at RAND. That is not tantamount to espionage. So we feel the government should not have the benefit of proving half a case and asking for a conviction on a whole case.
You also cited an article from the USC Law Review. What about that, sir?
I would like to answer that. It'll be tough this week. Now, one
It's going to take at least a month to pick another jury, then 5 weeks for the prosecution to present its case, then 9 weeks for the defense. That means, barring any unforeseen delays, the fate of Ellsberg and Russo won't be known until the middle of 1973. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. Yeah. It's going to take at least a month. Excuse me. It's going to take at least a month to pick another jury, then 5 weeks for the prosecution to present its case, then 9 weeks for the defense. That means, barring any unforeseen delays, the fate of Ellsberg and Russo won't be decided until the middle of 1973. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles.
The fundamental issue at stake in the negotiations today is whether or not Vietnam is one country. The fact that Vietnam is one country legally, the unconstitutional jury selection procedures are not our fault, you see. So I'm very anxious to see it get underway very quickly. Oh yes, I think.
How do you feel about the questions which your attorneys are going to be, which the judge is going to be asking the juror?
Attorney Boudin, Ellsberg's attorney, said that the break-in of Ellsberg's psychiatrist office and other events have been part of, as he put it, the whole Watergate scheme planned by John Mitchell. What's your reaction?
I think that's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard.
Okay.
All I know is what Ron Ziegler said today, so we'll all have to wait.
Mr. Mitchell, in the Ellsberg case today, Attorney Boudin, Ellsberg's attorney, said that the break-in of Ellsberg's psychiatrist office and other events have been part of, as he put it, the whole Watergate scheme planned by John Mitchell. What's your reaction?
I think that's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard, and I'd like to end right on that one. We'll see y'all later.
What do you say?
I understand.
Let it roll. Oh, you must know better than that. You must be kidding.
Did you ever relate to him that there was even any chance?
Mr. Mitchell.
Now, Johnny. Watch that light in the window, please.
Hey, Phil, pull my plug out.
He's getting a kick in the window.
That is response to the last question.
Landy had everything.
Both got Bill?
Just a word with you, please.
You sure may. Which word would
Mr.
you
Mitchell,
like?
last week you were quoted as saying that you felt as if you were an innocent bystander shot in the leg. Do you feel the wound's more serious now?
None whatsoever. We're going to have to wait and see what the president says tonight.
Do you have any indication what he might be saying?
None whatsoever. All I know is what Ron Ziegler said today, so we'll all have to wait and see.
I understand. You said that you said that you met with that you met with members of the surveillance committee. Were Ehrlichman or the other man in that meeting at all?
No.
Did you ever tell Nixon of any of the of anything that you knew about?
Better than that. You must be kidding.
Did you ever relay to him that there was even any chance? I flubbed it.
Somebody wake up.
Yeah, we're all right.
Yeah, well, there's the filter.
That's the thing. In order to say that he took responsibility, you have to say that you have to look through some of the cheap propagandistic tones that he used. You see, because he didn't say, I take responsibility. He said, I take the blame, because every man at the top of an organization always has to take the blame.
So it's a skillful defense, personal defense. But listen, you remember
For a
that
very defensive
Dean said,
personality.
I will not be a scapegoat. Well, there's some making scapegoats. So, let's see whether he is.
We're going in to do battle with the president, which ain't such a hard thing to do nowadays.
Regal dance, guys, regal dance.
Dr. Ellsberg, what about this written motion for dismissal? Why wasn't entered today?
It was entered as far as I know.
It was entered?
Yes.
It was filed?
Yeah, it was a question of typing it as fast as we could. They made an oral argument on it, of course, during the morning with the intent of filing.
What do you expect to happen with the entering of this motion? Do you expect the judge will dismiss the charge?
Have a short answer.
Both of you right here.
The Times wants you to hold up.
Is there a Times? I don't mean...
Seems like very
This is on strike, I believe. Is there a Times? Yeah. Of these actions done in his name. He gave us an answer. This piece of paper indicates to me not only that that answer is very questionable, but it raises an entirely new question. Did not the President of the United States order this entire process of illegal criminal activity?
Okay. Hit Dan Parker out there. Hey, come on, fellas. Back up, fellas. Back up.
The memo we got this morning elevates the inquiry from a question of taint of evidence to an attempt by the judge and the court, and that must lead, in our opinion, to a mistrial or a dismissal.
Jack, get down. Shoemaker. Go ahead. Bring him over here.
No, it's,
Early, that sometime in 1971, the president called for, directed an investigation, quote, parallel to the FBI investigation of the Pentagon Papers leak. That is to say, sometime probably shortly after June 1971. We know that Mr. Hunt joined the White House staff in July of 1971. Mr. Ehrlichman took responsibility for this under and assigned to it Mr. Eagle Krogh and David Young, who is Henry Kissinger's assistant. Gordon Liddy and Howard Hunt were, quote, designated to conduct this investigation. An investigation ordered by the president. So these men were acting directly as White House employees of the president, not as they later became employees of CREEP, the Committee to Re-elect the President. Mr. Ehrlichman knew that they conducted investigation, he says, in Washington and went to the West Coast to follow up on leads. Mr. Ehrlichman told the FBI some days ago, and we did not learn till this morning. I think quite obviously, Mr. Ehrlichman must have told the president of this no later than March of this year, and presumably a full year ago, since Mr. Ehrlichman and Liddy and Hunt were carrying out an assignment directly from the president on this operation. Knew that this pair in the West Coast, in their, in quote, investigation, had broken into the premises of a former doctor of mine, a psychiatrist, Dr. Lewis Fielding. He says he did not learn of it until after the incident had taken place, probably immediately after. He doesn't say when. He told them that he did not, quote, agree with this method of investigation, and when he learned about the burglary, he instructed them, and this is a quote from Mr. Ehrlichman to the FBI investigator, he instructed them, quote, not to do this again. Well, his orders were not obeyed too well, since, as we know, they were finally caught bugging the premises of the Democratic Committee sometime later. I don't know whether he put Mr. Hunt's and Mr. Barker's plan and boarded plan, but to assault me in May on the steps of the Capitol while I was giving a public speech, or whether that came under his proscription, had more reason to respect, trust, and be proud of the functioning of our government than in the last 2 months or 2 weeks. Our government was set up with several branches to check each other and prevent abuse by any one a branch. In the last 2 weeks, those institutions have earned more respect, and I'm speaking now of the press as a fourth branch. I'm speaking of the courts, including Judge Sirica in Washington, of the Congress, including Senator Ervin with his investigation, each one of which has contributed to our information about abuses by the executive branch, and it would appear by the president himself and his immediate White House staff. I have never appreciated more that design of a government 200 years old, and I think we can be happy about the way it's functioning.
Has Judge Byrne been a part of this?
I'm sorry?
Has Judge Byrne, in your opinion, been a part of helping to reveal some of the information?
Obviously, we would not have gotten this material unless Judge Byrne had conscientiously protected our rights as part of the judicial system. Not the least of the extremely... Clever old offered open broad. We wonder if he's a good one.
Yeah, there's Ehrlichman, you about
the orders are shortly after the break-in. He says after.
Let me get in front of your camera.
Further investigation, which did lead to a second indictment. A White House investigation was not called further. I can only assume. say exactly when. However, it was obviously before Mr. Benson and Liddy were arrested in the Watergate. They haven't been speaking to him very much since then, I'll guess. So
That's what I like about you.
Okay, one.
We thought the judge made a very reasonable response, which was to hold that in abeyance until he'd gotten more facts. We certainly felt that we have enough facts right now to move for dismissal in combination with everything else over the last year and a half that's happened. He's certainly right, however, that we are far from having all the facts, and I must say this case has helped get some of those facts out through Judge Byrne's responses to our earlier motions. So if the case in continuing can continue to get the truth out before the American people, that's a useful service, and we're happy to see it. We expect him to dismiss this case when he does have those facts.
Dr. Ellsberg, the jury is admonished not to read about the Ellsberg case, but they do read about the Watergate case, which is...
It's turned out to be the same.
Yes. What about that?
What we've learned is that the prosecutorial misconduct, of which we've complained many times, we've made a number of motions for dismissal in the past based on this, has turned out to be part of a much larger pattern of executive branch misconduct, starting with misconduct in the White House, and though we don't know all the facts yet, the president would seem to be personally involved. That does explain why there's been this persistent hiding of evidence by the prosecution, hiding of witnesses, refusal to turn over information that we are guaranteed constitutionally. We were beginning to find it just incredible that the prosecutor could be doing this on his own authority. I think it's now clear that it was the wishes of the White House that this case occur, that the prosecution continue in face of the mounting evidence that no law had been broken, and that the picture of facts presented in the indictment was a fantasy. I think we now have the explanation. Mr. Nesson was simply obeying orders.
You say the White House. Do you mean the President of the United States, Dr. Ellsberg?
He is the man who lives in the White House and is responsible for everything that happens in the White House. According to Mr. Ehrlichman, he is the man who gave Mr. Ehrlichman the assignment to undertake an investigation, quote, after the first indictment and parallel to the FBI investigation. In circumstances, by the way, when the FBI was being perhaps unduly responsive to the president's wishes already. Yet he needed an extra investigation. Perhaps the FBI doesn't burglarize itself directly. I don't know. Apparently the White House does.
The judge mentioned duplicity.
Mark, will you take your name?
No.
When did you write that speech, Mr. Attorney General?
Excuse me.
Well, I didn't write that speech. It's obvious to you. Yeah. I've been thinking about it since yesterday, and it's a speech that has in part reflected what I've said around the country for 4.5 years as the Deputy Attorney General, as the Attorney General of the United States. Then also in part things that I feel are relevant, to the times and events of the past couple of days and also the last several months. Then also some things that I would like to say, probably my last occasion to be called upon to give a formal speech while I'm the Attorney General of the United States, and I really welcome the opportunity to do so.
General, on the Watergate case, you said that these are days for sorrow but not for despair.
Yes.
What did you mean?
Well, I think we should always all be sorrowful when any of our fellow citizens, regardless of who they are, violate any law in the United States. Because any time any of us violate a law, it takes something away, detracts from, the nature of our society. But the reason why I said they are not times for despair, and why I chose today to say so, as we celebrate Law Day, is that, number one, we are a country of law and not of men, and that even these circumstances prove that the law prevails in the United States of America, that it works its will, and that it is applicable and it is enforced and it is pursued regardless of who we are, our station in life, whether we are poor or rich, whether we are powerful or unpowerful, and no matter in what calling we find ourselves. So I've always found in life that when you have difficulties on your hands, and you have great challenges and problems, usually you come out of it better and richer and more humbly grateful for the institutions of freedom that make the United States the country that it is.
Well, do you still feel that that justice will be served equally well by an in-house investigation of Watergate? There are so many cries now for an independent investigation of this whole affair. Do you
I
still
have no
stand
doubt
by
in my mind that under President Nixon, complete, full, comprehensive, fair justice will be achieved in this matter.
Well, are you opposed to an independent investigator taking over this?
Well, really, I would prefer that you direct that question to Secretary Richardson. I find myself in the last few days as the Attorney General of the United States, and I just would prefer just to pass that question.
What are your personal thoughts on
Well, give me about 8 more days, and then I'll be able to have
So the judge in the Pentagon Papers case now says, this is Judge Byrne, says that Mr. Ehrlichman knew about the break-in at the psychiatrist's office of the psychiatrist of Daniel Ellsberg. Did you know of this, and when did you?
I have never known of that until that disclosure was made, and that's my only knowledge of it.
When did you notice it?
When I know what?
When did you learn about the break-in at Ellsberg's office?
I learned of that in the middle of last week, and thereafter I promptly instructed those in the Department of Justice to cause a full disclosure of it to be made to Judge Byrne. On the day that I learned of it, I directed them to make a disclosure to Judge Byrne, and the only reason why there was even a few-day delay before they reported to me is that they wanted to ascertain whether, routine check in the files of the Department of Justice to determine if any information came in our possession from that source. But that was the only reason for the delay, and the day that I learned of it, then I promptly directed the appropriate officials of the Department of Justice to disclose this information to Judge Byrne.
Mr. Kleindienst, there are some, including Mr. Goldberg today in his speech, who are talking about a crisis of confidence in the leadership of this country. What do you think this case has done to the Nixon administration and its leadership?
Oh, I don't believe there's any crisis in confidence in leadership. I think that the remarks of the President of the United States is the best response to that question. But as I say again, unlike most other countries in the world, if this would have happened by government officials, it would have been covered up, it would have been concealed. You wouldn't have had an independent investigation. You wouldn't have a free, independent judiciary. You wouldn't have had a free, independent press, to comment and to discuss and to explore. And so I think that what we really derive from all of this should be a reaffirmation in the faith of the institutions of government of the United States that guarantees to us that we are going to maintain our freedoms, regardless of who might be involved.
But you say there has been
one more question,
self-serving, though. Wouldn't you say that the initiative for the renewal of the investigation came more from the press and from Judge Sirica than from
no,
the
sir.
proper investigative agencies?
Our investigation at the Department of Justice has never ended. But I think there's one thing that you have to bear in mind, that when people in the FBI interviewed some 2,500 persons, when they make sworn statements under oath, and there's no other indication or evidence to dispute that, nobody in this country would suggest that we put somebody in a rack and through torture, extract the truth from them. As soon as information came of a different nature to the Department of Justice, that information was explored through the diligent efforts of the United States Attorney, and this is an ongoing investigation. And I think that you should all have faith in that fact, and that it has been, and it's going to continue to be until the matter is finally terminated. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
the press
General,
not to get this way.
General.
Thank you very much.
Jack!
Carl?
Bye.
Bye, gentlemen.
tell us about your relationship with
I haven't seen him since the 2 times I saw him. I haven't had any communication with him.
Are you preparing a special study for the president on the Watergate case?
I am not.
Will you be in contact with Mr. Buzzard, who is now moving from the Pentagon over to the White House to work on legal
I wouldn't be
matters?
surprised I was in touch with Mr. Gorman.
Uh-huh. Well, how would you be in touch? What would
I
you
don't
be
know.
doing?
I don't know. They might be discussing executive privilege. I don't know.
What is the position of executive privilege
I'm not getting
now?
a statement about that.
Mr. Wilson, were the new guidelines drawn up at your request?
I don't think so. Somebody asked me that. I think it just kind of happened.
Did your clients have anything to do with the guidelines being drawn up?
I don't think so.
No, but that was a report, that they had asked that the guidelines be drawn up.
Well, I'm not sure they did. I just think that Gorman and I had been talking about it. The first thing I know, we had something.
What do the new guidelines mean in terms of President Nixon's vulnerability in this case? Does it mean that nobody who ever worked in the White House can talk about
Is the word vulnerability in there? You've seen the guidelines. It's not in there, Leslie. You know it isn't.
Well, what does it mean about somebody who has ever worked in the White House talking about President Nixon's involvement, if he was involved?
I can't interpret it for you. I wouldn't like to today.
Haven't you advised your clients as to what it means?
No comment on what I talk to my clients.
Can you tell us if your clients have said they did not invoke the Fifth Amendment? Can you tell us if they've invoked executive privilege in their testimony?
No comment.
Can you explain why you're willing to talk about the Fifth Amendment but not executive privilege?
I'm not talking about executive privilege, but I'm saying definitely they're not going to take the Fifth Amendment.
But you're not saying that
Put those two together the best you can.
Okay, it would seem that you're saying...
If they're inconsistent, make them inconsistent.
Mr. Wilson, under the new guidelines, does it mean that they can't talk about conversations between themselves and with other aides at the White House?
I'm not going to discuss the guidelines.
Well, doesn't it mean that they won't be able to talk about anybody's involvement in the White House?
My dear girl, no comment.
Mr. Ehrlichman said that he answered all the questions that he could answer. Would that now mean that the executive privilege would be a situation where he couldn't answer a question, not because he didn't have the information, but because he couldn't talk about it?
No comment. What are you kids down here? Not down here this morning for me. Who's coming?
No, Patrick Gray.
Is it? Why don't you let me go, fellas? Girls, that's all I got. There's other business, I promise. If I see the district attorney, it's because I run into him in the hall.
Okay.
Bye-bye, fellas.
Thank you.
I really am not. I'm very cautiously trying to avoid violating the canons of ethics. You know you're in this with me. Do you want to get pictured with me?
No, I was trying to get in the background.
You get identified?
Good to see you.
Explain in lay language exactly what happened today.
Well, I appeared today before Judge George Hart in connection with the criminal case of United States of America versus Finance Committee to re-elect the president. The Finance Committee has been charged in 3 counts with Election Act violations under the new law in connection with the receipt and treatment of the Vesco contribution in the amount of $200,000 in currency. It is our position that this contribution was a contribution under the old act and was effective as a pledge or promise as early as March 8 of 1972 and thus did not fall under the terms of the new act. We have agreed that the facts with respect to this matter will be stipulated between the Finance Committee and the government, and the law will be argued out on motions. I've been given 2 weeks within which to file a motion to dismiss the indictment, or rather the information.
Mr. Parkinson, how many cases are now pending against the committee, both criminal and civil, all the committees?
Well, the only criminal case that is pending against the Finance Committee is this case. There are many civil cases that I think you are aware of, including the Democratic National Committee and O'Brien case. I think you...
Now, Mr. Parkinson, you specified that Mr. Vesco made the pledge in person in a meeting with Mr. Stans. The first pledge having been made on March 8th. Now,
That's
were there
right.
several subsequent pledges made in person to Mr. Stans by Mr. Vesco?
Mr. Vesco pledged the sum that he subsequently gave on March 8, 1972. And that pledge was reiterated or reaffirmed on April 3rd and April 6th. These facts are all well known to the General Accounting Office. The General Accounting Office made a detailed investigation of this matter, transmitted it to the Justice Department. There's no dispute about what the facts are. There's simply a dispute about what the law is.
And you're hoping to avoid trial on this matter?
Of course.
But you physically got the money after the new law went into effect.
The money was physically received on the 10th of April.
So doesn't that put it into the purview of the new law?
We don't believe so, because the old law defined a contribution as a promise, a gift, pledge, whether or not legally enforceable.
Who received the money on April 10th?
The money was received by Mr. Stans.
In person?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parkinson, it's been reported that that $200,000 cash contribution has now been returned to Mr. Vesco. If there was nothing illegal about it, why was it returned?
Well, the money was returned to Mr. Vesco with a covering letter that I'm sure you all have. This matter has been fully printed in the press.
Would you mind specifying what the other two counts in this information are?
The first count charges that the chairman, Stans, failed to advise the treasurer, Sloan, of the name and address of the contributor. The second count charges that Sloan, the treasurer, failed to make a memorandum of the transaction. And the third count charges that the treasurer, Sloan, failed to report the contribution when he filed subsequent reports with the General Accounting Office.
And this is a misdemeanor?
These are misdemeanors, and the maximum penalty against the committee is $1,000 on each count.
Mr. Parkinson, just one final question. In an earlier action, the committee agreed to accept the Justice Department fine of $8,000. Now the committee only faces a possible maximum fine of $2,000. Why not just accept the fine?
Well, because we feel very strongly as a matter of law that we're right. And this is a matter of principle that we're quite prepared to find out.
Thank you.
And then we'll come in for the. And you are free again. Even. I don't think the briefcase will be in the shot. That's all right. Okay. And as soon as it gets in tight, then I'll ask you the first question, which will be. Dr. Ellsberg, what will you be testifying about today?
All right, we're on.
The Allied High Command says the Laos experience has made these men stronger and better fighters. That's one of the officially listed pluses of this campaign. But the rest and refitting now underway here is no short-term affair for units as hard-hit as these. And the Laos experience they bring back includes a strong taste of fear and enemy strength, beyond anything they had known before. Steve Bell, ABC News, Dong Ha, South Vietnam.
What will you be testifying about today, sir?
I hope to tell the senators about the world of secret information as I knew it in 12 years working for the executive branch. And I want to tell them what I mean when I say that secret knowledge corrupts, just as power corrupts. And I think the price of secrecy in a democracy, in this democracy, has been Vietnam in foreign affairs, Watergate in domestic affairs.
Are you at all sorry that that your trial didn't reach a real conclusion?
Not really. I think that the close of the trial was very fitting. It sort of exemplified on the government side the kind of behavior that was revealed with respect to Vietnam in the Pentagon Papers, and I think made it very dramatic for the country. The executive branch's contempt for individual rights, for individual information, their feeling of omnipotent power, really. And I think it was fitting that the independent judicial branch should have given a check to that as it was meant to do.
After all this business you've been through, it's rather odd that you would choose the Watergate as a place to stay.
Well, a sense of poetry, maybe.
You going to be here for a while?
Just a couple of days. I'll be on Meet the Press on Sunday. I'm talking at a conference on secrecy in New York. It's a subject I've lived with for many years now, and I'm glad to have a chance to speak out on it.
How do you feel being here at the Watergate?
I should say bugged, I guess, but I must say that for once I don't.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Sorry to have delayed you. How do you feel being here?
Go ahead.
How do you feel being at this place?
Okay. Is that all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How do you feel staying at this place?
And the listening to.
If he knew about it, and if in that luncheon conversation the CIA involvement was brought to his attention, certainly he should have been more. The issue is whether or not Mr. Richardson participated in a cover-up, and that
Senators filed into a closed committee session expected to vote quick approval for Richardson. Instead, the nominee was summoned suddenly to a new public hearing to fill in what Ellsberg charged were damaging omissions in his previous testimony. Most involved a meeting Richardson held with Egil Krogh the day after the president named him to be Attorney General. Richardson said Krogh's purpose was to get advice on how to disclose his role in the Ellsberg burglary, which Krogh later admitted directing from the White House. The suspicion planted by Ellsberg and fed on to reporters at the hearing was that Richardson really advised Krogh what not to reveal. Senator Byrd pushed a key point, whether Krogh told Richardson of the help the CIA provided in the burglary, something Krogh failed to mention in later disclosures to the Ellsberg trial. Pressed by Democratic senators, Richardson returned after lunch with notes he had taken at the time. They showed Krogh had indeed told him of the CIA role. Richardson also told of his meeting with the president when he was asked to become Attorney General. He conceded the president drew a line between full disclosure of Watergate facts and wiretapping that involved national security. All this left some committee members openly suspicious of Richardson's motives.
Well, if he knew about it, and if in that luncheon conversation the CIA involvement was brought to his attention, certainly he should have been more aggressive. So the issue is whether or not Mr. Richardson participated in a cover-up.
Today's testimony leaves a cloud hanging over Richardson's prospects for Senate confirmation, but how big that cloud is isn't yet certain. Bob Clark, ABC News, Capitol Hill.
The question basically is whether or not Mr. Krogh and Mr. Ehrlichman tried to involve Mr. Richardson in any kind of a cover-up, and Mr. Richardson has denied that he was involved in any cover-up. On the other hand, we do have statements that Mr. Ehrlichman called, and we have information that Mr. Krogh did not reveal in his affidavit the involvement of the CIA in the Ellsberg psychiatric break-in, although Mr. Richardson seemed to recall that Mr. Krogh had brought it up in their luncheon meeting. So it's a kind of a confused situation, to say the least, and we want to be absolutely sure that it's all straightened out before the confirmation.
Senator Tunney, from the testimony you heard today, does it seem to you that John Ehrlichman tried to brainwash Mr. Richardson?
Well, it's very confusing at the moment, and I'm going to have to read the transcript of Mr. Richardson's testimony as well as get his memorandum about his luncheon meeting with Mr. Krogh and what was discussed, because
National security implications in the broader Watergate affair. Do you feel that from that testimony the President may be trying to be involved in a cover-up and use national security as an excuse?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out, and I would say that Mr. Richardson, in his answer to that specific question, felt that the President was not involved in any cover-up. I think that it's going to take the independent special prosecutor to really dig into the facts on this matter. And I would say that we have certainly an indication that the President was mighty interested in not having wiretaps revealed if they related to national security. But as to the scope and the extent of the President's involvement, I think it's probably going to require the special prosecutor to put people under oath and get the full information.
Would you say that Mr. Richardson's confirmation is now in jeopardy?
It's not in jeopardy yet. I think it's going to depend a good deal on what he supplies to the committee in the way of information regarding the luncheon that he had with Krogh, in which Krogh first indicated to him that he was the one that was solely responsible for the break-in at Ellsberg psychiatrist's office, and just what was discussed. Because the point is that in Mr. Krogh's affidavit, he indicates that there was no CIA involvement. Well, we now know from General Cushman that there was a CIA involvement, so apparently Mr. Krogh lied in his affidavit. The question is whether or not he brought that to the attention of Mr. Richardson at the luncheon meeting, and if he did, why Mr. Richardson didn't bring it to the attention of the committee before now, or the attention of the public before now.
Senator, what specific point of information was it this morning that reopened the hearing?
Well, I had a member of my staff receive a telephone call from Mr. Ellsberg. Mr. Ellsberg related some facts relating to the dates and the time sequences, which on the surface made it appear as though Mr. Richardson knew or ought to have known about the involvement of Mr. Ehrlichman with the CIA and the involvement in the break-in. And so my staff prepared a memorandum for me, and I asked the committee, the chairman of the committee, to recall Mr. Richardson so that we could ask him specific questions and to get to the bottom of it. And in fairness to Mr. Richardson, he had denied any knowledge of Mr. Ehrlichman's involvement in the break-in, and he denied any cover-up.
Well, Senator, what is the point here? Do you feel that Mr. Richardson should have noted immediately that the CIA had supplied information?
Well, if Mr. Krogh told Mr. Richardson about the CIA's involvement in the break-in at a time that nobody knew about it, because it was long before General Cushman ever mentioned anything about it, why then, 2 or 3 days later, when Mr. Krogh filed his affidavit in which he specifically denied any CIA involvement, didn't Mr. Richardson bring it to the attention of the public and to the attention of our committee earlier? And I think that that's a very important point. I think we ought to have had that information from Mr. Richardson if he knew it, rather than from General Cushman.
But do you think Mr. Richardson, as Attorney General designate at that time, was insensitive or not aggressive enough in following up what could have been an important point in the prosecution?
Well, aggressive. Now, he is not sure whether it was brought up or not, and he's going to check his notes. And I think this is a very material point.
Well, do you think, Senator, that this raises a serious threat to the confirmation of Mr. Richardson?
Well, I think it's going to depend on what is revealed by the Secretary to the committee in the transcript of his luncheon meeting with Mr. Krogh. He's going to make a memorandum transcript available to the committee.
Senator, is there any thought being given to calling up this staff member who was actually there at that conversation and see if he corroborates what Mr. Richardson has told you?
Well, we haven't had an opportunity to even think about that and to discuss it with other members of the committee because this happened so suddenly. But I would imagine that this is certainly going to be a point of discussion with members of the committee, and I personally think that it would be appropriate to do so.
Well, Senator, in a court of law, you would have asked for a copy of those actual handwritten notes rather than a typed transcript. Are you going easy on the senator here? I mean, on the
we're not going
designated
to. No,
attorney
we're
general?
not going easy on him at all. But I do feel that the secretary has attempted to be forthcoming and honest with the committee in his previous testimony, and I think that at this particular point in time that we are entitled to have the information, but I don't think we have to suggest that he is like a criminal in the dock. He's not, and I don't want to suggest here that I think that Mr. Richardson's a liar or lacks integrity, because I don't think that's true. But we do want to get all the information that we possibly can on this specific point, and I think it's very relevant to
Senator,
our inquiry.
What is the suspicion involving Mr. Krogh? Do you feel that he was sounding out Mr. Richardson on whether he should withhold information rather than disclose it?
The suspicion is that Mr. Krogh went to see Mr. Richardson to sound him out about how much information he should reveal. And this is important in that apparently there had been a conversation with the President by Mr. Richardson in which the President had mentioned that wiretap evidence ought to be handled specially. So that's what we're trying to find out, and that's what we hope we will have a good record on by the time we meet in executive session to confirm Mr. Richardson, and we need the transcript of his notes of the meeting.
Senator, does it seem to you that the President may have tried to plant the seed of the national security issue in the mind of Secretary Richardson?
Well, he brought it up to Mr. Richardson, so obviously he planted it in his mind, and what we can derive logically from that, I am not yet prepared to say, not having all the facts with respect to Mr. Richardson's conduct. I think that it's clear that the President wanted him to treat national security wiretaps differently from other evidence that was brought up, because Mr. Richardson said so.
Senator, in light of that national security point, Mr. Richardson mentioned this morning that I believe it was Krogh had told him that the Pentagon Papers had gone to the Soviet embassy before they went to the Times and perhaps the Post.
Right.
Is this something that was new to you, startling information?
Well, it was new to me, yes. I had not known that before.
And would this change the whole framework in which this thing's being considered?
I don't think it's going to change the framework in which it's being considered. I think that the main point here is whether or not Mr. Richardson participated in the cover-up. That's the main point, and that's what we've got to find out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you. Oh, they're still going?
Thank you, Barry. Thank you,
Oh,
Miller.
I see.
Cox would not rule out trying court action or other tactics to delay the hearings.
I haven't been speculating about legal procedures with committees of Congress. As I said before, I'm not looking for a fight with the committees of Congress. I would hope the Senate would believe that when I say it, and I would appreciate it's being thought of as a vote of confidence, but what I'm most concerned with is getting our mutual goals achieved in the most effective way possible.
A moment ago, in speaking about the possible prejudicial effect of mentioned television, I'd like to ask two questions. Have you considered if you don't get a delay?
Archibald Cox has been tiptoeing around congressional sensitivities for more than a week, hoping the Senate would decide on its own to suspend televised hearings. When no one got the hint, Cox went to Chairman Ervin last Saturday, suggested a 3-month delay, and was turned down. So today, Cox went public with a 5-page letter to the committee, copies to the press corps.
Immediate public hearings will impede investigation. They might make it impossible to get at the truth from bottom to top. I go on to point out that one of the best ways of getting information from witnesses is to have them aware of the danger of serious, long prison terms. That has a remarkable way of getting people to face up to things. And if, through pretrial publicity or other unintended obstructions to the investigation or prosecution, they are relieved of that fear, it's much less likely that they will tell the whole truth.
Cox may not want to fight with Congress, but he realizes he's playing a delicate game, trying to focus public pressure on the committee. Cox himself acknowledges he is leaving himself open to countercharges from the Hill that he is joining a cover-up.
One is, as I said before, that witnesses who see that they may be able to get away free are less likely to talk than when they're worried about the problem of heavy sentences. Second, and I have no particular witness in mind, there are certain people whose natures are such that if they were talking in the secrecy of a grand jury or talking in the privacy of an office, might be willing to venture suggestions, bits of evidence, or perhaps completely candid statements, which if they were pressed in front of the television cameras, I think they wouldn't make. And that could be difficult. There is always the problem in any investigation that if those being investigated are aware of everything the investigators know, then it is harder for the investigators to proceed.
Of that kind of claim of presidential privacy, or will you, as a generality, insist on everything?
Well, I shall insist on access to everything. I understood that I'd been assured of access to everything. I might say just a word, because it was a matter of comment last week in the press, about the relations between the special prosecutor and Mr. Buzhardt. I dealt with Mr. Buzhardt several times last week, as I would deal at arm's length with opposing counsel. That isn't quite an accurate description of him, but we would deal at arm's length as in the same manner that I would deal with opposing counsel. I have had requests to communicate with him, and I've made a number of requests of him. For example, I made one with respect to the security of the files. He responded in a way that seemed to me a little vague, and I've communicated back to him my insistence that he give me more specific assurances on the points I raised. We will frequently have to deal with each other in the same manner that opposing counsel deal with each other in any long and complicated civil or criminal litigation. I think the word request was really a slip of the tongue, because he didn't make any request of me last week. He called to say that he thought that, and I'm not quoting him, that the statements about the theory of the prosecution were improper for prosecutors to make. I have already made a statement on that point which indicates that I didn't think prosecutors should be exposing their theory prematurely in public. That's why I'm not willing to talk about it here.
You offer to keep the select committee advised of the general progress of your work. Don't you think the committee might be more inclined to go on with your request if you offer to give them a little more general information, or how specific, how much information will you give them?
Well, I should be glad to talk with the committee about whatever kind of arrangement seems to it mutually cooperative.
Mr. Cox, if the White House continues to maintain that certain things like the President's laws are not subject to subpoena and constitutionally appropriate, does not then impeachment proceedings become the only forum to address questions of the President?
I couldn't speculate about what was the proper way to proceed in various eventualities any more than I can speculate about the various allegations that have been made.
Have you asked for the President's laws?
Not as of the present time.
Do you plan to?
I really don't want to talk about what I plan. I plan to go and get everything I think will be helpful.
You mentioned diaries.
Well, I stated before, I'd be glad to say it again, that I had been assured of access to all
He will summarize the letter in a statement. All of this is obviously on the record.
Ladies and gentlemen, I called this conference to announce that I had written to the chairman of the Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities to urge the national importance of at least temporarily suspending the public hearings that it's been holding. To tell my reasons for reaching that conclusion and for raising this difficult and important question. I first point out in the letter that we face a new situation today. That when the Senate hearings got underway, and certainly when the committee planned them, there was no investigation going forward in the executive branch or elsewhere than in the Senate with adequate resources, which was the important point. Today there is an investigation going forward which has been pledged adequate resources, and there's assurance that it will be an independent investigation. My letter then goes on to set forth 4 groups of reasons for thinking that the hearings, if continued at this time, would defeat the common purpose of both the Senate committee and myself. The first reason, or set of reasons, is that perhaps between his conscience and some feeling of awe of high officials might come forward in the secrecy of the grand jury, but if put before television, he would simply draw a sharp line and not be entirely candid. I also stress the point that I have been assured of access to all documents, diaries, papers of other kinds in the executive branch. If there is any departure from that assurance, and I don't suggest there will be, I intend to see that you gentlemen and the public hear about it. The second main group of hearings bear on the point that public hearings prior to the further development of investigation will increase the risk that major guilty parties will go unpunished, and quite possibly all would go free. In addition to the points I just made, there's the danger of pretrial publicity, particularly if the defendant is forced to confess his guilt in public, which might prevent a fair trial from ever being held. And there are all the tangled problems resulting from grants of even use immunity. I would stress that there is much more to this question than simply whether 1 or 2 people go to jail. Confidence in our institutions is at stake. We must find some way both of developing the truth responsibly and of punishing the wrongdoers. Failure to convict persons in high office guilty of crime could well shatter public confidence in our governmental institutions, particularly confidence in our system of justice. The third point I make is that both the Senate committee and the special prosecutor should preserve for the present freedom to bring out at one time and in a comprehensive presentation all the facts concerning the President of the United States. And a fourth point, which we should not forget, there is a danger that innocent persons, often persons who are little people compared to some of the names that have been mentioned, could be injured by being put on before television cameras, whereas if they're questioned within the confines of grand jury secrecy, it might be clear that they had done no wrong, and they ought to be assured of that protection. I do want finally to emphasize to you that I am not requesting and have never requested that the Select Committee immediately call off all hearings. The committee performed a great service in forcing the appointment of a special prosecutor with independence and power. My only request is that the committee now enable the special prosecutor to pursue his responsibilities unimpeded until an appropriate time for reviewing the situation together and deciding how, in cooperation, we can best proceed. Perhaps I ought to add that I realize that this is a trying request to put before the Senate. I realize that it's a difficult request for me to make, because there will be false charges that I'm engaged in some kind of cover-up. That most certainly wouldn't be true. I make the request only because the point seemed to me to have critical importance, and I hope that when the members of the committee and other members of the Senate have considered the matter fully, they will be persuaded that I am right. I'd be glad to answer any questions on the statement. It's quite clear that I can't get into evidentiary matters and things of that kind. Mr. Molinoff?
Marcy, if the committee did stop this hearing, is there any practical way that you could or would stop the press publicizing this matter in a way that they have been publicizing it?
I suppose the press will go on trying to dig as best it can. I think that will take place either way, and the Senate hearings would simply make it worse, partly because of the television.
Well, doesn't the Senate hearings, in bringing focus on specific facts, eliminate some of the speculation over a period of time and really do more good than it does harm?
I can't agree with you on that. I don't think so. I think
Do you think speculative stories are better, and you think you can shut off the speculative stories?
I can't attempt to shut off any stories. I can attempt to stop people making statements about theories of the prosecution or evidence. We'll have two things one way and only one the other, Clark.
Your statement says that the public hearing will make it impossible to get the truth from bottom to top. That seems to be saying that you will not be able to do your job if the committee refuses your request. Is that what you're saying?
I say there's serious danger of these things. I will certainly try to do my job, whatever the committee does.
It will make it impossible to get at the truth. Now, is that an overstatement, or do you stand by it?
I think we meant to say they may make it impossible. I couldn't say at this point that any particular barrier would be a complete barrier to getting at the truth.
Mr. Thomas, can you give us any idea as to what the reaction has been from Senator Irvin so far on this proposal?
Well, I've had no reaction since I sent the letter to Senator Irvin. He has made statements that he took a dim view of suspending the hearings. I hope that the committee will consider the matter very fully in the light of the considerations I've called to their attention. I think that it's right, and I think that when you all and others think about it, I hope you'll share that feeling.
Mr. Cox, why is it that you did not mention your plans when you were testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee?
Well, I guess I just hadn't approached that question yet. I hadn't been thinking about it.
Don't you think it was relevant when you and Secretary Richardson were under
Well, you can only do just so much at any one time.
Mr. Cox, should the Senate committee turn you down? Back here, sir. No, back here. Should the committee turn you down, sir, there are other options you could follow, one of which would be a speedy indictment of certain individuals who have not yet testified before the Senate committee. Would you attempt to do that?
I don't know what I shall have to do if the Senate committee rejects my request. My hope at the present time is that they will accede to it. If they don't, I shall have to go into all these other questions, but I have no views about them today.
Do you reject the vote of any race with the committee to get these people indicted so that they couldn't appear? Is that what them to?
I can't comment on the progress we're making. I'm not looking for a fight with the Senate committee.
How soon could you get indictments up, sir?
Told you I couldn't speculate about the evidence or the pace of the prosecution or any theories of prosecution. It'd be improper for me to do it.
Well, now, doesn't the Delaney case up in Boston a few years back dispose of this problem of pretrial publicity? You can wait a reasonable time after the committee completes its business and then proceed with the prosecution, and you don't have any problem with statute of limitations here. Isn't that the proper procedure?
I don't think so. I don't think any one case disposes of the problem or that we have had any precedent that's exactly the same as the present situation.
When you say that an adequate investigation has not been undertaken, are you suggesting that you were dissatisfied with the initial
I was
grand jury?
stressed as I read the statement, and I stress again, investigation had not been undertaken with adequate resources. I'm thinking of both material and the numbers of people.
There was a report.
I don't imply any other criticism.
There was a report that you decided to remove the 3 prosecutors originally on this case. Have you so decided?
My position was stated last week, and it is no different today, and I have no secret and undisclosed intent.
Mr. Cox, the gentleman back in the room a moment ago spoke about the White House referring to the logs of Mr. Dean's talks with the President as something that could not be disclosed. As a generality, do you feel that there is, in your work, any possibility, legitimate possibility?
What diaries do you refer to?
I was just referring to a kind of paper.
Mr. Cox, you've asked for time to assess what you call this very complex case. How much time do you think you'll need before some hearing is proceed?
Well, I would think that I suggested in the letter a 3-month period as being most appropriate before we reviewed the situation again. I think that at the end of that time we should know a great deal more than we do now. I'd like to answer the question a little more fully. We've set in motion more extensive investigations than had been made before. I can give you some examples. I've directed an intensive and extensive investigation on all the activities of Segretti. I've directed a more intensive investigation on the Ellsberg break-in and all its ramifications, both up and down. I've directed the FBI to furnish more accurate information than I now have on all the details of its previous investigations, beginning with the Watergate break-in. I've directed, the other one that comes to mind, a fully extensive and intensive investigation into the Dahlberg money, or the Mexican laundered money, as it's sometimes called. There will be, and further directives of this kind, going out with respect to other campaign contributions and things of that kind. No, I didn't mean to. I can't speculate about the timing of indictment. This is the one that I've directed the most attention to, and this is the one that goes out on television. I wouldn't want to comment on the others, and I don't think you'd do right to draw any inferences of any kind. The latter I have never seriously considered. I suppose I shouldn't foreclose any possibility, but I most certainly haven't considered it. And really, Fred, I haven't thought about what happens if I turn down. I'm an optimist. And I'm also convinced that I'm right.
Marty, is there any way that you could conceivably stop a Senate hearing from going forward? What procedure could you possibly use?
Well, do you mean legal procedures?
Legal procedure to stop the Committee of Congress from going forward with hearings?
No, I'd say, I don't know. I'm not going to roll anything out.
Well, I assumed you'd look into it, that there was some manner you might be able to get into it.
Well, I haven't looked into it, and I don't rule out the possibility that I would look into it.
Have you had a chance to look into the question of whether illegal acts can be committed in the name of national security?
I've just made a long statement on that in the course of the hearings, and I'd rather refer you to that than attempt to paraphrase it at the present time.
Is this the first time you've made the request to temporarily suspend the hearing?
I talked informally with Senator Ervin on Saturday morning and outlined to him my thinking as it then stood. I came back and thought more about the matter and then determined that it was my duty to send this letter.
public after being told by Senator Ervin that he wanted to go ahead, as applying public pressure on the senator to try to close off the hearing?
I thought it important to set forth my reasons in writing. This is a hard request to make of people. At first blush, they tend to say, how can you stop something that is going forward? I hope very much that something that could be read and studied, that you gentlemen could read and study, but I was thinking more of the Senate committee, would be available to it. It occurred to me that any letter I sent up there after my experience in the past week had better be put out in its text. The letter states at the end, in substance, that I would be glad to meet with the committee in executive session if the chairman or other members think it would be helpful. I can't speculate about the likelihood.
Cox, do you feel that the various state grand juries pose a similar problem?
Those, again, in all honesty, are matters that I've asked people to investigate, and I have no feeling till they report to me what their legal research shows.
Cox, can you be a little more specific about Senator Ervin's response after your meeting with him on Saturday morning?
Well, you'll find his response given in his press conference in Boston.
Mr. Cox, we go back to this question of Dean and Magruder's immunity. You have this court proceeding, I think, scheduled for this coming Friday on that point. Is your intention to have their appearances before the Senate committee blocked beyond the 18th of June? Do you believe the law permits that?
I'm really not in the position, having simply put people on these questions last week, to give you any statement of what the law is on the subject at this time.
It's not a fact that you're seeking, sir, you would like to prevent their appearances beyond June 18th, do you not?
Well, my wish is set forth in this letter. If the request is not granted upon reflection, then I will have to consider what the legal situation is and the practical situation is with respect to the matters pending before Judge Sirica. But I simply can't give you a carefully considered answer to your speculation at this time.
What is your objective in seeking this hearing on Friday? What is the point of that? What do you want from it?
That's a hearing that would come on, as I understand it, normally in any event. It's exactly the same as stated in my letter that went out. Exactly what the statement says, neither more nor less. I can't quite. I hadn't heard of it, so it didn't concern me. No, sir, I haven't. I'm being completely candid with you. I have asked a number of very capable lawyers independently to look it up. One of the things we may get to the end of the afternoon is to discuss this question.
Mr. Cox, does a violation, the White House is citing a violation of separation of powers regarding not turning over Mr. Dean
Of your investigation of the president's possible participation in this by stories coming out that indicate.
Well, I think that first, I don't want you to draw any substantive inferences one way or the other from anything I say about the way in which procedurally things might be embarrassed. But there are a number of possibilities that occur to anyone thinking about the conduct of an investigation. And it would be wrong for you to draw any inference one way or the other with respect to the allegations about the president. Mary? That they too would be persuaded and understand when it was put before them the considerations that I've mentioned in my letter and tried to summarize to you today. I think that the people in America want to get to the bottom of this, and I intend to get to the bottom of it without anybody preventing me. Let me just finish answering that question, if I may. I think the people in the country also wants to be sure that those who are guilty are dealt with as wrongdoers. And if they understand that the chance of getting all the facts and of prosecuting the guilty will be improved by a short delay in the current hearings, that once they realized that, I think they too would agree that my suggestion's right.
Some of them might feel...
Well, I recognize the sooner we can accurately get the facts out in an organized and not diffused way, that the better it will be for the country. I don't think I agree with you as a matter of judgment, Mary, that people would think that people never holding office again was adequate punishment. I think that very many people measure what is adequate punishment by whether people are convicted and go to prison. I think it's time to stop. Okay.
One last question. There has been some complaints about the delay of the Senate committee itself in coming to a conclusion on the president's role because of the fact that it makes government operations inoperative generally. What is your answer to that? Do you think that...
My answer is that the best way to combine responsibility and speed is to give us the opportunity I request in this letter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
He'll be in just a moment.
That's not early.
Good morning or afternoon, as the case may be.
Watch what you say, the place is like.
I have been asked by the foreman of the grand jury not to discuss any of the content of my testimony or the questions that were asked, and I'm going to be faithful to that admonition. So I don't see any possibility of my having anything very informative to say to you this morning, other than that.
Mr. Ehrlichman, did you answer all the questions that were put to you without saying anything about content? Did you answer all the questions?
I tried to answer all the questions that were put to me to the best of my ability.
What is your reaction, sir, to Mr. Haldeman's remarks about his part in the Watergate affair relative to your activity?
Well, I'm not sure that I know what Mr. Haldeman's remarks were. You mean in his deposition?
That's correct.
I haven't had a chance to read his deposition, and I'm certainly not in a position to comment on it for that reason.
Mr. Haldeman, was the burglary of Daniel Ellsberg, psychiatrist's office, a matter of national security?
One of the contacts between Mr. who handled all of the Watergate affairs, that he, Haldeman, knew very little.
Well, I'm not so sure that that's what he said. In talking with him about it, I think what he said was that he and I were the principal conduits for Mr. Dean to and from the President at a particular point in time. Then, at other points in time, of course, the President had a great deal of personal contact with Mr. Dean with relation to this matter.
Did you bear
so,
major...
I think probably the best practice in relation to these depositions would be for you all to spend a few dollars and buy a copy from that wealthy court reporter back there and read it carefully. I noticed just in my brief trip out here that these things lose a lot in translation, sort of by the square of the mileage. So I think it'd be a very salutary thing for you to read mine and read his and read the others as they come out, and then you'd be on sounder ground.
In that context, for 8 months, the President stood on his statement that as a result of a report by Mr. Dean, all White House employees had been cleared. Now Mr. Haldeman has said that in fact Mr. Dean made no report and none was asked of him. Now you were one of the President's close advisors. How could the President stand on a statement for 8 months which now turns out to be untrue?
Well, I'd be very surprised if the premise of your question was correct. To my certain knowledge, Mr. Dean conducted an intensive investigation. He was privy to a great deal of information developed by other investigators, the FBI notably. It was, I'm told, one of the most intensive FBI investigations in the recent history of this country. The fruits of that investigation and of Mr. Dean's conclusions were faithfully imparted to the President, and not only to the President, but to me, to Mr. Ziegler, to a number of people in the White House. I, for one, made talks around the country, had press conferences, had some here. I think some of you were involved in them, where I was asked about the Watergate and where I said in all good faith that I was relying on Mr. Dean's assurances in that regard. I think all of us were.
Mr. Ehrlichman,
and let me see if I can finish this. I think that you have to credit all of us with justifiable reliance on those assurances at the time. It was not until February of this year that we were given any reason, at least as I see it, any reason for even the beginning fibrillations of a doubt about the reliability of those assurances. And those were assurances, I don't know what you mean by report. I think there's a lot of confusion in the press about whether a report has to be something that is typewritten, double-spaced on embossed paper and submitted through some certain process, or whether a report is a whole series of statements and assurances given orally. But however you define a report, the fact is that we had repeated assurances on that particular point, and we relied, and I think relied justifiably on those assurances. Now, I'm getting out into areas where something I might say might somehow affect the rights of other people, and I don't want to do that. And it's been my faithful practice, or at least I've tried to be faithful in the practice, not to make a comment which would somehow affect or impair the legal rights of other people. So I'm going to thank you for your time and attention at this point, and yield to other people. Thank you so much.
Simply tell us, Mr. Ehrlichman, which White House executive bore major responsibility, primary responsibility for Watergate? Could you tell us that?
No, that would be precisely in the area that I just said that I don't want to engage in.
Could you answer one question in regard to Mr. Crow?
No, I had no reluctance at all to come here. Let me just take this question, which was, sure, did I have any reluctance in coming here? And the answer to that is a very categorical no. Thank you. Thank you very much.
With regard to Eagle Crow?
He's coming right now.
Joe Bush coming in here.
Joe Bush is coming in right now. Fired. Bill, that guy didn't come in the back entrance. Yeah, I know it now. Really in the go? He even lied up there.
Well, I'll make a limited statement. The questions will have to be very limited because of the prescriptions we have. I'm told you're interested in the status of additional witnesses. Particularly, you're interested in the status of Eagle Krogh. Monday morning, we will file the necessary legal documents to subpoena him from Washington, D.C. As to David Young, we are still in consultation with his attorney.
Joe, was the session with Mr. Ehrlichman productive this morning?
It would not be fair for me to comment on what occurred during the grand jury hearing.
Will any indictments be handed down at this point?
It would not be fair to me to comment on what has occurred in the grand jury hearing. Mr. Ehrlichman at this point has concluded what we felt was necessary testimony. I cannot answer those questions, nor should you infer by the fact that I do not answer them that anything occurred.
Is there a possibility?
As district attorney, Joe, do you anticipate, purely in your role as district attorney, indictments resulting from this grand jury?
I don't think it would be fair for me to comment because that would be disclosing things that occur.
Does a possibility exist?
Anything is possible. Pardon me?
With the subpoena considerations and the Young negotiations, when would you estimate that the next session of the grand jury in this case might occur?
Well, the processing of the Uniform Extradition Act of witnesses under subpoena does take some procedural time, and it would probably be more than a week.
How long did Ehrlichman testify, Joe?
We are using the subpoena because our negotiations for a voluntary appearance broke down.
Why did they break down as far as you know?
Because he wouldn't come back. Oh, when did they? I'm sorry. When?
Why do you want him here?
We want him to appear as a witness before the Los Angeles County Grand Jury.
Well, you're not sure whether you were going to subpoena or not.
Well, I was trying to avoid the use of the interstate compact on subpoenaing of witnesses.
Isn't his written statement sufficient? Do you need the body here?
We want him to appear as a witness.
Do you have any other subpoenas in mind now, Joe, involving other prominent Watergate figures?
No.
Can you tell us whether you have, as part of your continuing investigation, there's been a lot of reports that this group conducted other burglaries. Are you investigating any other incidents beyond this particular break-in at this
No,
point?
we are not.
Have you accomplished so far with this grand jury session what you set out to accomplish, whatever that was, Joe?
Whatever it was, we are accomplishing on a schedule what we thought we would accomplish.
When will Mr. Colson testify?
Mr. Colson will appear as a witness this afternoon. Whether he will appear before the press has not been indicated to us.
Do you have to grant him the right to come up that back way that baloney is? I mean, can't he just be a private citizen and come down the hallway?
We have asked these witnesses to come forward. They have agreed to do it, and we are accommodating them with reference to their attitudes with relation to the press.
Are you going to bring him up the back way? I think it's the
I
point we're
don't
trying to
know.
make.
I haven't talked to it with his counsel. I have not
Are
personally.
your activities here in harmony now with the wishes of Mr. Cox?
I can't answer that. We're proceeding with our inquiry here. I'm sure he's proceeding with his. I haven't been in contact with Mr. Cox since I went back to Washington about a week ago.
Do you feel, though, that what you are doing is not interfering with what he is trying to do in Washington?
Yes, I do that. I do feel that we are not interfering.
On what point was it that the negotiations broke down with Mr. Krogh?
This morning.
Was it when he switched his attorneys? Or?
Well, this morning, he did switch attorneys a few days ago, but we were told finally this morning that he would not voluntarily appear.
Now, if he does appear, he still has right not to testify.
That's absolutely correct.
Lights, please. Oh, you can do the same thing here. Duck under Ralph. Go ahead, Ralph. You got it. Mine works.
Yes. Somebody got I think everybody ought to all chip in. He's such a guy.
This camera I listened to the guy on Channel 2. I think it's down right there.
I'll go sit down.
Hey, Ralph, what are you hanging around here?
We should get upstairs.
They're focusing on you, yeah? Smile.
Colson, the biggest unanswered question is your role in the
I haven't learned anything since I came here.
Mr. Colson, when did you hear about the burglary itself? How did you hear?
Elevator too crowded. Watch your shoulder, you know. Button up. Okay, one of his back up a little bit. Come on, John. You gotta go in here. Okay, wait just a minute.
Mr. Colson, could you clear up?
No, watch your door. Watch your door.
You guys can play professional football
Harold.
this season.
Yeah, look at it.
I've been trying for years.
Anybody got a contract? I'll say.
Mr. Colson, how did you find out about the burglary itself after it had happened?
Down, dear, all the way down.
Please. I'll talk about whatever I can after the grand jury testimony.
We have a press conference?
We'll decide that after the grand
jury. We do have
jury
it set up
testimony.
in the room there.
Oh, thank you very
Mr.
much.
Ehrlichman used it.
Good.
Will you be doing the same, sir?
I don't have it yet.
We'll make that decision after he has testified.
Can you tell us anything?
Yeah, he's going to testify before the grand jury. First desire is to get out of the elevator.
Follow the...
Yeah, this really takes some athletic ability. I'm not sure who I'm following.
Watch your step.
They apparently know where they're going because we can't see.
There must be a name for this, you know, this backstep shuffle.
Watch yourselves, you're in a narrow corridor. Right there. Hey, fellas.
Will it be a matter of national security or political espionage, as Mr. Ellsberg maintains?
Come on, Ryan.
I'm not going to comment on any of this.
Easy does it.
Well, you hired Mr. Hunt. What did you hire him to do exactly?
So when I finish the grand jury testimony, I'll talk about whatever I'm able to do after.
Even the hiring of Mr. Hunt?
We'll talk to you after he's testified before the grand jury. Yes,
Well, again, they do have it set up. There will be an orderly procedure in there. If you'd like to follow that, we'd love to cooperate that way. In fact, we'd prefer it too. All right. Well done. Well done. You got our pictures.
Where's my other guy?
Who knows?
Hey, Bill. Mark. What's a quick way to get back in there?
I don't think you got any comment there at all. Better yet, where the hell are we?
everything you are saying is correct?
What I'm saying is not based on hearsay. It's based on what the POWs themselves
You were
have
never
said.
you were never a POW.
I'm sorry, there are the Guggenbergers, the Gunthers, the Millers, the Wilburs, the Norris Charles, the Gartleys, the many men who have come back and who have quite different stories to tell than the hand-picked 29 who have been given a wave of press conferences across the country staged by the Pentagon. And when you say what intellectual contribution I am making, perhaps none. All I am trying to do is say that we are becoming victims and preys of an orchestrated propaganda effort on the part of the Pentagon to make us hate the Vietnamese and justify re-intervention into Vietnam and forget that there are tens of thousands of tons of bombs falling on Cambodia every day. Every time a POW goes on television and talks about torture, it reinforces the idea that the war is over, which it is not, and it reinforces the idea that the Vietnamese are terrible people that we should never aid or never think about as human beings, which is a lie. And I'm trying to say, let us be objective, all of us, American people and the media. Let us look at it objectively and recognize that there are many stories. The treatment varied widely, depending on who the captors were, who the guards were, what the prison camp was, how the men behaved. Just as it does in this country, just as it does in this country, there were American soldiers in South Vietnam that gave candy to children. There were other American soldiers that raped and skinned people. But we would not say that it was the policy of the American military to rape and skin people. So we should accord the Vietnamese the same kind of objectivity we accord our own soldiers and the people in this country. And that is all that I am saying. And that is the reason that I am bringing up the POW issue. The peace movement didn't make it an issue. It was the Pentagon that made it an issue. And we think we're grateful that these men are back. And we're grateful that they have their arms and legs. And we are grateful that they look healthy. But let's not do ourselves and them a disservice to make people into heroes when we should be doing everything we can to understand the nature of the war so that it will never happen again.
Does it bother you that states like now, the songs about you, and tomorrow this resolution, does this bother you?
Who will also be saying
Is he
something.
in the military or what?
Well, you can ask him. Councilman Arthur K. Schneider of the 14th District. Tomorrow, it's a resolution urging the legislature to censure me. And it talks about my statement, or what he says is my statement regarding returned POWs. And it talks about several other things. And I would like to make a statement regarding this resolution. I think that it's symptomatic of something very dangerous that's happening in our country today. Actions of men who seem terribly frightened about the possibility that 50,000 American men may have died needlessly, that almost 600 American POWs were returned in March when they could have been returned many years earlier. People who are desperately frightened about the fact that the United States, for the first time in its history, has signed an agreement, a peace agreement, in January, which was written by the other side, not by our own government. A peace agreement which removes all justification of U.S. involvement in Indochina. And as a result of these fears and the need to cover them up, people who were doves during the direct U.S. military involvement in Vietnam, there's an attempt to make the former doves into traitors today. I would like to clarify my statement on the prisoners of war. I cannot say that each and every story that is being told by prisoners of war is true or not. I wasn't there. I can say that I don't think that brutality on anyone's part is justifiable. The lie that I have been speaking about, and which I continue to call a lie, is the thing that leads people like Councilman Arthur Schneider to say that the POWs have called attention to the inhumanity of the government of North Vietnam. If we look at what all the POWs are saying, we will see that it was not systematic policy, across-the-boards policy of the North Vietnamese government to torture American prisoners of war. This has been made very clear by the prisoners themselves. There are as many POWs saying that the conditions were very difficult, that they endured hardship. Some of them don't have any complaints about the Vietnamese, as those who say that they were tortured. Why has the Pentagon only focused on these few hand-picked senior officers in order to give the impression that the Vietnamese had a policy of torture, that they are bloodthirsty and brutal people? We should ask ourselves why. It is an orchestrated lie, orchestrated by the Pentagon to make the American people hate the Vietnamese, to cut off any possibility of aid to Vietnam, and to prepare a Cold War type attitude that would perhaps lay the groundwork of future U.S. reinvolvement in Indochina. And I think it's something that the American people have to be very careful to combat. We should question what is being said. We should look at the context in which the torture stories are being told. What are these men's definition of torture? Could their comments be colored by racism? Some of them have spoken of the Vietnamese in very racist ways, sleazy gooks and things like that. We should ask ourselves in what context any possible brutality was committed. Infraction of prison regulations, the attempt to escape and things like that. Things which are punished in this country in sometimes very brutal ways. Some of the men say that solitary confinement is torture. According to Assemblyman Karabian's Committee on Prison Reform in this state, in California alone, there are 750 people in solitary confinement, more than there were all POWs in all of Indochina together. Now, I want to repeat, I do not, and I have not questioned every story that is coming back. I say that let us listen to all of the POWs, not just the hand-picked few, most of whom have made very strong anti-war statements. Could they perhaps be looking for a way to justify their statements and avoid court-martial and save future military careers? He quotes one POW as saying, radio broadcast that I made from Hanoi. He calls these radio broadcasts the most disgusting acts. What about the 52,000 civilians that were killed in North Vietnam alone prior to 1969? What about the raping of 2 months before that prolonged the war? It doesn't make any sense. I will have more to say tomorrow. I'm going to the City Council. I will debate Mr. Schneider. Once again, to clarify my position, I would appreciate all of you doing what you can to state very clearly what I have said. And I would like to introduce Gary Daves. I just met Gary. We have not talked about my statement. I don't know what he thinks about my statement. I am interested in talking to him because he, as a POW for 5.5 years, seems to paint a very objective picture of what went on there, and I'm interested, as I guess we all should be, to hear everyone's point of view, and I hope that you will ask him questions or hear what he has to say. I will answer questions afterwards. Gary Daves will speak now, and then I will answer any questions.
Please. I guess so. Mr. Daves, which branch of the military were you in, your rank, and how long were you a POW?
I was a POW for 5 years and 2 months, something like that, and I was a civilian, no rank, no branch. I was a member of International Voluntary Services as a
Speak up, sir, please.
As a teacher in International Voluntary Services.
And so what contribution are you making to this?
To this press conference?
Yes.
Well, one thing I can say is that I made a statement in San Francisco. I think it's stated. Yes, I'm going to read one paragraph of it. I think it's fairly pertinent here. 2nd of April of '73, and I've got several copies I'll just hand out to whoever would care for them. Just a second here. The best of the peace movement, and very much of it was the best, finally recognized and opposed this evil. Now this is out of context, and it's my profound belief that during my time of detention, the peace movement represented me, represented America and its ideals far better than our government and its policymakers have regarding the Vietnam War. I've heard it said that some returning POWs feel that the peace movement prolonged the war. My captors frequently told me I was being held first because of Johnson, later because of Nixon. But I would tell them that they had the key to the lock that held me in. We must remember who held the key to ending the war during the past 4 years, and it wasn't the peace movement.
How were you treated,
It was
sir?
Nixon. I was treated fairly well.
Wouldn't your
I was not
statements have
tortured.
been better made tomorrow after the council makes a determination? Anyone who knows the Los Angeles City Council realizes that these 15 members, this thing might not even pass tomorrow because of the many political persuasions on the council.
No, it may very well not pass, but the point is that someone is putting forward a resolution.
And was not a military man, but he was a POW. There is a distinction.
Would you like
there.
to talk to me?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well,
I was with some military men. I was with Captain Thompson, and this has been in the press a little bit. He was a military man, captured for 9 years, I believe. And the 5 years that I was with him, we lived in the room much of the time. I was anti-war, he was pro-war, and we were treated the same. Now you can't generalize and say that all of everything was anything in Vietnam particularly. They have some bad guys, they got some good guys. And a lot of people are creating the illusion that the Vietnamese are just evil. And that's nonsense. They're people like we are. That's all we can say.
Sir, if there was a systematic torture of POWs, would the North Vietnamese allow Miss Fonda to know about it?
No, that's ridiculous. Of course not.
Then
And,
Ms. Fonda,
you know,
what
I
did
think
you
she's
base
made
your
some
opinion
mistakes probably. But to have it amount to a city council resolution censoring her for, well, let's censor lots of people. Let's censor President Nixon. I think he's made horrendous mistakes. And I say it right here. Now, the Los Angeles City Council, as far as I know, hasn't called him for censure for some of the things that his people have done, perhaps. And perhaps they should, I don't know. But, you know, I'm just talking here. But I think Ms. Fonda probably made some mistakes in her statement, perhaps out of emotion or something like that. And clarification is what's important. What did she mean? Well, she's trying to say it. Maybe you're thinking she's changing her mind, changing her story. But that's not it. It's explaining it. That's my opinion.
Are you saying a majority of the American POWs were treated fairly and decently?
I would say most of the time the majority were treated fairly and decently, yes. And this is, I had very little
Here we roll.
Oh, beautiful.
I made a motion, of course, that those gentlemen should be called here in a hearing to describe the burglary and whatever else, what other illegal and criminal actions they may have ordered done in connection with this case. We've asked the judge to do that. I think that he has asked that affidavits be taken first before there's a question of bringing them out. Of course, if there are grand jury indictments now, that might supersede our needs here. I don't know how it would work.
Do you think they could make a contribution to your case?
They apparently have made a lot of contributions to my case, and perhaps they could contribute to ending the case, as it should have ended a year and a half ago before it started.
See anything significant in the statement submitted today from the FBI interviews by Mr. Ehrlichman?
Let's see, there was a statement by an FBI agent summarizing a Herald Examiner report last night. Oh no, it was an LA Times report. I don't think we learned a lot of substance from any of the FBI reports. We learned that Mr. Ehrlichman was irritated that the information that he gave the other day had been disclosed to the press. Mr. Ehrlichman has an allergy to information being disclosed to the press. And he's now dealing more directly with us, and we'll just have to get used to it.
How about the confirmation that Mr. Sheehan was investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
That's not a surprise to me. That's not news either. We really got nothing from this. The information that he gave the other day had a good deal more content to it.
The motion to dismiss the trial itself, the burden of proof now seems to be thrown on the defense, at least from Judge Byrne's point of view. He wants more proof or, let's say, an elaboration of your case.
He said that he kept our request for our motion for dismissal under submission until he had more information on this, which seemed a reasonable thing to do. The rate, of course, at the rate the information is coming in, it is not possible to predict when he might be able to deal with that. It's not coming at all. We understand, according to the newspapers, that FBI agents are the main sources of leaks at this point about the investigations undergoing. But apparently the FBI does not leak to Mr. Nesson, the prosecutor here, and he has not gotten any information that he can pass on to us.
You feel the
I didn't come out at noon because there's really not much to tell you. almost impossible position.
Do you think
Mr.
he
Ehrlichman,
recognizes that?
well, he couldn't have known that at the time because he didn't know what Mr. Ehrlichman knew when he made the offer. Namely, that Judge Byrne was about to receive information, that this case was intimately connected with the Watergate case through Mr. Ehrlichman, and the defense was sure to be asking for Mr. Ehrlichman to be questioned within a few weeks of that offer. Mr. Ehrlichman knew that when he made that offer. He must have hoped either that it would influence Judge Byrne to fail to do his judicial duty in passing that information on to us. Now, those who've lived in this courtroom with Judge Byrne will not be surprised that that hope was a futile one. He must have hoped also, though, that he could embarrass Judge Byrne with the very existence of that offer if Judge Byrne did not cooperate. My speculation would be that it was the Justice Department that leaked the facts of that secret visit recently to the press, precisely to embarrass Judge Byrne. That's who Judge Byrne is dealing with, and that's why we have an independent judiciary.
Mr. Ehrlichman said in the FBI statement today that Mr. Croak and Mr. Young had the result, to his knowledge, they were the last people to have the results of the secret investigation. He doesn't know where they are now. Do you think you're ever going to see them?
Well, the shredders and the burn bags have been as busy as the buggers and the burglars, I guess. So I'm not sure what we'll get of those results.
Do you think what the White House had in mind now that he can see it in retrospect?
Oh, it's obvious that Judge Byrne must realize now what Mr. Ehrlichman had in mind, and perhaps the President, when that offer was made to him. And I'm sure he feels, he must feel very resentful, but I'm just speculating on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mostly, it broke down to political positions.
What was this?
I would say Scoop Jackson liberal.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute.
Move back a little. Come on.
It's really no news.
Mr. Wineglass,
Oh.
what significance do you attach to the fact that the judge saw Henry Kissinger on one occasion and met with Mr. Ehrlichman on 2 other occasions?
Well, the meeting with Dr. Kissinger, which the judge conceded happened on April 1st, was a meeting that apparently took place in a social event here in Los Angeles. I don't attribute very much significance to that meeting. I think it's unfortunate that the judge would be meeting socially in a case like this where, for instance, Henry Kissinger's deputy, General Haig, testified, and Henry Kissinger's name has been mentioned so frequently in the courtroom and is, in a sense, very much a part of this case. I would assume the judge would not appear at a social event run by the Ellsberg Defense Committee for the same reason. I'm surprised he appears at a social event which apparently includes persons who are involved on the government side of this case. The meeting with, now the 2 meetings, with Mr. Ehrlichman raises a problem of an entirely different nature. What we now have, apparently, is a meeting by an official of the White House, very high up, an advisor to the President, who evidently knew that his name was about to be implicated in this case for his knowledge of the burglary of Ellsberg's doctor's office, meeting with the presiding judge of the trial and offering him a very high-level government position. We think that, and then following that meeting up with a second meeting. The judge evidently said he discouraged any discussion the first time. I don't know why the judge then physically went to a second meeting, evidently to discourage a second time any suggestion. You might note that this morning when the judge spoke of this, he did say that he indicated not that he was refusing it, but that he would have to wait until the trial is over to discuss it.
What do you think he should have done, Mr. Wineglass?
Well, I think the judge should clearly have refused to meet and talk to anyone with respect to any possible federal job until this trial is over. I understand it's a 2-hour drive down to San Clemente. He went down there. He physically went out to Santa Monica. He had 2 meetings. And even if he was all the time refusing to talk to them until the trial was over, that's enough of a taint in this case to end the trial.
Will this figure in your arguments for dismissal or mistrials?
If this case can't be dismissed with just those facts known, then I don't know what the law books mean when they talk about the possibility of a taint of a trial, of a compromise of a judge, of undermining the public's confidence in the fact that the judge who's trying the case has had contact with neither side. There's never been a case, so far as our research discloses, where the extent of the contact and the deliberateness of the contact from the White House has risen to the level that we now have in this trial.
Well, are you encouraged by the judges asking you to file tomorrow morning authorities of law for a motion to dismiss or mistrial?
Yes. What the judge is asking us is whether or not it has ever happened before in the history of America, as reported in a legal case, that a judge has met with a representative of the White House who's implicated in the trial. Our simple answer to the judge is we have no authorities. It's never happened before. Fortunately, there are no cases. This is the first one.
In your mistrial motion, you called that job offer a bribe. Is that what it is?
If the job offer had been made from the defense side, it would clearly have been considered an attempted bribe. If Mr. Scheinbaum, for instance, who's the head of our legal defense and is a businessman in this community, had met with Judge Byrne privately twice and offered him the position of general counsel of his corporation, I'm sure we'd have to bail out Mr. Scheinbaum and probably the rest of us as well.
How would you characterize the government's investigation of governmental misconduct so far?
No, it's two-pronged.
If the judge would allow you, would grant this
We would accept it at this time, and this trial is ready. With the understanding that the judge will go forward with a hearing to prove that the our part we but in getting this matter.
You're going to demand that, sir?
What do you think the complications are when you have that hearing and also this grand jury?
Judge Byrne has some hard decisions facing him. We do have an independent judiciary guaranteed by our Constitution. He really doesn't work for the president, whatever the president may think. And I'm sure that Judge Byrne will do what he thinks is necessary.
Do you think it would be wise to call the president? Do you think it would be wise on Judge Byrne's part to do that?
There seems little question here, but that the president has information that could contribute to justice in this case. By this president and by former ones, though rarely have we President has been confronting us with a series of constitutional challenges for the last several years, and this would just be one more, this one involving the judiciary. I think this particular confrontation is overdue. If this is to be a country in which every individual, me, you, and the President of the United States is subject to the laws of the United States, I think it's time in our history that that be tested, that the President be allowed to explain what appears to be a clear obstruction of justice.
There was only one way in which the court could have come to a grinding halt, and that was for the government to come up with an FBI agent who they hadn't been able to locate in a year, to say that he had conducted electronic surveillance, that he had a record of an overhearing, and that record mysteriously disappeared. And within 4 days, the government found such an agent who came up with such a story. And now the Watergate investigation part of this case has come to a grinding halt, and it will probably end it and stop Judge Byrne dead in his tracks. To us, that's just too much of a coincidence.
Until the American Revolution gets back underway.
Will you attempt to take any action against the prosecution, Doctor?
I am sure that we will all be undertaking civil suits against the very clear-cut conspiracy to obstruct our civil rights as citizens.
They've finally been declassified.
There are a lot of right ways to end this political prosecution, and this was one of them. It was right for the judge to throw this out for the reason.
At what point were you aware that the verdict was going in your favor, Dr. Ellsberg?
I think the day of arraignment we started to believe that.
But do you feel fully vindicated?
As Tony has said, we were vindicated when those papers came out in the public document.
Hey, come on! We're not kidding! We're not kidding!
Be there when Johnny comes marching home. Any other questions? See you inside. This door. To this nation. It was keeping those documents secret that entered this nation.
The defense will try to prove that the releasing of the Pentagon Papers was no crime, that they actually had to be made public as part of the people's right to know what was really happening in Vietnam. The determination, the legal determination of whether or not that is the issue, is expected to take at least 3 months. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News in Los Angeles. your thing tonight. Step over. We'll try to start. Here we go.
Well, I'm very conscious of one of the #1 war criminals in this country being on the stand right at the moment, General Depew. General Depew was the J3, that is General Westmoreland's officer in charge of operations in Vietnam back in the period of 1965-1966. General Depew is one of the principal architects of the search and destroy kind of mission, the kind of mission where villages are burned. I would say General Depew is one of the principal architects of My Lai, and that is a matter of record. General Depew is a person who came by the Rand Villa where I was working in Saigon many times, and I've heard him in conversations there speak often of the bodies of civilians, women and children that were found in these villages after they were napalmed, after they were bombed. In fact, there's a quotation that is attributed to General Depew, which you'll find in Daniel Ellsberg's book. Daniel has a very short chapter on General Depew. General Depew is quoted as saying, "What we need is more napalm, more bombs, more shells."
A workable peace depends not on anything written down on paper, but on the willingness of an American president to stop bombing, to stop paying Vietnamese to kill other Vietnamese, to stop paying for bricks and mortars and handcuffs for prisoners in South Vietnam. I do not think that President Nixon feels bound by words on paper, whether he has signed them or not, any more than he feels bound by the words of the Constitution. Therefore, the people of this country who have succeeded in getting President Nixon at this moment to stop the bombing must keep at it, keep him constantly informed that they will not allow him to go back to his policies of the last 4 years.
Mr. Ellsberg, I don't know if you've been asked this, but do you feel that you personally contributed to the events of the past few hours?
I feel that I'm one of millions of people in this country who have spent most of their waking thoughts over the last several years, and some much longer than I, trying to see how we can bend our daily lives and our efforts and our weight to bring this war to an end. I think all of us have a right to feel, and that's many millions in the end, have a right to feel that we were doing what we should have done, and no less than we should have done. If the Pentagon Papers shortened the war by a week, and I feel they probably did, then this was very much worthwhile, what we did.
And I would go further and say that had that plan been disclosed, as it should have been, to the Congress and the people of the United States much earlier, it would have set the whole terms of the debate in Vietnam, set that debate in different terms. It would have made clear the great reservations that President Kennedy had about our escalation in Vietnam and his determination to prevent that from taking place. And I think had this volume been disclosed earlier, we would have been spared much bloodshed and agony in Southeast Asia.
I may get it. If I see a cab, I'll get one.
I can't.
If I see a cab, I'll get one.
The intention of the administration from the beginning of this case and from this whole campaign has been to fool the public, to make fools of the public, which they regard as fools. We object to that, and we're not taking part in that cover story anymore.
The phase we're now in is a phase of the most extraordinary and unprecedented, misbehavior is a very small word to use, illegal activity on the part of the government, which has gone right all the way up to and including the White House.
Be sure and give special attention to General Depew today. He's going to be on the stand all day. He's the man who should be on trial. General Depew is a war criminal. He's one of the principal architects of the strategy of attrition in Vietnam perpetrated by the U.S. Army. General Depew worked as the operations staff man for General Westmoreland. General Westmoreland, as a result of extensive use of search and destroy missions in Vietnam, became known as the Fox Hunter. That was the name that was used, you know, around the bar, at happy hour, at the officers' club in the afternoon. They would refer to General Westmoreland as the Fox Hunter, and that came out of the search and destroy missions of which General Depew was the principal architect. And I would just say that General Depew, being one of the principal war criminals in this war, should be on trial here today, not Dan and myself. General Depew is the man who should be on trial.
The trial has now ended its first week. What are your feelings right now?
Exposing himself. I think he's very weak.
I think it's proper, though, for you to put out press releases about government witnesses.
Yes, indeed, I think so.
Why?
Because that's the truth, and it has to be known. And it's your duty as a member of the press to make it known, too.
Well, now, is it your impression that most of the facts in the Wheeler report were known to the public or available to the public at the time that it passed from your hands to others?
Well, the contents of the Wheeler report, the principal contents, were known within a month after the report was written. And certainly the major part of it was included in General Westmoreland's report, which came out in 1969.
And anyone with $6 could have bought one, couldn't they?
Anyone with $6 could have gone right across the street here to the government printing office and bought a copy of that, yes.
This was part of the publication in the New York Times. If it was known to the public, why such a fury over it being published?
That's my question. It's simply because the government is trying to make a big deal out of this, that's all.
Don't you think there was anything new in the Wheeler report then?
Not well, it would take, as it has taken us, all these...
Saying that as a single item, it wasn't, didn't pertain to the national defense, but altogether it did.
That is a hedge on his part, which he says every one particular piece, he says, well, that has to be taken into caution.
The defense is trying to prove that much of the information in the Pentagon Papers is not sensitive in a military sense, but only sensitive to a government that tried to hide the facts about the Vietnam War from the American people. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. The defense is trying to prove that much of the information in the Pentagon Papers is not sensitive in a military sense, but only sensitive to an administration that tried to hide the facts of the Vietnam War from the American people. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles.
Word.
We can only, a peace declared by Richard Nixon, no matter how welcome, and there can't be one more welcome than this, we have to recognize as at best a truce until he decides to send the bombers once again. Now that's a predicament that we're all in. It's going to take the actions of all of us to get us out of that predicament, to get back to a constitutional order where acts of war depend upon decisions by Congress and by the people as a whole.
Let me digress for a moment to the trial itself. Yesterday we heard a comment from Mr. Bartimeau that indeed there is yet another document which we hadn't known about previously. At least that's what we could assume as of yesterday afternoon. And we're talking about the prosecution in terms of its connection with government secrecy and perpetrating that government secrecy. What does the defense know about the document? What do you assume it means?
It would appear that the prosecution failed to carry out the court order to produce for us any studies within the government that would serve to exculpate us, that is, to show that there was no damage to the government. From the answers of Mr. Bartimeau, I would suspect that there is such a document, and it has been withheld from us. The judge asked very sharply that it be returned to us, so I expect to get it.
A Justice Department study.
A Justice Department and a Defense Department study, I think, done for the Justice Department. So I think that at last, my friends in prison, people like Brad Beneke and Frank Kroenke in Minnesota right now for acts of resistance to this war, the many others in prison must feel at last that their efforts were not wasted and were not useless, and I'm sure they're very happy. I have friends in prison in Vietnam. Tran Ngoc Chau, the former Secretary General of the Assembly, in prison precisely for advocating this kind of negotiated settlement too soon in Saigon, put there by Thieu and held there unconstitutionally. Unfortunately, this agreement does not provide for him and 100,000 other political prisoners. I hope that he will not be killed by the people that President Nixon dishonors us by calling them our allies and friends, and I refer to General Thieu. I hope that he will survive this peace and that I'll see him again. The underlying factors in this trial, because of secrecy, because of a resolution by this president to use secrecy and manipulation to keep a war going. In the end, it's good to see he responded to the desires of the American people and to their knowledge. If the Pentagon Papers brought him to that decision to end this war a day earlier or a week earlier than he otherwise would, and I think they might well have had that effect by enlightening some people in this country who remain to be enlightened about the war, then obviously everything Tony and I did was more than worthwhile.
In the light of the events of the last 18 hours or so, what do you now see as the purpose of this trial?
Oh, I think the administration sees as much purpose as before. They could not have carried out the deceptive bombing of last month immediately after what amounted to a promise to end the war without the assurance that every official who knew that the public's mandate for peace would be disregarded, that every official who knew that would keep his mouth shut at the cost, at the fear of his job, at the fear of losing the favor of the boss, the president. He wants to add to that fear the fear of prosecution in the minds of any government official or any newspaper man who might try to inform the American people. I think he feels as much need for that now as he did before. And that means that our job, Tony's and mine, of defending the First Amendment, defending the checks and balances of the Constitution, defending against the efforts of this administration to usurp powers again, that's useful work for any Americans, and we're proud to be doing it. I'm glad we can concentrate on it now without having to think also about the war.
Did it seem to you to be a workable peace agreement listening to Kissinger?
Many times.
Chip, we ended up in the same
We've
place.
dropped 150,000 tons of bombs on Cambodia and Laos since the so-called ceasefire started. That happens to be the exact tonnage that the United States dropped on Japan in World War II. So this trial isn't over until that bombing is over. And Congress has not taken up its responsibilities till it ends this war. If this trial has shown one thing, it is that the White House is not going to end the bombing, but the people have got to do it, and Congress has got to do it.
How about personal plans now, Dr. Ellsberg?
What now? Executive, acting contemptuously of law, contemptuously of human beings, acting beyond the Constitution. The very trial has illustrated what the Pentagon Papers showed these same people doing in Vietnam, and that's continued right till today. Today, after we had heard what the government had been doing, breaking in, burglarizing, bugging, forging, leaking documents that they themselves said were sensitive, we heard the prosecutor in this case, I think, tell where this administration is at and what their understanding of law and the Constitution and what it means to be an American. We heard Mr. Nesson, our prosecutor, say, he said, Tony Russo and Daniel Ellsberg have no rights not to have psychiatrist's office broken into to get their records. And I turned to my lawyer and asked him, don't we have rights not to be tried under Nazi law? Not to be tried by the standards of brown shirts? This administration has, I think, been pretty frank about where it's at. And it's up to the rest of us to set them straight as to what it means to be an American, what the rights of Americans are.
Hey, can you come down here? We have
Any other
Mr. Ellsberg, has this backfired on the administration? Do you think this has backfired?
Is Watergate a backfire? I think that, as I say, I think this prosecution was aborted, probably, by the White House, that the revelations that have been made, vague and incomplete, and a number of those revelations to this court have involved perjury, I am sure, as well as truth. I think those revelations have been made in part to stop this process because it was getting too close to the highest authorities, too close to the president and to his White House assistants. That means that I think they chose to end this prosecution because it was about to indict or impeach a president. Well, they have that choice. But just as the Pentagon Papers are out of the safes, facts about burglary, facts about bugging, facts about forgery are out of White House safes now. They can't put them back by ending this trial. So we don't have to worry. This trial was being useful to the country, as Tony and I had hoped it would be, in enlightening the public as to how we've been ruled. We brought the facts out now. It's for the courts, the juries, the Congress, and the press and the public to put this country back on the track.
In other words, you would have done it again.
We'd do it tomorrow.
We will do it again, too. A lot of people will do it again.
What about his refusal to dismiss all the charges against you, to acquit you?
Well, I really don't understand the legalities of it. I think it was a great victory because it was a hot potato. The government had to drop it. The judge had to drop it.
I only wish it had been a long time ago, and by a lot else, why we have 3 separate branches of government and a Bill of Rights and a free press, then when I understand the costs of an unchecked executive to this country and into China. Tony Russo and I have been selected by the government, really, to defend the Constitution and the free press and the checks and balances, and that's a very valuable role for us. That's an important obligation that any American citizen has to do his best to take part in, and we will do our best. Really, the judge and the jury have that same function of protecting the Constitution, protecting the right of Congress to know. The prosecution is attempting to legislate through the courtroom a law that will make it criminal for an American to give information to other Americans, a law that Congress has never been willing to pass because it would be unconstitutional. This judge and jury and these defendants, I think, will all meet our obligations in defending the Constitution against that attempt. We're going to have questions later. I think Tony has a statement.
Mr. Ellsberg, if the president were to show up, do you honestly believe that he would answer any questions? Do you believe that he would even show up?
As I've said, the president has the right to claim the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. He's done the equivalent of that by invoking executive privilege in a manner that seems indistinguishable from invoking the divine right of kings. That is not the principle of government for which we fought a revolution 200 years ago. If he comes here, he would have the rights of any other citizen.
Dr. Ellsberg, some of the president's sharpest critics are saying now that perhaps it's time to think about the presidency along with the president as a man. Do you have any views on that? Whether the presidency might be harmed by the attacks on the president?
A swollen, abusive presidency has arisen, and not only in this administration, but over the last generation, that is a menace to our freedoms to our constitutional order, and to many other people in this world whom we've been bombing for a very long time. Our government is functioning well at this moment in acting to cut back the presidency as it has existed for 20 years, and it has a lot of work to do in that line. It's just beginning now, but at least it is functioning to inform us of the abuses.
He released the jury.
The government would have.
All right. Come out. Move over. Move out. All the way up to the front. All the way up.
All the way up.
All the way up here. All the way up. All the way over here. Put the mic in there. Hey, back, come on. There's plenty of room. Back up and use the steps. Back up and use the steps. Back up. Come on, let's move it back away. How do you feel? You can't get anything there. What do you do? Come on. Hold it. It's not going to get any better than a break. Come on. Just make it happen. And the white shirt drop. And what's been... Let's back up. Come on, back up. Let's back up.
Particularly now, it's a beautiful step in the right direction. This country was heading to realize that the American
the last time I've been in trial
has been betrayed.
Nobody's getting anything.
Now we're on track where Watergate can be a watershed by 1976.
PC your wife, Tony.
Put
Put this TV guy out of the way.
It will be.
How do you feel about the judge?
Very good. He said the right things. He said them as strongly as he was moved. He said what needed to be said. Look, this has been a president.
Use this film on the air. Goddamn film. Use it.
This has been a presidential prosecution. It's been political from its beginning to its end. It's had political aims and it's used illegal means from the beginning to the end. It started out as an indictment to help re-elect the president. And it was aborted by the White House that started it at the end because it was about to impeach a president. The evidence has been laid out by this trial. It's there for Congress to act on, just as the Cambodian bombing right now is there for Congress to act on.
Back up, everybody.
Absolutely nothing that would interfere with our
Excuse me. Okay, so it's at 6 o'clock, you were?
Yeah, and you'd be there at 20 to 6.
20 to 6?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could we get you at 5 o'clock then there? And 5 o'clock.
Let's get it. Oh, we should do it. Okay, get some better.
And how about 5 o'clock?
Back there?
Well, hey! Good stuff. Hold that up. Turn it around. Up this way. Very good. I'm taking this as a present.
How about 5 o'clock?
Let me ask you.
We could.
What about...
They must have had it. They must have had it ready. They must have. They knew about it. They must have had it ready. They knew more than we do. Beautiful. I know. I don't think that maybe tomorrow there will. But ask Bob Sachs. He's the one. I think there's something at KPFK tonight.
See you at 20 to 6, okay?
Would you explain that reference made about the psychiatric profile and how it possibly contains other evidence of wiretapping?
Well, I can't go into the psychiatric profile on Dan, but there...
Since the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire in January, we've dropped as many bombs, 150,000 tons.
We're not getting it. Let's back up. How about personal plans, Dr. Ellsberg? Back up.
They want
Don't say anymore. Let's back up. Where's Andrew?
Something I tried to tell people on this steps, and this is my last chance to tell them. Little plans are very private. I'm going to make love to my wife in all kinds of climates for a long time.
What about you, Mrs. Ellsberg?
I approve that plan.
This is, now that the trial is over, I can introduce the real unindicted co-conspirator, the mastermind of this entire operation. Do you want to speak out for yourself and let us know?
Yes. No.
I said yesterday as I saw the headlines that the man who indicted us wrongfully 2 years ago has just been indicted. And that is that we may want to taper off on courtroom procedure by attending trials of other people for a while. But I take that back today. They're going to have to go through their courtroom scene, their day in court without me. I might visit occasionally, but with 17 or 18 trials, we can't hit them all.
You sound like you're not bitter.
I'm very happy today. I'm happy. This is the time to celebrate.
Is this a case of overkill?
Hey! You gotta move it back. You gotta move it back.
How does victory taste to you? It's a good day. How does victory taste to you, Doctor? Hey! Okay. Sit down, man. You're not shooting pictures right now. Hey, calm down. Everybody calm down. Hey, back up. There's plenty of room. Let's back up. Yeah, back up and use the steps. Back up and use the steps. Come on, let's move back away. How do you feel, Dr. Ellsberg? Better, I'm afraid. I can tell. Just make it It must be me. They've finally been declassified.
There were a lot of right ways to end this political prosecution, and this was one of them. It was right for the judge to throw this out for the reasons he did.
At what point were you aware that the verdict was going in your favor, Dr. Ellsberg?
I think the day of arraignment, we started to believe that.
Well, do you feel fully vindicated?
As Tony has said, we were vindicated when those papers came out and the public got them. This is...
Back up.
Yeah.
Get the sun on your face. Don't be in the bottom.
How do you feel?
I feel great. But it's only a partial victory because the war still goes on. You see? But it's a partial victory. It's a step in the right direction.
Partial victories are the only
Particularly
time.
now.
Yeah.
Particularly now. It's a beautiful step in the right direction.
It's a time to celebrate because that's all the only kind of victory we have is partial.
This is a victory over a corrupt government. And it's only the beginning because the release of the Pentagon Papers was a revolutionary act. And we are not going to rest until the American Revolution gets back underway.
That's right.
Yeah.
You agree with that, Dr. Ellsberg?
Before these revelations came out, this country was heading to realize that the American Revolution has been betrayed by the people who have been leading this government. Now we're on a track where Watergate can be a watershed. By 1976, I think we can hope that the American Revolution will be back on the track.
How do you feel about the judge's speech this afternoon, Doctor?
Very good. He said the right things. He said them as strongly as he was moved to do. But he said what needed to be said. Look, this has been a president. This has been a presidential prosecution. It's been political from its beginning to its end. It's had political aims and it's used illegal means from the beginning to the end. It started out as an indictment to help re-elect a president, and it was aborted by the White House that started it at the end because it was about to impeach a president. The evidence has been laid out by this trial. It's there for Congress to act on, just as the Cambodian bombing right now is there for Congress to act on, and the House has finally started to use its power to end this war. Since the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire in January, we've dropped as many bombs, 150,000 tons.
How about personal plans, Dr. Ellsberg?
They want to...
You want to back up? Okay, you back up. No.
Back up. We can't back up.
How about personal plans, Dr. Ellsberg?
See if we
We'll
can
be-
push around to the left a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, yes, gotta get it.
There's something I've tried to tell people on these steps, and this is my last chance to tell them many times. We've dropped 150,000 tons of bombs on Cambodia and Laos since the so-called ceasefire started. That happens to be the exact tonnage that the United States dropped on Japan in World War II. So this trial isn't over until that bombing is a winner?
We just wanted to question.
Such a beautiful day for victory. Any day is good day.
What was that the judge, I was in the back, I couldn't hear, what was that he mentioned just after it started, something about anonymous phone calls? What was that?
Oh, the judge got an anonymous phone call. We're all getting them, giving us new information about the government, and some of it is true and some of it isn't true. It was not important.
Was it apparently a call from Washington?
No,
It was very unimportant.
that's the way we learned
The
about
government was
Sam
its
Adams.
own worst
I
enemy.
think it looked that silly.
I know.
You can never tell.
It's true. There was somebody who said he had a brother-in-law in the FBI who had
Burned it?
revealed. No, the anonymous telephone call.
Which head of which head?
We didn't know who which brother-in-law it was because he had two sisters, so we didn't bother looking into it. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
All set.
If anything was
You put that back in my book.
Right, that's in there, and
We
you have them in.
we certainly will. It's a promise. Gee, I don't think I'll see you again.
Could you go on NBC Live at about 5:30
Get out of the
tonight?
way, Ed. 5:30. One shot.
We send a helicopter. We send a chopper for you and take you back in the chopper. Right down here in downtown.
Oh, really?
Can't do it. He
Yes.
has another.
You're supposed to be on something at 6. Can you do it a little earlier?
He has another commitment.
You know what?
At 6 o'clock. But
No, he has another commitment. He can't do it. Work with you again.
That's the CBS. But listen, you know what? Somebody else said to me that they would be there at 6 o'clock and they would take me somewhere else. I think it was NBC. If it was.
First have to square it with Bob.
It could be afterwards, in other words.
Well, no, it'd have to be.
Those books probably sell a lot now, huh? What, you mean the Pentagon Papers? Yeah. They sold a lot to begin with, but we never got one red cent for our defense committee, yeah.
I think the only thing will be the last part of his whatever he said in court, which unfortunately wasn't. He didn't go from it prepared. He had part of it prepared, but he went off on a tangent.
And once more, Dr. Donovan.
Thank you.
Can you hold that up one more time?
I shot it.
We're going. I'm so glad you're here today. Great, Preston. Great. Yeah. Oh. That makes a lot of us, doesn't it? I don't think, we're not planning to, but we haven't made any, so we don't really know. Yeah. We'll call you before we go. If we did go back east briefly, we'd come back with Pat. I mean, it doesn't have to be on television.
You do it. You up at CBS and do it after that?
That'd be okay.
Yeah. That'd be all right.
That sounds great. That sounds really
Then I
good.
can lie down.
Perfect.
I'll be
Perfect.
Terrific.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Did you get a word with you this morning?
Certainly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, now that the trial is starting, can you give us what you think might be the ultimate outcome of it?
Well, I think we're going to win. We have an open and shut case. I think there's no question but that the American people have a right to know what's in the Pentagon Papers. The Pentagon Papers belong to the American people. Congress will be a major focus in this trial. Congress's right to information about the executive branch in order to perform its constitutional role. The history of the war, the history of the Cold War, the government is on trial.
I see you have some support this morning.
Yes, there's a contingent of Vietnam veterans against the war here today, and they have expressed a great deal of interest in the trial because they feel that had they known the information in the Pentagon Papers, it could have saved a lot of their lives, could have saved their limbs. So they feel very strongly about the Pentagon Papers.
Thank you.
I think if the American people had the Pentagon Papers over the last 20 years, there wouldn't have been a Vietnam War. Congress would never have passed the Tonkin Gulf Resolution. 1 million lives would have been saved, 55,000 American.
Your co-defendant says
the price of secrecy has been very high.
Your co-defendant says it's an open and shut case. Are you that confident?
It's a very complicated case, but this jury of 12 Americans and 6 alternates is going to defend the Constitution. I'm very confident of that.
Because they're going to push me.
No, they're not going to push you. You have to muscle.
I'll lean on you and I'll use your muscle. Okay. Joey Russo will probably stand right up there.
This is going to be like a president taking it.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. You're facing gentlemen, defendant.
And Mr. Allen, I'll be right back. I'll be right here. And there will be a statement also by the veterans who have, I think, every right to comment on this, the issues raised by this trial.
Gentlemen, I have a prepared statement to read to you, but before I do so, I'd like to introduce to you some...
Let's get rid of the applause, wait a minute. The defense will try to prove that the defense will try and prove that releasing the Pentagon Papers was no crime, that they actually had to be released. Cut for a second, I'm sorry. The defense will try to prove that there was no crime involved in releasing the Pentagon Papers, that they had to be made public as part of the people's right to know what was actually happening in Vietnam. The legal determination of whether or not that is the issue is expected to take at least 3 months. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. Let's try it again, Rob. The defense will try to prove there was no crime involved in releasing the Pentagon Papers, that they had to be made public as part of the people's right to know what was actually happening in Vietnam. Legal determination of whether or not that is true is expected to take at least 3 months. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles. Okay, one more, Ralph. I'm not comfortable yet. The defense will try to prove that there was no crime involved in releasing the Pentagon Papers, that they had to be made public as part of the people's right to know what was actually happening in Vietnam. I'm sorry, I blew it. The defense will try to prove there was no crime involved in releasing the Pentagon Papers, that they had to be made public as part of the people's right to know what was actually happening in Vietnam. The legal determination of whether that is really the issue is expected to take at least 3 months. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, in Los Angeles.
Good morning. So you're the one with the briefcase this morning.
I would be too joyous.
You did what?
Yeah.
You did the why not? It's an interesting morning. What?
It is that.
They always have to try to predict whether I'm going to go in the middle.
You can work out with them. What's the first question?
They get dismissed. Could you explain on that? How has he challenged the authority?
Lower some of those mics.
The indications from the newspaper reports are that the president has impeded at various points the bringing to light of matters connected with our trial and connected with Watergate.
Would you subpoena the president?
The next move is up to the court.
Would you consider that the president, if he actually should come as a witness, would be favorable to your case?
I'd prefer to wait the event.
Mr. Nesson, it was brought out this morning that there was information about Dr. Ellsberg in the psychiatrist's office. This is contrary to what E. Howard Hunt testified. Would you amplify it?
Well, if there is to be a hearing, then it's going to be one of the issues whether anything was taken from Dr. Fielding's office. At the moment, we have the word of Mr. Hunt, who may be credible on some things, but may not be credible on others, that nothing was taken. We have information from Dr. Fielding that there was material in his office relating to Dr. Ellsberg, relating to the Pentagon Papers. And those two statements can be jibed together, or they may not jibe.
What importance is that to your case?
It puts into question whether Mr. Hunt's statement was correct, that nothing was taken. And in terms of importance to the case, the government's burden is to show beyond a reasonable doubt that there was no illegal conduct by the government that affected the prosecution of Dr. Ellsberg.
Well, how long would such a hearing take? How long do you envision it taking?
There's no way to say.
What was contained in the materials turned over this morning, other than the psychiatric profile?
Those will be released to you very shortly. There's some materials relating to the CIA's contact with Mr. Hunt.
What could there have been in Dr. Fielding's office relating to the Pentagon Papers?
I've said as much as I am prepared to say at this time as to what was in Dr. Fielding's office.
Well, even if getting back to this business of the president and the attempt to subpoena him, do you see this as a real test of executive privilege?
On that subject also, I've said all that I'm prepared to say.
When was Mr. Russell?
The president has challenged the authority of the court. There's no question of an executive obligation to bring to the court's attention any matters that seriously relate to a pending prosecution. In impeding the flow of that information to the court, the president has done something which, if done by another man, would call for inquiry. And we operate under a system which, on the one hand, says it's a government of laws and not of men, and on the other hand, presents this court and the country with assertions of executive privilege.
Aren't you saying then that the president should have to answer to this court?
The next move is up to the court.
What kind of authority did you come up with for bringing the president out here?
I don't have any comment.
Larry?
You're charging that the president held up word that there'd been a burglary. Is that correct? And the 10-day delay on the word that there had been a burglary at the psychiatrist's office?
When you say that I'm charging, I have been reading the newspapers for the last few weeks, few months.
To decide how to deal with that challenge from before there was an indictment and through every process of the indictment. Certainly, I think the president should have his day in court, as he's given me mine. And obviously, I believe that like every other citizen, he should be presumed innocent until proved otherwise.
Realistically, do you think the president would respond to such a subpoena?
Condemn any attempts to cover up this case, no matter who is involved. That was on April 17th. From today's paper, we realize that he had the memo from Mr. Silbert, the prosecutor in this case, which was to be sent to the judge on April 16th, the day before he made that statement. And by the president's order, according to a pretty reliable sounding story, the president held up that information coming to this judge, just as he'd interfered in virtually every other aspect of this case. That is obstruction of justice, and of course its being in the newspaper doesn't prove it by any means. And of course the president, like you or me, is entitled to claim the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. He is not entitled, any more than you or I, to order any former subordinates or anyone else to conceal information having to do with his possible violation of law.
Do you then expect a confrontation with the president?
I think that a lot comes before that. We are asking for a dismissal. And a hearing. We think the hearing should follow the dismissal. If the hearing comes before the dismissal, then there are a number of people to be heard from on these events that were subordinates to the president, I would think, before the president himself.
Mr.
Called by
Ellsberg.
the judge, Mr. President, today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chico, you gonna try again?
He did answer some questions with respect to his career prior to 1968. All activities subsequent to 1968 he didn't describe and declined to answer on the ground that it might tend to incriminate him. We anticipated that he was going to take the Fifth Amendment on the critical questions, yes, but we felt that it was absolutely essential that we have him in and on the record in this respect. Some questions with respect to his career prior to 1968. All activities subsequent to 1968 he didn't describe and declined to answer on the ground that it might tend to incriminate him.
He even refused
The critical questions, yes, but we felt that it was absolutely essential that we have him in and on the record in this respect.
Since he never admitted that he worked at the White House, I suppose you didn't ask him if he ever knew if any phones were bugged there or anything like that.
Did we learn anything?
How do you interpret this testimony, Mr. Chairman? I mean, I know he's taken the 54, but did you anticipate this really?
Well, I did, but the response was as I indicated. He took the Fifth Amendment approximately 50 times.
Mr. Chairman, who's your next witness?
Mr. Young is coming before the subcommittee tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Do you anticipate the same thing?
Pretty much.
Has he received immunity in California?
Not to my knowledge.
He has not received.
He has not, no.
Could you give us an idea of what the range of your questions to Mr. Crow were this morning?
Well, we endeavored to elicit from him his role in the whole Watergate operation as it relates to the CIA. And obviously, when a person doesn't respond to a question, you can't have any follow-on questions. So consequently, the committee hearing was not a long one, you know.
Do you have any information that it was broader than this one operation in California?
Well, certainly there's some evidence in our record that they were involved in getting the CIA to prepare a psychological profile on Mr. Ellsberg. That's related. I can't say that we're aware of anything else involving the CIA.
Did you ask whether the CIA had provided any other equipment besides what the stuff you already know about?
We asked whether they had provided any equipment, and of course the answer was, as you might expect.
Has it been a good day, Mr. Chairman?
It's been a nice short day for a change. I'm able to get back to my office.
Ask all 40 or 50 questions you had prepared in advance, or did you just ask one or two and then drop the question?
Well, we had far more than 50 questions prepared in advance, but obviously if the response was, if there was no response to one of the questions, it was pointless to have a follow-on question.
But you did ask all your prepared questions.
We covered the areas that we had prepared, yes.
Did you ask him specifically whether Dean was correct in testifying that Krogh told Dean that his orders to burglarize the fielding office came right from the Oval Office?
That question was put almost precisely in that form.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Won't you be seated? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement before going to your questions. It is with the deep sense of not only official regret but personal regret that I announce the resignation of Secretary of State William Rogers, effective September the 3rd. A letter which will be released to the press after this conference will indicate my appraisal of his work as Secretary of State. I will simply say at this time that he wanted to leave at the conclusion of the first 4 years. He agreed to stay on because we had some enormously important problems coming up, including the negotiations which resulted in the end of the war in Vietnam, the Soviet summit, the European Security Conference, as well as in other areas, Latin America and in Asia, where the Secretary of State, as you know, has been quite busy over these past 8 months. As he returns to private life, we will not only miss him in terms of his official service, but I shall particularly miss him because of his having been, through the years, a very close personal friend and advisor. That personal friendship and advice, however, I hope still to have the benefit of, and I know that I will. As his successor, I shall nominate and send to the Senate for confirmation the name of Dr. Henry Kissinger. Dr. Kissinger will become Secretary of State, assume the duties of the office after he is confirmed by the Senate. I trust the Senate will move expeditiously on the confirmation hearings because there are a number of matters of very great importance that are coming up. There are, for example, some matters that might even involve some foreign travel by Dr. Kissinger that will have to be delayed in the event that the Senate hearings are delayed. Dr. Kissinger's qualifications for this post, I think, are well known by all of you, ladies and gentlemen, as well as those looking to us and listening to us on television and radio. He will retain the position, after he becomes Secretary of State, of Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs. In other words, he will have somewhat a parallel relationship to the White House, which George Shultz has. George Shultz, as you know, is Secretary of the Treasury, but is also an assistant to the President in the field of economic affairs. The purpose of this arrangement is to have a closer coordination between the White House and the departments, and in this case between the White House, the National Security Affairs, the NSC, and the State Department, which carries a major load in this area. And also another purpose is to get the work out in the departments where it belongs. And I believe that this change in this respect, with Dr. Kissinger moving in as Secretary of State and still retaining the position as Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, will serve the interest not only of coordination, but also the interests of an effective foreign policy. I will simply say finally, with regard to Secretary Rogers, that he can look back on what I think, and I suppose it is a self-serving statement, but I will say it about him rather than about myself at the moment. One of the most successful eras of foreign policy in any administration in history. An era in which we ended a war, the longest war in America's history. An era, in addition, in which we began to build a structure of peace, particularly involving the two great powers, the People's Republic of China and the Soviet Union, where before there had been nothing but ugly and at sometimes very, very difficult confrontation. We still have a long way to go. There are trouble spots in the area of the Mideast, others, Southeast Asia, which we could go into in detail. But as Secretary Rogers looks back on his years, 4.5 years of service as Secretary of State, he can be very proud that he was one of the major architects of what I think was a very successful foreign policy. And now we'll go to the questions. I think AP, Ms. Lewin has the first question.
You have said that disclosure of the tapes could jeopardize and cripple the functions of the presidency. Two questions. If disclosure carries such a risk, why did you make the tapes in the first place? And what is your reaction to surveys that show 3 out of 4 Americans believe you were wrong to make the tapes?
Well, with regard to the questions as to why Americans feel we were wrong to make the tapes, that is not particularly surprising. I think that most Americans do not like the idea of the taping of conversations, and frankly, it is not something that particularly appeals to me. As a matter of fact, that is why when I arrived in the White House and saw this rather complex situation set up where there was a taping capacity not only in the President's office, the room outside of his office, but also in the Cabinet room and at Camp David and in other areas, that I had the entire system dismantled. It was put into place again in June of 1970 because my advisors felt it was important in terms particularly of national security affairs to have a record for future years that would be an accurate one, but a record which would only be disclosed at the discretion of the President or according to directives that he would set forth. As you know, of course, this kind of capability not only existed during the Johnson administration, it also existed in the Kennedy administration. And I can see why both President Johnson and President Kennedy did have the capability because, not because they wanted to infringe upon the privacy of anybody, but because they felt that they had some obligation, particularly in the field of foreign policy and some domestic areas, to have a record that would be accurate. As far as I'm concerned, we now do not have that capability, and I am just as happy that we don't. As a matter of fact, I have a practice whenever I'm not too tired at night of dictating my own recollections of the day. I think that perhaps will be the more accurate record of history in the end. I think we go to the UP now, and then we'll come to the television.
Mr. President, on July 6, 1972, you were warned by Pat Gray that you were being mortally wounded by some of your top aides. Can you explain why you didn't ask who they were, why, what was going on?
Well, in the telephone conversation that you referred to, that has been, of course, quite widely reported in the press as well as on television, Mr. Gray said that he was concerned that as far as the investigation that he had responsibility for, that some of my top aides were not cooperating. Whether the term was used as mortally wounded or not, I do not know. Some believe that it was, some believe that it wasn't. That's irrelevant. He could have said that. The main point was, however, I asked him whether or not he had discussed this matter with General Walters, because I knew that there had been meetings between General Walters, representing the CIA, to be sure that the CIA did not become involved in the investigation, and between the director of the FBI. He said that he had. He told me that General Walters agreed that the investigation should be pursued. And I told him to go forward with a full press on the investigation, to which he has so testified. It seemed to me that with that kind of a directive to Mr. Gray, that was adequate for the purpose of carrying out the responsibilities. As far as the individuals were concerned, I assume that the individuals that he was referring to involved this operation with the CIA. That's why I asked him the Walters question. When he cleared that up, he went forward with the investigation, and he must have thought that it was a very good investigation, because when I sent his name down to the Senate for confirmation the next year, I asked him about his investigation. He said he was very proud of it. He said it was the most thorough investigation that had ever taken place since the assassination of President Kennedy, that he could defend it with enthusiasm, and that under the circumstances, therefore, he had carried out the directive that I had given him on July 6th. So there was no question about Mr. Gray having direct orders from the President to carry out an investigation that was thorough. Mr. Gerald.
Assistant Attorney General Henry Peterson has testified that on April 15th of this year, he met with you and warned you at that time there might be enough evidence to warrant indictments against three of your top aides, Mr. Ehrlichman, Haldeman, and Dean. You accepted their resignations on April 30th, calling Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman two of the finest public servants you had known. After that, you permitted Mr. Haldeman, after he had left the White House, to hear confidential tapes of conversations you had had in your office with Mr. Dean. My question is, why did you permit a man who you knew might be indicted to hear those tapes, which you now will not permit the American public or the federal prosecutors handling the case to listen to?
The only tape that has been referred to, that Mr. Haldeman has listened to, he listened to at my request. And he listened to that tape. That was the one on September the 15th, Mr. Gerald, because he had been present and was there. I asked him to listen to it in order to be sure that as far as any allegations that have been made by Mr. Dean with regard to that conversation is concerned, I wanted to be sure that we were absolutely correct in our response. That's all he listened to. He did not listen to any tapes in which only Mr. Dean and I participated. He listened only to the tape on September 15th, this is after he left office, in which he had participated in the conversation throughout.
Mr. President, one of the lingering doubts about your denial of any involvement is concerning
your failure to make the tapes available either to the Senate committee or the special prosecutor. You've made it perfectly clear you don't intend to release those tapes.
Perfectly clear?
Perfectly clear. But is there any way that you could have some group listen to tapes and give a report so that might satisfy the public mind?
I don't believe, first, it would satisfy the public mind, and it shouldn't. The second point is that as Mr. Wright, who argued the case, I understand very well before Judge Sirica this morning, has indicated, to have the tapes listened to, he indicated this also in his brief, either by a prosecutor or by a judge or in camera or in any way, would violate the principle of confidentiality. And I believe he is correct. That is why we are standing firm on the proposition that we will not agree to the Senate committee's desire to have, for example, its chief investigator listen to the tapes, or the special prosecutor's desire to hear the tapes, and also why we will oppose, as Mr. Wright did in his argument this morning, any compromise of the principle of confidentiality. Let me explain very carefully that the principle of confidentiality, it either exists or it doesn't exist. And once it is compromised, once it is known that a conversation that is held with the president can be subject to a subpoena by a Senate committee, by a grand jury, by a prosecutor, and be listened to by anyone, the principle of confidentiality is thereby irreparably damaged. Incidentally, let me say that now that tapes are no longer being made, I suppose it could be argued that what difference does it make now that these tapes are also in the past? What is involved here is not only the tapes. What is involved, as you, ladies and gentlemen, well know, is the request on the part of the Senate committee and the special prosecutor as well that we turn over presidential papers, in other words, the records of conversations with the president made by his associates. Those papers and the tapes as well cannot be turned over without breaching the principle of confidentiality. It was President Truman that made that argument very effectively in his letter to a Senate committee, or his response to a congressional committee, a House committee it was, in 1953 when they asked him to turn over his papers. So whether it is a paper or whether it is a tape, what we have to bear in mind is that for a president to conduct the affairs of this office and to conduct them effectively, he must be able to do so with the principle of confidentiality intact. Otherwise, the individuals who come to talk to him, whether it's his advisors or whether it's a visitor in the domestic field or whether it's someone in a foreign field, will always be speaking in a eunuch-like way rather than laying it on the line, as it has to be laid on the line if you're going to have the creative kind of discussion that we have often had and has been responsible for some of our successes in the foreign policy period, particularly in the past few years.
Mr. President.
Let's see, we'll go to this.
Mr. President, could you tell us who you personally talked to in directing that investigations be made both in June of 72, shortly after the Watergate incident, and last March 21 when you got new evidence and ordered a more intensive investigation?
Certainly. In June, I of course talked to Mr. McGregor, first of all, who was the new chairman of the committee. He told me that he would conduct a thorough investigation as far as his entire committee staff was concerned. Apparently that investigation was very effective except for Mr. Magruder, who stayed on. But Mr. McGregor does not have to assume responsibility for that. I say not responsibility for it because basically what happened there was that he believed Mr. Magruder and many others had believed him too. He proved, however, to be wrong. In the White House, the investigation's responsibility were given to Mr. Ehrlichman at the highest level, and in turn, he delegated them to Mr. Dean, the White House counsel, something of which I was aware and of which I approved. Mr. Dean as White House counsel, therefore, sat in on the FBI interrogations of the members of the White House staff, because what I wanted to know whether any member of the White House staff was in any way involved. If he was involved, he would be fired. And to write his own report, but I did not rest it there. I also had a contact made with the Attorney General himself. Attorney General Kleindis told him, this was on the 27th of March, to report to me directly anything that he found in this particular area. And I gave the responsibility for Mr. Ehrlichman on the 29th of March to continue the investigation that Mr. Dean was unable to conclude, having spent a week at Camp David and unable to finish the report. Mr. Ehrlichman questioned a number of people in that period at my direction, including Mr. Mitchell, and I should also point out that as far as my own activities were concerned, I was not leaving it just to them. I met at great length with Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Dean, Mr. Mitchell on the 22nd. I discussed the whole matter with them. I discussed I kept pressing for the view that I had throughout, that we must get this story out, get the truth out, whatever and whoever it's going to hurt. And it was there that Mr. Mitchell suggested that all the individuals involved in the White House appear in an executive session before the Irvin Committee. We never got that far, but at least that's an indication of the extent of my own investigations. I think we'll go to Mr. Lissagar now.
Mr. President, you have said repeatedly that you tried to get all the facts, and just now you mentioned the March 22nd meeting. Yet the former Attorney General John Mitchell said that if you had ever asked him at any time about the Watergate matter, he would have told you the whole story, chapter and verse. Was Mr. Mitchell not speaking the truth when he said that before the committee?
Now, Mr. Lissagar, I'm not going to question Mr. Mitchell's veracity, and I will only say that throughout I had confidence in Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, in a telephone call that I had with him immediately after that occurred, expressed great chagrin that he had not run a tight enough shop and that some of the boys, as he called them, got involved in this kind of activity, which he knew could be very, very embarrassing to, apart from its illegality, to the campaign. Throughout, I would have expected Mr. Mitchell to tell me in the event that he was involved or that anybody else was. He did not tell me. I don't blame him for not telling me. He's given his reasons for not telling me. I regret that he did not, because he's exactly right. Had he told me, I would have blown my stack, just as I did at Ziegler the other day.
Mr. President,
We'll get you next, Mr. Rather.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
I wonder, sir.
Somebody was on his feet before you.
How much personal blame, to what degree of personal blame do you accept for the climate in the White House and at the re-election committee for the abuses of Watergate?
I accept it all.
Mr. President, I want to state this question with due respect to your office, but also as directly as...
That would be unusual.
I'd like to think not. It concerns...
No, you're always respectful, Mr. Rather.
It concerns the events surrounding Mr. Ehrlichman's contact, and on one occasion your own contact with the judge in the Pentagon Papers case, Judge Byrne.
Yes.
As I understand your own explanation of events and putting together your statement with Mr. Ehrlichman's testimony and what Judge Byrne has said, what happened here is sometime late in March, or March 17th, I believe you said, you first found out about the break-in at the psychiatrist's office of Mr. Ellsberg, that you asked to have that looked into, and that you later, I think in late April, instructed Attorney General Kleindis to inform the judge. Now, my question is this, that while the Pentagon Papers trial was going on, Mr. Ehrlichman secretly met once with the judge in that case. You secretly met another time the judge with Mr. Ehrlichman. Now, you're a lawyer, and given the state of the situation and what you knew, could you give us some reason why the American people shouldn't believe that that was at least a subtle attempt to bribe the judge in that case, and it gave at least the appearance of a lack of moral leadership?
Well, I would say the only part of your statement that is perhaps accurate is that I'm a lawyer. Now, beyond that, Mr. Rather, let me say that with regard to the secret meeting that we had with the judge, As he said, I met the judge briefly. After all, I had appointed him to the position. I met him for perhaps 1 minute outside my door here in full view of the whole White House staff and everybody else who wanted to see. I asked him how he liked his job. We did not discuss the case, and he went on for his meeting with Mr. Ehrlichman. Now, why did the meeting with Mr. Ehrlichman take place? Because we had determined that Mr. Gray could not be confirmed, as you'll recall. We were on a search for a director of the FBI. Mr. Kleindienst had been here, and I asked him what he would recommend with regard to a director, and I laid down certain qualifications. I said I wanted a man preferably with FBI experience, and preferably with prosecutor's experience, and preferably, if possible, a Democrat, so that we would have no problem on confirmation. He said, the man for the job is Byrne. He says, he's the best man. I said, would you recommend him? He said, yes. Under those circumstances, then, Mr. Ehrlichman called Mr. Byrne. He said, under no circumstances will we talk to you. He, Ehrlichman, will talk to you, unless if he felt that it would in any way compromise his handling of the Ellsberg case. Judge Byrne made the decision that he would talk to Mr. Ehrlichman, and he did talk to him privately here. And on that occasion, he talked to him privately. The case was not discussed at all, only the question of whether or not at the conclusion of this case, Mr. Byrne would like to be considered as director of the FBI. I understand, incidentally, that he told Mr. Ehrlichman that he would be interested. Of course, the way the things broke, eventually we found another name with somewhat the same qualifications, although in this case not a judge, in this case a chief of police with former FBI experience. Now, with regard to the Ellsberg break-in, let me explain that in terms of that, I discussed that on the telephone with Mr. Henry Peterson on the 18th of April. It was on the 18th of April that I learned that the grand jury was going away from some of its Watergate investigation and moving into national security areas. I told Mr. Peterson at that time about my concern about the security areas and particularly about the break-in as far as the Ellsberg case is concerned. And then he asked me a very critical question, which you as a non-lawyer will now understand, and lawyers probably will too. He said, was any evidence developed out of this investigation, out of this break-in? And I said, no, it was a dry hole. He said, good. Now, what he meant by that was that in view of the fact that no evidence was developed as a result of the break-in, which was incidentally illegal, unauthorized as far as I was concerned, and completely deplorable, but since no evidence was developed, there was no requirement that it be presented to the jury that was hearing the case. That was why Mr. Peterson, a man of impeccable credentials in the law enforcement field, did not, at that time, on the 18th, at a time that I told him about what I had known about the Ellsberg break-in, say, let's present it then to the grand jury, because nothing had been accomplished, nothing had been obtained that would taint the case. It was approximately 10 days later that Mr. Kleindienst came in and said that after a review of the situation in the prosecutor's office in Washington, in which Mr. Peterson had also participated, that they believe that it was best that we bend over backwards in this case and send this record of the Ellsberg break-in, even though there was no evidence obtained from it that could have affected the jury one way or another, send it to the judge. When they made that recommendation to me, I directed that it be done instantly. It was done. Incidentally, the prosecutor argued this case just the way that I've argued it to you, and whether or not it had an effect on the eventual outcome, I do not know. At least as far as we know, Mr. Ellsberg went free, this being one of the factors. But that is the explanation of what happened, and obviously you in your commentary tonight can attach anything you want to it. I hope you will be just as fair and objective as I try to be in giving you the answer.
Mr. President.
And I know you will be, sir.
Mr. President.
I promised this man right back here.
Mr. President, what is the state of your confidence in your Vice President at this point in time?
Well, I've noted some press speculation to the effect that I have not expressed confidence in the Vice President. And therefore, I welcome this question because I want to set the record straight. I had confidence in the integrity of the Vice President when I selected him as Vice President, when very few knew him, as you may recall, back in 1968, knew him nationally. My confidence in his integrity has not been shaken, and in fact it has been strengthened by his courageous conduct and his ability, even though he's controversial at times, as I am, over the past 4.5 years. And so I have confidence in the integrity of the Vice President, and particularly in the performance of the duties that he has had as Vice President and as a candidate for Vice President. Now, obviously, the question arises as to charges that have been made about activities that occurred before he became Vice President. He would consider it improper. I would consider it improper for me to comment on those charges, and I shall not do so. But I will make a comment on another subject that I think needs to be commented upon, and that is the outrageous leak of information from either the grand jury or the prosecutors or the Department of Justice or all three. And incidentally, I'm not going to put the responsibility on all three till I learn from the Attorney General, who at my request is making a full investigation of this at the present time. I'm not going to put the responsibility. But the leak of information with regard to charges that have been made against the Vice President and leaking them all in the press, convicting an individual, not only trying them but convicting him in the headlines and on television before he's had a chance to present his case in court, is completely contrary to the American tradition. Even a Vice President has a right to some, shall I say, consideration in this respect. Let alone the ordinary individual. And I will say this, and the Attorney General, I know, has taken note of this fact: any individual in the Justice Department or in the prosecutor's office who is in the employ of the United States, who has leaked information in this case to the press or to anybody else, will be summarily dismissed from government service. That's how strongly I feel about it. And I feel that way because I would make this ruling whether it was the Vice President or any individual. We have to remember that a hearing before a grand jury and that determination in the American process is one that is supposed to be in confidence, is supposed to be in secret, but because all kinds of charges are made which will not stand up in open court. And it's only when the case gets to open court that the press and the TV have a right to cover it. Well, they have a right to cover it, but I mean have a right to, it seems to me, to give such broad coverage to the charges.
Mr. President.
At any time during the Watergate crisis, did you ever consider resigning? And would you consider resigning if you felt that your capacity to govern had been seriously weakened? And in that connection, how much do you think your capacity to govern has been weakened?
The answer to the first two questions is no. The answer to the third question is that it is true that as far as the capacity to govern is concerned, that to be under a constant barrage, 12 to 15 minutes a night on each of the three major networks for 4 months tends to raise some questions in the people's mind with regard to the president, and it may raise some questions with regard to the capacity to govern. But I also know this. I was elected to do a job. Watergate is an episode that I deeply deplore, and had I been running the campaign rather than trying to run the country, and particularly the foreign policy of this country this time, it would never have happened. But that's water under the bridge. It's gone now. The point that I make now is that we are proceeding as best we know how to get all those guilty brought to justice in Watergate. But now we must move on from Watergate to the business of the people. And the business of the people is continuing with the initiatives we began the first administration. Just a moment. We've had 30 minutes of this press conference. I have yet to have, for example, one question on the business of the people, which shows you our how we're consumed is. I'm not criticizing the members of the press because you naturally are very interested in this issue. But let me tell you, years from now, people are going to perhaps be interested in what happened in terms of the efforts of the United States to build a structure of peace in the world. They are perhaps going to be interested in the efforts of this administration to have a kind of prosperity that we haven't had since 1955. That is, prosperity without war and without inflation. Because throughout the Kennedy years and throughout the Johnson years, whatever prosperity we had was at the cost of either inflation or war or both. I don't see that critically of them. I'm simply saying we got to do better than that. Now, our goal is to move forward then, to move forward to build a structure of peace. And when you say, do I consider resigning? The answer is no, I shall not resign. I have 3.5 years to go, or almost 3.5 years, and I'm going to use every day of those 3.5 years trying to get the people of the United States to recognize that whatever mistakes we have made, that in the long run, this administration, by making this world safer for their children, and this administration, by making their lives better at home for themselves and their children, deserves high marks rather than low marks. Now, whether I succeed or not, we can judge then.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
Mr. President.
We always have to have Mr. Deacon for one.
As long as we're on the subject of the American tradition, and following up Mr. Rather's question, what was authorized, even if the burglary of Dr. Fielding's office wasn't, what was authorized was a 1970 plan which, by your own description, permitted illegal acts, illegal breaking and entering, mail surveillance, and the like. Now, under the Constitution, you swore an oath to execute the laws of the United States faithfully. If you were serving in...
Still consider Haldeman and Ehrlichman two of the finest public servants you have ever known?
I certainly do. I look upon public servants as men who've got to be judged by their entire record, not by simply parts of it. Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, for 4.5 years, have served with great distinction, with great dedication, and like everybody in this deplorable Watergate business, at great personal sacrifice and with no personal gain. We admit the scandalous conduct. Thank God there's been no personal gain involved. That would be going much too far, I suppose. But the point that I make with regard to Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman is that I think, too, that as all the facts come out, that, and when they have an opportunity to have their case heard in court, and not simply to be tried before a committee and tried in the press and tried in television, they will be exonerated. Mr. Horner.
Mr. President, could you tell us your recollection of what you told John Dean on March 21 on the subject of raising funds for the Watergate defendants?
Certainly. Mr. Haldeman has testified to that, and his statement is accurate. Basically, what Mr. Dean was concerned about on March 21st was not so much the raising of money for the defendants, but the raising of money for the defendants for the purpose of keeping them still. In other words, so-called hush money. The one would be legal. In other words, raising a defense fund for any group of any individual, as you know, is perfectly legal and it's done all the time. But if you raise funds for the purpose of keeping an individual from talking, that's obstruction of justice. Mr. Dean said also on March 21st that there was an attempt to, as he put it, to blackmail the White House. To blackmail the White House by one of the defendants. Incidentally, that defendant has denied it, but at least this was what Mr. Dean had claimed. And that unless certain amounts of money were paid, I think it was $120,000 for attorney's fees and other support, that this particular defendant would make a statement, not with regard to Watergate, but with regard to some national security matters in which Mr. Ehrlichman had particular responsibility. My reaction, very briefly, was this. I said, as you look at this, I said, isn't it quite obvious first that if it is going to have any chance to succeed, that these individuals aren't going to sit there in jail for 4 years. They're going to have clemency. Isn't that correct? He said, yes. I said, we can't give clemency. He agreed. Then I went to another point. I said, the second point is that isn't it also quite obvious, as far as this is concerned, that while we could raise the money, and he indicated in answer to my question that it would probably take $1 million over 4 years to take care of this defendant and others on this kind of a basis. The problem was, how do you get the money to them? And also, how do you get around the problem of clemency? Because they're not going to stay in jail simply because their families are being taken care of. And so that was why I concluded, as Mr. Haldeman recalls perhaps and did testify very effectively, one, when I said, John, it's wrong, it won't work, we can't give clemency, and we've got to get this story out. And therefore, I direct you, and I direct Haldeman, and I direct Ehrlichman, and I direct Mitchell to get together tomorrow and then meet with me as to how we get this story out. And that's how the meeting on the 22nd took place.
Mr. President, earlier in the news conference, you said that you gave Mr. Haldeman the right to listen to one tape because you wanted to be sure that we are correct. And I think I'm quoting you correctly. Now you have indicated that you still feel that Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman are two of the finest public servants that you've ever known. You have met with their lawyer at least twice that we know of. Are you and Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman coordinating their and your defense? And if so, why?
No. As far as my defense is concerned, I make it myself. As far as their defense is concerned, their lawyer has demonstrated very well before the committee that he can handle it very well without any assistance from me.
Mr. President.
Mr. Tice.
A follow-up question on the Agnew situation. You have said in the past that any White House official who was indicted would be suspended and that anyone convicted would be dismissed. Should Vice President Agnew be indicted, would you expect him to resign or somehow otherwise stand down temporarily until cleared?
Now, Mr. Tice, that's a perfectly natural question and one that any good newsman as you are would ask. But as you know, it's one that it would be most inappropriate for me to comment upon. The Vice President has not been indicted. Charges have been thrown out by innuendo and otherwise, which he has denied to me personally and which he has denied publicly. And to talk about indictment and to talk about resignation even now. I'm not questioning your right to ask the question, understand. But for me to talk about it would be totally inappropriate, and I make no comment in answer to that question.
Mr. President.
I'll take the big man.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I know my troubles if I don't take them, so or if I do.
Looking to the future on executive privilege, there are a couple of questions that come to mind.
I thought we got past that far.
Well, we
that was
have
a year
for
ago.
the future.
All right.
Where is the check on authoritarianism by the executive? If the president is to be the sole judge on what the executive branch makes available and suppresses, and will you obey a Supreme Court order if you are asked and directed to produce the tapes or other documents for the Senate committee or for the special prosecutor? And if this is not enough, is there any limitation on the president, short of impeachment, to compel the production of evidence of a criminal nature?
Is there anything else?
No, that's, I think that would be enough.
No, I was not being facetious, but I realize it's a complicated question. The answer to the first question is that the limitation on the president in almost all fields like this is, of course, the limitation of public opinion, and of course congressional and other pressures that may arise. As far as executive privilege is concerned in the Watergate matter, and I must say the ITT file and so forth, that this administration has, I think, gone further in terms of waiving executive privilege than any administration in my memory. Certainly a lot further than Mr. Truman was willing to go when I was on the other side, as you recall, urging that he waive executive privilege. Now, with regard to what a Supreme Court will do or say, the White House Press Secretary, Assistant Press Secretary, Mr. Warren, has responded to that already. I won't go beyond that, and particularly I won't make any statement on that at this time while the matter is still being considered by Judge Sirica. I understand his decision will come down on Wednesday, and then we will make the determination. But as far as the statement that Mr. Warren has made with regard to the President's position of complying with the definitive order of the Supreme Court is concerned, that statement stands.
Mr. President. Sir, last week in your speech you referred to those who would exploit Watergate to keep you from doing your job. Could you specifically detail who those are?
I would suggest that where the shoe fits, people should wear it. I would think that some political figures, some members of the press perhaps, some members of the television perhaps would exploit it. I don't impute, interestingly enough, motives, however, that are improper interest. Because here's what is involved. There are a great number of people in this country that would prefer that I do resign. There are a great number of people in this country that didn't accept the mandate of 1972. After all, I know that most of the members of the press corps were not enthusiastic, and I understand that about either my election in 68 or 72. That's not unusual. Frankly, if I had always followed what the press predicted or the polls predicted, I would have never been elected president. But what I am saying is this. People who did not accept the mandate of 72, who do not want the strong America that I want to build, who do not want the foreign policy leadership that I want to give, who do not want to cut down the size of this government bureaucracy that burdens us so greatly, and to give more of our government back to the people. People who do not want these things naturally would exploit any issue, if it weren't Watergate, anything else, in order to keep the president from doing his job. And so I say I impute no improper motives to them. I think they would prefer that I fail. On the other hand, I'm not going to fail. I'm here to do a job, and I'm going to do the best I can, and I'm sure the fair-minded members of this press corps, and that's most of you, will report when I do well, and I'm sure you will report when I do badly.
Mr. President, you recently suggested today that if the late Robert Kennedy had initiated 10 more wiretaps, he would have been able to discover the Oswald plan as you described it, and thereby presumably prevent the assassination of President Kennedy.
What I said, let me correct you, sir. I want to be sure that the assumption is correct. I said if 10 more wiretaps could have found the conspiracy, if it was a conspiracy, or the individual, then it would have been worth it. As far as I'm concerned, I'm no more of an expert on that assassination than anybody else. But my point is that wiretaps in the national security area were very high in the Kennedy administration for very good reasons. Because there were many threats in the president's life. Because there were national security problems. And that is why that in that period of 1961 to 63, there were...
Take number one. The president defended his embattled vice president, saying he has more confidence in Agnew now than ever before. He deplored what he called outrageous news leaks and said if he found any federal government officials leaking news stories to the press about the vice president, they would be summarily fired. Tom Jarrell, ABC News, San Clemente, California. Want another? Okay. Take number two. The president defended his embattled vice president, saying he has more confidence in Mr. Agnew now than ever before. He also deplored what he called outrageous news leaks in the Agnew case, said if he found any federal government officials leaking stories about Agnew to the press, they would be summarily fired. Tom Jarrell, ABC News at the California White House.
And call the Attorney General every time something comes up on a matter. He depends on his counsel or whoever he's given the job to, or has given that assignment to do the job. And that is what I expected in this instance.
Following on that, Mr. President,
Mr. President.
No, you've had one now. You don't mind. You've had three.
Mr. President, in your Cambodian invasion speech of April 1970,
You reported to the American people that the United States had been strictly observing the neutrality of Cambodia. I'm wondering if you, in light of what we now know, that there were 15 months of bombing Cambodia previous to your statement, whether you owe an apology to the American people.
Certainly not, and certainly not to the Cambodian people. Because as far as this area is concerned, the area of approximately 10 miles, which is bombed during this period, no Cambodians had been in it for years. It was totally occupied by the North Vietnamese communists. They were using this area for the purpose of attacking and killing American Marines and soldiers by the thousands. The bombing took place against those North Vietnamese forces in enemy-occupied territory. And as far as the American people are concerned, I think the American people are very thankful that the President ordered what was necessary to save the lives of their men and shorten this war, which he found when he got here, and which he ended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, 50 minutes. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Bobby, how you doing, buddy?
Hi.
Are you up to going into the hospital, or you want to skip it for today?
Good morning. Howdy, Groove.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a track.
Times of the Pentagon Papers. Is there a possibility that the FBI or some other governmental agency knew in advance you were going to release those papers?
We do know from documents they gave us earlier that the FBI had been to see. I think we all here, and I think the country, had something to celebrate. Tony and I could celebrate a mistrial and a dismissal, and after meeting our jurors at that party last night, we know we had an acquittal, too. As it styles itself in its indictments, the United States of America versus this or that individual. On the other side, we say, White House says attacks will continue in Cambodia.
The Senate Majority Leader, Mike Mansfield, said the statement is that the bombing will continue in Cambodia despite the unprecedented and years overdue action by the House of Representatives to cut off funds. This is expected to be confirmed by the Senate. They voted 219 to 188 in the first time in this 28-year-old war. Mr. Ziegler, speaking for the President, said, we, the royal we, of course, observed the vote in Congress yesterday. Mr. Ziegler said, we will continue with the policy which we feel is the right policy, and that is to provide support to the government of Cambodia that we put in and would not remain there for one more day.
whatever you call it. Leahy, L-E-A-H-Y. Thank you. A-H-Y.
We're rolling.
Federal prison next week. Yes. New York Times. Okay.
How about 5 o'clock?
Back there?
Well,
Hey! Keep that up. Hold that up. Turn it around. Hold on. Up this way. I know, those guys at the time are really good. That's very good. I'm taking this as a present. All right. Ready.
How about 5 o'clock?
We could. What about?
Only one for lunch.
Tony?
Yeah.
Can we get a word with you this morning?
Certainly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, now that the trial is starting, can you give us what you think might be the ultimate outcome of it?
Well, I think we're going to win. We have an open and shut case. I think there's no question but that the American people have a right to know what's in the Pentagon Papers. The Pentagon Papers belong to the American people. Congress will be a major focus in this trial. Congress's right to information about the executive branch in order to perform its constitutional role. The history of the war, the history of the Cold War, the government is on trial.
Yes.
Reality is there's not enough space in this heliport lawn for all the crosses representing people who have died from U.S. intervention around the world.
Who's him? Trying to get in. Stop the bombing! Stop the war! The U.S. out of El Salvador! Please go home. Stop the war! The U.S. out of El Salvador! Stop the bombing! Stop the war! The U.S. out of El Stop the
legal aid. I talked to a guy with legal aid. There's a good chance that you won't be tried again if you go back out on a blockade because of double jeopardy. They can't try you twice for the same offense.
Get the glass out.
Does anybody have anything? Go home!
No my client. No, I'm sorry. You're on, and you're going back there.
Fascist! Play your badges! Officer, you need your badges!
We'll never be defeated!
The people united will never be defeated! The people united will never be defeated! The people united will never be defeated! The people united will never be defeated!
You're under citizen, motherfucker! Save it! Save it! Don't let him have it! Stop the violence! Stop the violence! What the fuck you doing? Stop the violence! Go! Tell the cops to stop the violence! There's a case!
The abuses have occurred by individuals not just this year, not just in this administration, but for a generation. They've occurred because all of us, Congress, the press, the churches, the unions, the public, has really deferred to the executive branch in too many areas, decided that the Constitution was obsolete, and that we had to turn over our responsibilities to them. And as I say, the country where that happens isn't America as the Constitution defines it.
Of all people who ought to have faith in this government, it's a man like you.
I not only have faith, but I have positive...
Who've been charged with a crime.
I have positive hope, gratitude...
And the case was thrown out because of the prosecution tactics, although your guilt or innocence has never been determined.
You've heard me say that, sir, and I agree with you fully.
That's all.
I say that your innocence is given to you until it's proven otherwise. I disagree with Senator Thurmond utterly on that point. But let me say, may I have the mic. His innocence is established under our system, Senator, until it is proven otherwise. Now, Dr. Ellsberg,
the court didn't pass on his innocence or guilt. It threw the case out, and you well know, because of the prosecution tactics in the case.
Senator, the court doesn't have to prove his innocence.
No, the court didn't
the
have to throw it
Constitution
out.
gives him his innocence until the court finds him guilty.
But the case was discontinued because of the tactics of the prosecution,
That does
and
not
you well
prove
know
him
it.
guilty, Senator.
You well know it. It doesn't prove him guilty, but it doesn't prove him innocent either, and that's the point I'm making.
Senator,
it's never been determined.
You are guilty of the very posture that you've attributed to this witness.
You are guilty yourself.
The
you're
charges
playing politics
were
with this
dismissed.
hearing. That's what you're doing.
The charges were dismissed.
You brought this man here
that he's
today.
innocent.
You brought him here today to speak against the President of the United States and speak against other people here. I'm surprised at you, a presidential candidate. You're not fit to be a presidential candidate. I'm disappointed in you.
Dr. Ellsberg, I apologize for subjecting you to this display of senatorial temper. But let me...
In which, with safe doors outside, if you had worked all your life with top secret material in the Pentagon, 4 assistant secretaries, unless you were one of the elect, you
on Taiwan, for against this all Asia will measure our credibility. And one specific aspect, the Chinese United Nations seat. It is with this caveat to correct that omission for the moves to come. Whatever the outcome of this extraordinary venture in diplomacy, we cannot abandon the responsibility for our part in the security of the free world on which, in the last resort, the peace in which we believe depends. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Michael. Professor Michael, would you just tell me a bit about the Sino-Soviet Institute? What is the Sino-Soviet Institute? The Institute for Sino-Soviet Studies, I believe, is the proper way.
That's right. This is a part of the university. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I don't quite know when Mr. Kissinger came. I came here in 1939 from China.
I thought perhaps you you knew Mr. Kissinger.
I've met Mr. Kissinger since, but only slightly.
Well, you seem to have very positive views about China. You speak of them as being military.
This way, Senator.
There it is.
Send it over this way.
There it is.
You've got enough pictures. Let's get them
Right, Brett.
along, incarcerated.
All right.
Right there. Hey, Sergeant, do that again. Put it down and put it up again. Line 1. Oh, yeah. Very good. Come on, please, give him a hand.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad that Judge Princey accepted that I would be under my personal responsibility to appear at the time that he's determined in court.
You plan to drop out of sight again, Mr. Ellsberg?
I plan to go home with my wife now.
Do you have any travel plans?
Actually, no. I'll have to be here, of course, for the court hearing, which is currently set for the 15th of July.
What will you be doing?
A congressman must be willing to risk the loss of votes. He must be willing to risk the loss of financial support and bad columns in the newspapers.
I'd like...
Mr. President and Dean Bidwell, I assure you it is a very great pleasure to meet you and administer this vote to you. If you place your right hand on the Bible, please, and repeat after me after stating your full name. Say aye.
I, Irwin M. Goodwin,
Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
That I will support and defend.
that I will support and defend
The Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
That I take this obligation
this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or secret evasion.
or secret evasion,
That I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I congratulate you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Every right to have hearings on any subject he thinks would be in the national interest, and I've never seen the Senate reluctant to hold hearings on anything, at least not in my experience, so I guess the hearings will take place. Let me comment just briefly about the situation regarding the publication of those documents. I don't think it'd be proper for me to discuss in any way the propriety from a legal standpoint of those publications. I think that's a matter for the courts to decide. The complex constitutional questions involved, as the judge noted in his preliminary remarks, are formidable. Those of us who live in a free society feel very strongly it's important for the people to have every bit of information that can be given them at all times. But I do think that what is a proper amount of classified information under the circumstances that exist at the particular time in a country is a matter for a profession. I think the judgment of an organ of the press to publish that information after being specifically requested by the government not to publish it, I think the judgment of the press comes into question. This is aside from any determination of the legality of the disclosure itself. It might be completely all right to do it. Maybe the court will decide it that way. But I think the judgment factor is one the American people would do well to consider very carefully.
Do you anticipate any criminal prosecutions in the case?
And also why we will oppose, as Mr. Wright did in his argument this morning, any compromise of the principle of confidentiality. Let me explain very carefully that the principle of confidentiality either exists or it doesn't exist. And once it is compromised, once it is known that a conversation that is held with the president can be subject to a subpoena by a Senate committee, by a grand jury, by a prosecutor, and be listened to by anyone, the principle of confidentiality is thereby irreparably damaged. And incidentally, let me say that now that tapes are no longer being made, I suppose it could be argued that what difference does it make now that these tapes are also in the past? What is involved here is not only the tapes. What is involved, as you, ladies and gentlemen, well know, is the request on the part of the Senate committee and the special prosecutor as well that we turn over presidential papers, in other words, the records of conversations with the president made by his associates. Those papers and the tapes as well cannot be turned over without breaching the principle of confidentiality. It was President Truman that made that argument very effectively in his letter to a Senate committee, or his response to a congressional committee.
You were being mortally wounded by some of your top aides. Can you explain why you didn't ask who they were? Why? What was going on?
Well, in the telephone conversation that you referred to, that has been, of course, quite widely reported in the press as well as on television, Mr. Gray said that he was concerned that as far as the investigation that he had responsibility for, that some of my top aides were not cooperating. Whether the term was used as mortally wounded or not, I do not know. Some believe that it was, some believe that it wasn't. That's irrelevant. He could have said that. The main point was, however, I asked him whether or not he had discussed this matter with General Walters, because I knew that there had been meetings between General
Appreciate it, Bob. Okay, Mike. I got the waiter for Mary. I'm after her, but I think his wife is talking.
We got a new stringer up there. I got her name.
Hey, we're rolling.
Yes. New York Times.
The Gold Star families, those families who have had people killed from their families in these wars. Those people will be speaking to us. The Gold Star families, Iraq veterans against the war, those young men and women and older men and women who are coming back from Iraq and are saying this war needs to end. We have people from military families speak out. Those are families who have people in their families that are serving in the military and serving in Iraq and Afghanistan right now. And we also have veterans for peace, veterans who have served in many wars over the years. We've got veterans from World War II here, from the Korean War, from the Vietnam War, from the Persian Gulf War. All veterans now, not for war, but for peace. So these are some of the people that you're going to be hearing this afternoon. We think it will be a program that will help you as you go back to your homes to talk to your friends and your neighbors about how important it is for us as Americans to take back our government, to take back our honor and prestige by ending this war. I would like to introduce to you a fellow who represents an organization that is truly one of the foundation on which this is built. And that is the Crawford Peace House. And I'd like to introduce Johnny Wolf.
I've never felt so honored as that by that introduction, because when I was sitting down there and looking up at Anne, I was looking at a woman who'd done what I dreamed of people doing in this war, and that is, as I was saying the other day, quoting Thoreau, casting her whole vote, not a strip of paper merely, but her whole influence. Resign, no, other people, a few people have resigned, very few. But resigning isn't the thing. Resigning and speaking out and telling the truth and using her whole influence that she's doing out here is what I hoped would happen. And I didn't know she was going to introduce me that way, and I'll tell you this. When she said somebody influenced her at the Vets for Peace, who's here today, and I thought, gee, I wonder who that is, and I want to shake his hand, you know, and so forth. And I was thrilled to hear, and I haven't heard from Anne before that I had an influence on her. I was going to ask, you know, not a few people drifted out of the government during Vietnam. None of them, if I was different from them in one respect, it was that I joined a movement. And the others stayed back from a movement that while they were in the government, they despised. These scruffy people who didn't have clearances and hadn't read the cables. And what did they know? Maybe they were right about getting out Vietnam, but not for the right reasons. They didn't really know the background information. The fact was, you didn't have to be an official. You didn't have to have been in Vietnam to know that that war stunk and was an abomination. And in fact, it helped not to have done that. I was asked out here by, very respectfully by one of the cameramen, by one of the interviewers, do we think that, will we feel that we've been in vain here after all? Because after all, we're not going to get George Bush to change his mind. And I agree with that. And I said, well, then we have to change the president. And we can't wait 3 years for it either. I'll go on a little further than I had time on camera to say. We're right in front of that field of crosses. But I was saying what I mean by that, of course, is we have to have a Democratic House and or Senate, preferably, in 2006, so that they can investigate, so that in the majority we'll hope, thanks to us and other people like us, they'll show a little more spine than any of the Democrats have shown up till now. They've had the excuse of being in the minority. And they can't investigate, they can't subpoena. Well, we want to take that excuse away from them and say, now you're in the majority in one of these houses, we're going to hold you accountable, or you will lose your jobs next time. Hold them to the fire and get an impeachment started. And that's not just a Democrat talking, that's somebody who worked for a Democratic president, Lyndon Johnson, who deserved impeachment exactly as much as George Bush deserved it. Only he didn't get it. He had a Democratic Congress, and as Bush now has a Republican. And we didn't actually know how much he had lied us into that war. I knew, and I have the responsibility for being one of the many who could have spoken out, who could have taken documents with me. I must say, I did ask Anne, when she left as acting ambassador, DCM, in the ambassadorship in Mongolia to resign, I said, why didn't you bring out a lot of cables with you from Powell? And she said, we didn't get very interesting cables in Mongolia. The crucial things, which makes sense to me. And I know she would have done it if she'd had them. But that's what you do have to do. Now, it's not enough, obviously, to get Democrats in by any means. We've got the head of the Foreign Relations Committee, minority member, Joe Biden, was a candidate for president. Reid, the minority leader, Hillary Clinton, who everybody says has a lock on the Democratic nomination, and I have to hope that's not true, all three of them calling for more troops in Iraq, just like McCain. Both of them criticizing the president from the right, from the hawkish side, saying you're not doing it right, what we need there is more troops, which, by the way, means a word they won't say yet, draft. It would have to mean draft. So, I was saying, I was talking to my wife this morning, and she told me she'd just gotten a letter here. I've got to read it because you can't believe it. A fundraising letter from Hillary Clinton in the form of a survey of Democrats, so Hillary will know what they think are the most important issues that she should be pressing. This is called Critical National Issues Survey to support Hillary Clinton's re-election campaign. Yeah, right, for the Senate. And so it allows you to rank in order the following national critical issues. It gives 9 of them, so she'll know what you think, along with your money contribution that you're giving, what you think are the most important issues she should be pressing. And the list of 9 is education, healthcare, tax cuts, economy, jobs, environment, social security, reproductive rights, separation of church and state, homeland security. No mention of Iraq or the war. Not on the list. And then there's 9 other questions, giving you one by one, and how important do you regard on a list of 1 to 100 is this issue? And she's not asking what the issue is on the war, because that's not an issue in the campaign. She's agreeing with the president. We have to be there. We can't leave. We need more troops. She doesn't even ask the question, do you agree with me we need more troops? She's okay on that. She doesn't need an expression of opinion any more than George Bush needs your expression of opinion. That means to say, for one thing, it's not enough to be a woman. And I've already said it's not enough to be a Democrat. You might think that it was enough to be a woman, or at least necessary, when you think about Rosa Parks and Barbara Lee and Cindy Sheehan. Where is Cindy? Where is Cindy? I've got a light in my eyes here. I can't see it. To your left. Okay, to my left. Right, good. Stay there. And I want to know where she is, because I want to say something I said when she wasn't here the other day. I said that I came out here not to send a message to George Bush. I know he's not listening to me, but and wouldn't agree with me if he heard it. But to say thank you to the people who raised their hands, who were here in August and September, and just to be one of those. I'm one of those people all over the country who wants to thank you for standing up, for taking the initiative, for following Cindy Sheehan into the desert here toward the promised land of peace and justice. It's going to be a long walk, a long march. It's going to be very hard to get out of this war, in my opinion. It's going to take longer, I think, than Vietnam, and Vietnam took 10 years. I think it's going to be longer than that. Rumsfeld is already talking about 10 or 12 years to show his realistic bent now that it's not a cakewalk. We've noticed, actually, it's not going to be a cakewalk to get out of Iraq. There wasn't any oil in Vietnam. There weren't bases that we were depending on in the world's great lake of oil. And it's going to take a while. And we're here for the long march here. But Cindy Sheehan did bring these people out here, for which I want to thank her. And I want to say it in front of you, what I said, Cindy, what I said the other day. I know that Cindy, the last thing Cindy Sheehan wants is a cult of personality. Well, tough shit, Cindy. Because if there is a cult of personality of Cindy Sheehan, count me in. And if there isn't one, I'll start one. And she is the leader we needed. She is the leader this country needed. And I know she's in it for the long haul, and she's younger than I am. And so she's going to be at it for a long time. And the truth is, I was very personally inspired, and I even had the chance to meet Rosa Parks. I may have mentioned that the other day. And the truth is, the analogy is very close. And it's not just because they're both women. The fact is, when we saw that stone the other day, without Rosa Parks, no Martin Luther King. He rose to the challenge that she posed, as did a lot of other men and women. And it was necessary. And when I saw that stone the other day of Sheehan's stand, and I was thinking, you know, that triangle that everybody points out to me every time we drive by it, and I guess I got arrested on the side of it the other day. There'll be a memorial on that triangle someday, or in that ditch. This hallowed ground, basically, and that's going to be like the bridge at Selma, or Montgomery, or going back, the bridge at Concord, which I visited. That spot, that's a spot of ground where history was changed for the right course. There are people who say now that we're there, it was unjust and so forth, that they've recognized that we were lied into a war for which there was no legitimate reason, there was no UN sanction, there was no attack on us. It was aggression in a way that was not clear of any of our other wars since the Mexican War. It wasn't clear in Korea where I was deferred, but then I signed up because other people had gone in my place. We were opposing aggression there. We were, whatever you think of the Gulf War, for example, the prudence of it or how it was conducted, and it was conducted in part, as Hadi was mentioning, by unjust means of bombing, followed by sanctions, but it was opposing aggression. We weren't the aggressors there. We're not, and even Vietnam, you had to really study the history. It was not until 1969, 5 years after I'd watched Lyndon Johnson, I worked for Lyndon Johnson, fly us into the war. It was 5 years later that I read enough of the top secret history to recognize that the war I'd been in was not, which I knew was unwinnable and was indefinitely prolonged, bloody stalemate. Everybody who'd been there knew that by then. But it was not until I'd come back from Vietnam and had been and was reading this top secret history of the origins of the war in which we were involved from the beginning, 45, 46, not just from 54 or from 61, that I realized backing French colonial reconquest and then replacing the French had never been a noble cause or a just cause. As Reagan called it, and as Jimmy Carter called it, the Democrat, the noble cause. Maybe you just didn't know the history, but you had to know the history. We were pretty effectively fooled and spun on that one, that we were protecting people from communism, and that looked like a just cause. Communism was tyranny, is tyranny now, even now in Vietnam, and protecting people whom that looked somewhat just. So I didn't recognize it. This one we know is aggression. But we can still say, well, now that we're there, a lot of people are confused by the argument, now that we're there, aren't we protecting people from terrorists? There are terrorists over there, including us, but there are terrorists over there. And of course, 9/11 was terrorism, which is to say, whatever anybody in the world thinks of the cause, whatever anybody thought of the cause of moving us out of the Middle East or anything, that was unjust means, that was terrorism, the killing of non-combatants for a political purpose. It was murder. It was murder. Okay, that's another matter. But whoever did it, it doesn't matter who did it. But it was murder by somebody who did it. Now the question is, though, what do we follow that up with? How do we respond? We know that Iraq had nothing to do with it. Whoever did 9/11, it wasn't the tyrant and murderer Saddam. That wasn't one of his crimes. We had supported a lot of his crimes, financially and otherwise, earlier, but not this one. Okay, so the question is then, what do we do now? Colin Powell got credit for a very, very misleading, wrongful statement, analogy that he drew that confused people a lot. He said, the china shop rule, the pottery shop rule, you break it, we own it. Wrong. We don't own Iraq. We broke it, yes. Nothing that we've done over there from beginning to end has given us the rights of ownership, which we are executing right now, acting as though it was a U.S. territory, if not a state. That was terribly wrong. Now, what about, okay, now we're there. We don't own it. Shouldn't we fix it? Well, Cindy, when I was talking, and maybe I'm taking away one of your lines, but I'll be quoting you from now on. I was telling my wife this morning on this line, it's really good. She said, it's hard to clean up the china shop with the bull still in it. That's very, very good. And I asked her, did you get that from somebody or did you think that up? And she said that's hers. It's really very, very profound. And if I may add an amendment to it, and the bull is not the one to do the cleanup either, actually. Our suitability for fixing up a neighborhood in the Middle East is sort of a combination of Katrina and FEMA. We devastate the place. Then the wreckage is followed by toxic sludge and by cronyism, corruption, and incompetence. So don't turn to the U.S. We've given our demonstration on that as to what the people of Iraq need, even if, and Hadi is quite right to say, it's absurd to think that our president, this administration, cares about the children of Iraq. But even if they did, would you hire this team to take care of them? No, I think not. So that does take me back, though, to one turning point for me. And I want to pass it on here because it's very relevant now. There came a time when in 1969, as I say, I was in the Pentagon in 54, in 64, in 65, I went over to Vietnam. I came back feeling that this war should end. We should be out of there. It was hopeless. It was a stalemate. And surely all these Democrats who were talking about, let's wind down, let's get out in a year and a half, that's Feingold, that's the best of them, till Murtha, 6 months. 6 months is much better than 7 months, still, long time. Year and a half under Feingold, very long. Then the others, years, several years, will start to get out next year, and so forth, because we got to help and we got to save face and all. Well, that was kind of the mood I was in 67 and 68, and I lobbied and I did various things inside, and I wrote memos to say we should be moving out, not in. Gracefully, save face, we have other objectives here. We can't just cut and run. That wasn't the phrase in my mind, but I would have accepted that idea. There's good ways to get out and bad ways to get out, and let's not be precipitate about this. I wasn't exactly saying that, but that was in my mind. Then I read this history in the summer of '69, which made it clear to me that we had never had a legitimate cause there. But now the question was, what about now that we're there? Aren't we protecting people from terrorists? Now I knew, or I felt I knew, that most Vietnamese, if they'd had a free choice, which they never have had to this day, and we would never allow them a free choice when we were in charge there. But if they had, it was my best impression at the embassy that most of them would not have chosen communists as in a free election to govern them. They were all respected the communists as patriots and nationalists and as the leaders of the resistance against the French and then against us. Tremendous respect in that respect. But there were Buddhist leaders, there were sect leaders, Catholics had their leaders and so forth. And most of them didn't want communists, and that gave me and other State Department officials like me the sense, well, we're not totally illegitimate. We've got some basis of a just cause there. And then one day, in the summer of '69, the question occurred to me because of some students who were challenging me. And I was trying to convince them that they thought everybody was for the communists. That was it. And I was convincing them they weren't right about that. Then I thought about it. All right, maybe they're not all for the communists. How many of them want to prolong this war to postpone a free election that might bring in the communists or any kind of resolution? How many of them want the war going? Or to put it the other way around, I asked myself, how many Vietnamese in the South now would rather see this war ended, whichever side won, for either side, and specifically rather see this war ended with U.S. out, rather than continue it? And I gave the answer that I think anybody in that embassy, or any military man that I knew who ever thought about the problem, would give, which was the huge majority wanted the war over and wanted us out. So I called, I'd never thought of that in those terms before because we never asked the question. There were no polls in those days in Vietnam, which you do have now, showing, as you know, that 80% of the people want the war over, they want the U.S. out. Various times, there's various questions are asked, but you get up in the 60%, 70, 80 want it over.
Why have you not mentioned the criminal state of Israel?
Yeah, okay.
Zionism.
Can't get every...
involvement in these things.
Right? Okay, I'll mention it right now. That's not the issue I'm facing right now. This war, okay. We will not reduce our danger from terrorism and the terrorism in the world. We will not, while we continue to occupy Iraq and while we continue to support Israel occupation of the West Bank as a permanent thing. Those aspects of our foreign policy have to change if we're to reduce the war on terror. I don't know if he heard that, but I'll talk to him later about it. But to go on Iraq right now, if I may. So I called up a friend of mine. Listen, Hey, just tell him, listen, I'll be happy to talk to you afterwards, okay, and I'll address that issue. Tell him. Okay, I'll ignore him. I called up my friend in the White House, Mort Halpern, who was working for Henry Kissinger. He was a deputy to Henry Kissinger. And I'd known him for years, and he worked on Vietnam. See in the verdict on public confidence.
No, it wouldn't be proper for me to comment on the case when it not only is not over, but particularly when it is also on appeal. I will simply say, with regard to the Watergate case, what I have said previously, that the investigation conducted by Mr. Dean, the White House counsel, in which incidentally he had access to the FBI records on this particular matter, because I directed him to conduct this investigation, indicates that no one on the White House staff at the time he conducted the investigation, that was last July and August, was involved or had knowledge of the Watergate matter. And as far as the balance of the case is concerned, it's now under investigation by a congressional committee, and that committee should go forward, conduct its investigation in an even-handed way, going into charges made against both candidates, both political parties. And if it does, as Senator Ervin has indicated it will, we will, of course, cooperate with the committee just as we cooperated with the grand jury.
Yesterday at the Gray hearings, Senator Tunney suggested he might ask the committee to ask for John Dean to appear before that hearing to talk about the Watergate case and the FBI-White House relationship. Would you object to that?
Of course.
Why?
Oh, because it's executive privilege. I mean, you can't, I, of course, no.
Coming out in the hall where you guys are standing.
Where are you? 1300. Oh.
Today, these offices are being dismantled. The files are packed, last-minute calls being made before the now infamous phones are disconnected for the last time. The DNC is moving. But it's clear the committee workers have not forgotten the June 17th break-in and the electronic monitors in the hotel across the street.
No, I guess not. Okay, one for $7.50. So, okay.
Senatorial. It's terrible. It's so snap. No, it is. I didn't make a note with. Leonard, listen, Ruth had her picture in yesterday, so why don't you come and hand me some papers or something that needs to be done?
I really don't know what to do.
Well, I know you don't, but she's so pretty, isn't she, everybody? She's been a great help to me. Get all this stuff put together here and...
You got all the checks?
Yep.
Separated?
Actually, what we did, I saved $6 with her.
Do you want to? Did you really? On this?
I think it was.
You know, we found that when we took the book to the wall. Did you know it was that? And it was much surprise and everybody else was.
I don't think it's good. We're paying more money for less space. $1.75 per square foot. That's always for a tank. 100 square foot. I don't know. Smelling spray on George Tames's head, please? Please.
Yeah, try and get an elevator.
Did anybody push the down button?
Down, please.
Would you hold the elevator for me, please?
What a big platoon.
I didn't know we had so many people here.
It's your big chance. That's right, Mom. It's her big chance.
that dog. Everyone else is leaving. Oh, can you see the sign? I think I got it. Turn around this way and do that.
Turn around this way and do it?
Yeah.
We'll do it that way.
Good. Yeah, I wish you'd come back and come again on this.
You want me to go?
Pardon, you want to?
It's gonna get me up.
Don't touch the mic.
All right. It's locked.
Good for the image of both the Republicans and the Democrats.
Well, perhaps in the...
Mr. Vice Chairman, I think under the rules I'm entitled to make a brief closing statement, and I'd like to avail myself of that privilege. If
You
I
are
might at
indeed,
this
and you may
time.
proceed, Mr.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee, I prepared for this hearing with just two objectives. First, to state the truth as nearly as recollection and research could enable me to do, and thereby to establish the falsity of the charges made against me by your star witness. For nearly 5 days, I've submitted to your cross-examination to permit a test of the truth of my testimony. In my opening statement, I listed a number of questions which I asked you to inquire about, because I believe they are central to this matter and because I have some information about them. In the past 5 days, a great deal of time has been spent mostly on a few of them. As a result, there is now remaining one matter which I believe is important enough to mention in passing to the committee. I did not have an opportunity to review with the committee my notes of my second interview with Gordon Strachan. I think it is important to the committee to know that as you read those notes, the question which I continually put to Mr. Strachan all the way through was, is there anything else? Are you giving me the whole list? Are these all the people in the White House who are involved? And have you told me everything you know about their involvement? In other words, the list you see in the Strachan notes is intended, as I recall the interview with Mr. Strachan, to be an exclusive list. And that does not appear on the face of the notes, and I think it's important for you to have that. My secondary objective here was to be prepared to raise a voice for the President, who is unrepresented here. As your questions developed, I had no opportunity to do so as his advocate. I only shed some light on facts which disproved a few of the false allegations which have been advanced against him here. I do not apologize for my loyalty to the President, any more than I apologize for my love of this country. I only hope that my testimony here has somehow served them both. I could not close without commenting on Gordon Strachan's answer of the other day to the question, do you have any advice for the young Americans who are expressing their disenchantment with government and the political process? Gordon said, stay away, and your gallery laughed. But I don't think many other Americans laughed at that answer. I certainly didn't, nor do I agree with Gordon's advice. Our political system and our real governmental institutions are not just the buildings and the laws and the traditions that one sees here in the city of Washington. Our government and our politics are only as idealistic, as honest as the people in those buildings who administer the laws and run the campaigns and fulfill the traditions. If some young Americans know that their ideals or ideas or motives are sounder or purer than those of the people now in politics or government, then I think Gordon should have said to them, come and do better. Don't stay away. Somehow in politics and government, it seems that there's always someone to fill the job. If you don't take it, you can be sure that somebody else will. We are either going to have highly motivated, able people running the political campaigns and filling the offices in government, or we will surely have seat warmers and hacks who will fill these places and the country will be the worse for it. People must be attracted who will come here to fight for what they believe in and to work long hours to get things done. I hope good young people don't stay away. I hope they come here and apply their idealism and their enthusiasm and their high moral principles. I hope they come and test their ideas and their convictions in this marketplace. I hope they do come and do better. But young Americans, if you come here, come with your eyes wide open.
In 1968, decided to become a candidate for president. I decided to clean the decks and to put everything in real estate. I sold all my stock for $300,000. That's all I own. I sold my apartment in New York for $300,000. I'm using rough figures here. And I had $100,000 coming to me from the law firm. And so that's where the money came from. Let me just say this, and I want to say this to the television audience. I made my mistakes, but in all of my years of public life, I have never profited from public service. I've earned every cent. And in all of my years of public life, I have never obstructed justice. And I think, too, that I can say that in my years of public life, that I welcome this kind of examination, because people have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got. And so I say to you on this occasion, we leave proud of the people who have stood by us and worked for us and served this country. We want you to be proud of what you've done. We want you to continue to serve in government if that is your wish. Always give your best. Never get discouraged. Never be petty. Always remember, others may hate you, but those who hate you don't win unless you hate them. And then you destroy yourself. And so we leave with high hopes, in good spirit, and with deep humility, and with very much gratefulness in our hearts. I can only say to each and every one of you, we come from many faiths. We pray perhaps to different gods, but really the same God in a sense. But I want to say for each and every one of you, not only will we always remember you, not only will we always be grateful to you, but always you will be in our hearts and you will be in our prayers. Thank you very much.
Vice President, are you prepared to take the oath of office as President of the United States?
I am, sir.
If you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Gerald R. Ford, do solemnly swear.
I, Gerald R. Ford, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Mr. Chief Justice, my dear friends, my fellow Americans, the oath that I have taken is the same oath that was taken by George Washington and by every president under the Constitution. But I assume the presidency under extraordinary circumstances never before experienced by Americans. This is an hour of history that troubles our minds and hurts our hearts. Therefore, I feel it is my first duty to make an unprecedented compact with my countrymen. Not an inaugural address, not a fireside chat, not a campaign speech. Just a little straight talk among friends, and I intended to be the first of many. I am acutely aware that you have not elected me as your president by your ballots. So I ask you to confirm me as your president with your prayers. And I hope that such prayers will also be the first of many. If you have not chosen me by secret ballot, neither have I gained office by any secret promises. I have not campaigned either for the presidency or the vice presidency. I have not subscribed to any partisan platform. I am indebted to no man, and only to one woman, my dear wife, as I begin this very difficult job. I have not sought this enormous responsibility, but I will not shirk it. Those who nominated and confirmed me as vice president were my friends and are my friends. They were of both parties, elected by all the people and acting under the Constitution in their name. It is only fitting, then, that I should pledge to them and to you that I will be the president of all the people. Thomas Jefferson said the people are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. And down the years, Abraham Lincoln renewed this American article of faith, asking, is there any better way or equal hope in the world? I intend on next Monday to request of the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President pro tempore of the Senate the privilege of appearing before the Congress to share with my former colleagues and with you, the American people, my views on the priority business of the nation, and to solicit your views and their views. And may I say to the Speaker and the others, if I could meet with you right after these remarks, I would appreciate it. Even though this is late in an election year, there is no way we can go forward except together, and no way anybody can win except by serving the people's urgent needs. We cannot stand still or slip backwards. We must go forward now together. To the peoples and the governments of all friendly nations, and I hope that could encompass the whole world, I pledge an uninterrupted and sincere search for peace. America will remain strong and united, but its strength will remain dedicated to the safety and sanity of the entire family of man, as well as to our own precious freedom. I believe that truth is the glue that holds government together, not only our government, but civilization itself. That bond, though stained, is unbroken at home and abroad. In all my public and private acts as your president, I expect to follow my instincts of openness and candor with full confidence that honesty is always the best policy in the end. My fellow Americans, our long national nightmare is over. Our Constitution works. Our great republic is a government of laws and not of men. Here, the people rule. But there is a higher power. By whatever name, we honor him, who ordains not only righteousness but love, not only justice but mercy. As we bind up the internal wounds of Watergate, more painful and more poisonous than those of foreign wars, let us restore the golden rule to our political process, and let brotherly love purge our hearts of suspicion and of hate.
you put that one on a hair show, you'll have it. I'll make one for you.
And will you be speaking out publicly on his show or otherwise?
I have no idea.
My son, and he swept 2 heats. Congratulations. Liddy represented Mr. Hunt, and that was brought out by stipulation. And I think that one might ponder that. And why did? Whenever any man is facing any criminal charges, my advice is that he ought not to cooperate with the police agencies.
The crime they must. Change of slower?
Sentences 4 conspirators named Barker, Gonzalez, Martinez, and Sturgis to jail. But they are only bit players in the larger drama of Watergate. As E. Howard Hunt and James W. McCord come forth to face the judge, McCord blows the whistle, implicating bigger stars than himself.
I had no prior knowledge of the Watergate break-in. I neither took part in nor knew about any of the subsequent cover-up activities.
The president takes to television to disclaim any participation in Watergate, but the cancer is seen to be spreading.
Today,
the president starts to clean house.
in one of the most difficult decisions of my presidency, I accepted the resignations of two of my closest associates in the White House, Bob Haldeman, John Ehrlichman, two of the finest public servants it has been my privilege to know. The counsel to the president, John Dean, has also resigned.
The reason for Dean's resignation is soon apparent.
That there was a cancer growing on the presidency, and if the cancer was not removed, the president himself would be killed by it. I also told him that it was important that this cancer be removed immediately because it was growing more deadly every day.
An implausible script begins to unfold. In Los Angeles, former Defense Department aide Daniel Ellsberg goes on trial for allegedly leaking the Pentagon Papers to the press. At the Senate probe into Watergate, John Ehrlichman is asked to explain a White House break-into the office of Ellsberg's psychiatrist.
Mr. Ehrlichman, are you telling me that the break-in to Dr. Fielding's office was to satisfy the President of the United States?
The President wanted very much to make sure that a thing like this could not happen again. How one learned whether Ellsberg acted alone, as a disgruntled employee of a think tank, whether he acted as a member of an international spy ring delivering secrets to a foreign embassy, or just what his role was, where he fit, had to be determined, in the opinion of the investigators, by every available means.
The White House improprieties caused the judge to dismiss all charges against Ellsberg. In July, an unheralded former White House aide named Alexander Butterfield drops a bombshell. The president has secretly taped all of his White House conversations, including those involving Watergate. These reverberations will shake the presidency to its roots.
Set up at the White House for the collection and preservation of documents and of things which transpired in the way of business of state.
On whose authority were they installed, Mr. Butterfield?
On the president's authority by way of Mr. Haldeman.
back and forth.
Housing, transportation, and notification type committees. If there are any of you who are willing to help, after this, to have you go, say, right to that light pole right behind us.
We would like everybody to sign that is interested in signing it. This is one way of letting yourself be.
Thank you very much for inviting me to talk with you this afternoon. I'm honored to be asked to address a rally of citizens who are as outraged as I think every American.
Yeah, let's walk up. Yeah.
Well, okay.
You're welcome.
I'm on.
Who are you? Hold that elevator.
Are you all right, Jerry? Mr. Cox's comment when he was told that he was apparently about to be fired was, whether ours shall continue to be a government of laws and not of men is now for Congress and ultimately the American people.
I think they're basically exerting their authority, as they see it, to fire Mr. Cox and to assume control over the special prosecutor's office. So that's their contention. Basically, the president has seized full control of the special prosecutor's office and is in full possession of potentially incriminating evidence that could lead to the conviction of his closest associates and to his conviction. And that is the definition of tyranny. Thank you very much.
What can I say, guys?
No, it's one behind us. The blue one over here. One over here. What's the button? No, it's covered. Are they pictures? Are they lucky? Still not leaving yet, are you, sir? No, no. What property is put down, 8th floor? Yeah. 8th floor? 8th floor. He has now the power to do anything he wants because he is not acting under any constitutional authority. Judge. No. Yes, he has. He has power to appoint a special prosecutor. The grand jury has inherent power to proceed on its own.
There is a contradiction when the executive branch is both investigatory and the subject of investigation. And there is a contradiction when efforts to determine whether the office of the president is being faithfully executed are met with the claim that the faithful execution of the office precludes disclosures of the relevant facts. It is these events and these contradictions that forced the House, by a vote of 410 to 4, to set in motion this impeachment inquiry. The House of Representatives acted out of a clear sense of constitutional necessity, a shared perception that the impeachment inquiry was the way and the only way which the Constitution provides to deal with the grave stresses that threaten our institutions. It is in this spirit that we proceed.
to the 18th, 1973 inclusive. So the question is, how can you comply with a subpoena in such general terms? You've got to spell out.
Not turning over any tapes to us. We're having a discussion as to the form of the subpoena. I'm confident that we...
With Mr. St. Clair, there's very little to talk about except whether or not we're going to be continued to be pulled around by our noses by the White House. And
Rolling? Mr. Salmon, you were quite upset in there about the 1-minute rule for debate. What was your...
Washington, the Senate Select Committee has begun its public hearing into the
Roll
Watergate
VTR
scandal.
4.
Several months, and its chairman has already promised that startling revelations will come out of it. From Washington, Michael Brunson reports by satellite.
Those speeches tallied. The emphasis was on the damage that had been done to America, to her overseas reputation. Senator Baker, the American people, and Senator Ervin, the committee chair, guilty of conspiring to break into another set of officers. He spent 2 hours on the witness stand, and he's still there at this moment. And the committee are willing him.
Everything about the Watergate scandal has opened in Washington. Older. The televised hearings into Watergate.
And I didn't conduct a file search and shred anything the next...
Delve in politics, really. I think it's one of those things that happens in every country, doesn't it, really?
Good evening. This is the 37th time I have spoken to you from this office, where so many decisions have been made that shape the history of this nation. Each time I have done so to discuss with you some matter that I believe affected the national interest. In all the decisions I have made in my public life, I have always tried to do what was best for the nation. Throughout the long and difficult period of Watergate, I have felt it was my duty to persevere, to make every possible effort to complete the term of office to which you elected me. In the past few days, however, it has become evident to me that I no longer have a strong enough political base in the Congress to justify continuing that effort. As long as there was such a base, I felt strongly that it was necessary to see the constitutional process through to its conclusion, that to do otherwise would be unfaithful to the spirit of that deliberately difficult process and a dangerously destabilizing precedent for the future. But with the disappearance of that base, I now believe that the constitutional purpose has been served, and there is no longer a need for the process to be prolonged. I would have preferred to carry through to the finish, whatever the personal agony it would have involved. And my family unanimously urged me to do so. But the interests of the nation must always come before any personal considerations. From the discussions I have had with congressional and other leaders, I have concluded that because of the Watergate matter, I might not have the support of the Congress that I would consider necessary to back the very difficult decisions and carry out the duties of this office in the way the interests of the nation will require. I have never been a quitter. To leave office before my term is completed is abhorrent to every instinct in my body. But as president, I must put the interests of America first. America needs a full-time president and a full-time Congress, particularly at this time with problems we face at home and abroad. To continue to fight through the months ahead for my personal vindication would almost totally absorb the time and attention of both the President and the Congress in a period when our entire focus should be on the great issues of peace abroad and prosperity without inflation at home. Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president at that hour in this office. As I recall the high hopes for America with which we began this second term, I feel a great sadness that I will not be here in this office working on your behalf to achieve those hopes in the next 2.5 years. But in turning over direction of the government to Vice President Ford, I know, as I told the nation when I nominated him for that office 10 months ago, that the leadership of America will be in good hands. In passing this office to the Vice President, I also do so with a profound sense of the weight of responsibility that will fall on his shoulders tomorrow, and therefore of the understanding, the patience, the cooperation he will need from all Americans. As he assumes that responsibility, he will deserve the help and the support of all of us. As we look to the future, the first essential is to begin healing the wounds of this nation, to put the bitterness and divisions of the recent past behind us, and to rediscover those shared ideals that lie at the heart of our strength and unity as a great and as a free people. By taking this action, I hope that I will have hastened the start of that process of healing which is so desperately needed in America. I regret deeply any injuries that may have been done in the course of the events that led to this decision. I would say only that if some of my judgments were wrong, and some were wrong, they were made in what I believed at the time to be the best interest of the nation. To those who have stood with me during these past difficult months, to my family, my friends, the many others who joined in supporting my cause because they believed it was right, I will be eternally grateful for your support. And to those who have not felt able to give me your support, let me say, I leave with no bitterness toward those who have opposed me. Because all of us in the final analysis have been concerned with the good of the country, however our judgments might differ. So let us all now join together in affirming that common commitment and in helping our new president succeed for the benefit of all Americans. I shall leave this office with regret at not completing my term, but with gratitude for the privilege of serving as your president for the past 5.5 years. These years have been a momentous time in the history of our nation and the world. They have been a time of achievement in which we can all be proud. Achievements that represent the shared efforts of the administration, the Congress, and the people. But the challenges ahead are equally great, and they too will require the support and the efforts of the Congress and the people working in cooperation with the new administration. We have ended America's longest war, but in the work of securing a lasting peace in the world, the goals ahead are even more far-reaching and more difficult. We must complete a structure of peace so that it will be said of this generation, our generation of Americans, by the people of all nations, not only that we ended one war, but that we prevented future wars. We have unlocked the doors that for a quarter of a century stood between the United States and the People's Republic of China. We must now ensure that the 1/4 of the world's people who live in the People's Republic of China will be and remain not our enemies, but our friends. In the Middle East, 100 million people in the Arab countries, many of whom have considered us their enemy for nearly 20 years, now look on us as their friends. We must continue to build on that friendship so that peace can settle at last over the Middle East, and so that the cradle of civilization will not become its grave. Together with the Soviet Union, we have made the crucial breakthroughs that have begun the process of limiting nuclear arms. But we must set as our goal not just limiting, but reducing and finally destroying these terrible weapons so that they cannot destroy civilization, and so that the threat of nuclear war will no longer hang over the world and the people. We have opened a new relation with the Soviet Union. We must continue to develop and expand that new relationship so that the two strongest nations of the world will live together in cooperation rather than confrontation. Around the world, in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, in the Middle East, there are millions of people who live in terrible poverty, even starvation. We must keep as our goal turning away from production for war and expanding production for peace, so that people everywhere on this earth can at last look forward in their children's time, if not in our own time, to having the necessities for a decent life. Here in America, we are fortunate that most of our people have not only the blessings of liberty, but also the means to live full and good, and by the world's standards, even abundant lives. We must press on, however, toward a goal not only of more and better jobs, but of full opportunity for every American. And of what we are striving so hard right now to achieve, prosperity without inflation. For more than a quarter of a century in public life, I have shared in the turbulent history of this era. I have fought for what I believed in. I have tried, to the best of my ability, to discharge those duties and meet those responsibilities that were entrusted to me. Sometimes I have succeeded, and sometimes I have failed. But always, I have taken heart from what Theodore Roosevelt once said about the man in the arena whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood,
who strives valiantly, who errs and comes short again and again, because there is not effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deed, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumphs of high achievements, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. I pledge to you tonight that as long as I have a breath of life in my body, I shall continue in that spirit. I shall continue to work for the great causes to which I have been dedicated throughout my years as a congressman, a senator, vice president, and president. The cause of peace, not just for America, but among all nations. Prosperity, justice, and opportunity for all of our people. There is one cause, above all, to which I have been devoted, and to which I shall always be devoted for as long as I live. When I first took the oath of office as president 5.5 years ago, I made this sacred commitment to consecrate my office, my energies, and all the wisdom I can summon to the cause of peace among nations. I've done my very best in all the days since to be true to that pledge. As a result of these efforts, I am confident that the world is a safer place today, not only for the people of America, but for the people of all nations. And that all of our children have a better chance than before of living in peace rather than dying in war. This, more than anything, is what I hoped to achieve when I sought the presidency. This, more than anything, is what I hope will be my legacy to you, to our country, as I leave the presidency. To have served in this office is to have felt a very personal sense of kinship with each and every American. In leaving it, I do so with this prayer. May God's grace be with you in all the days ahead.
Wait a minute. Put that backlight on him. Paul, you move the other way.
Dr. Ellsberg, how do you feel about these disclosures that people in the government knew about the break-in at your psychiatrist's office long before it was ever brought out in the crowd?
Well, of course, people in the government planned that burglary in the White House before it was done, carried it out, reported it back to the White House, so obviously they knew it the moment it was done. They knew it at all times. If you're asking when the president knew it, I don't know when the president first learned it. Maybe we'll never know. But I do know we're not learning much about it from the president, and that's something that goes on day by day. So much question is being asked these days. Did the president know beforehand? Did he know right after? That's not the issue. What's he doing to find out yesterday, today, and tomorrow? We're really not learning much from any executive officials except what's leaked out, what is dragged out of them by grand juries or committees. They don't seem to be investigating or telling us anything. They really don't give a lot of reassurance that this administration has decided to level with the American public yet.
Well, do you think that Mr. Richardson is leveling with this committee inside this room here?
If he is, then he's expressing the same kind of disqualification for his office of Attorney General that President Nixon, I have to say, is exhibiting as the chief executive at this time in not showing the energy and determination to find out this information and to tell us. That's not a crime, failing to do that. It's not a cause for impeachment, but it's a good cause for resignation.
Well, from what you know of the facts of your case, is Mr. Richardson telling all he knows or all there is to be known about it?
All Mr. Richardson is telling us is what he was told by Mr. Krogh. Now, what Mr. Krogh told him is manifestly untrue, and we know that as a matter of fact in a number of points. Hasn't that led Mr. Richardson to look a little further than Mr. Krogh? The president who appointed Mr. Richardson could find out all these facts. The central one is this. Was there, as the newspapers tell us, a massive wiretapping effort without court orders of American citizens run by the plumbers, by Hunt and Liddy, Krogh and Young from the White House? That's what the papers tell us. The officials deny it. Frankly, it's hard to believe those denials. To believe them, you have to believe that the same people who were willing to break into my doctor's office, to burglarize it, crime in the streets, weren't willing to wiretap. They did wiretap White House officials. They wiretapped the Democratic National Committee, but they didn't wiretap me. I find that hard to believe. Doesn't Mr. Richardson find it hard to believe? Why does he rest with that assumption? Why doesn't he find out? It doesn't seem to me that he's used his opportunities even to the point of asking the president.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What are you learning now?